Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We're ready to begin. This Planning Commission meeting is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. We're live on KCLV Channel 2, and this meeting will be rebroadcast Saturday at 10 a.m., the following Monday at midnight, and Tuesday at 5 a.m. and 6 p.m. Would everyone please stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Yes. Chair Flanges.
Here.
Commissioner Moody.
Here.
Commissioner Truesdale.
Present.
Commissioner Quinn.
Here.
Commissioner Goins.
Present.
Commissioner Bonar. Here. Commissioner Schladman.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you. I call your attention to the information printed in your agenda concerning our actions and the appeal and review process, if appropriate. Please read this carefully, and if you have any questions, staff is available to help. Also, the second page of the agenda contains our rules of conduct. We appreciate very much adhering to these rules so we can have a smooth meeting. Thank you. We'll go on to item number 4. All comments made under this item for specific action items will be cross-referenced to those items. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? Ma'am, if you could please state your name and your address, please.
Certainly. Jonelle Thomas, 1509 South 5th Place. I'm the Vice President of the John S. Park Neighborhood Association. Our neighborhood is very close to a large number of the applicants, which is why I'm directing the comments at this time, because my comments pertain to a large number. Specifically, within my 1 mile radius of my home, there are approximately 20 dispensaries clustered all together. When I look at the map to where my mother-in-law lives in the Northwest, where my friends in Summerlin live, my friends in the Northeast live, I don't see anything. And I'm here to speak in opposition to the clustering of the dispensaries. I feel that this is not to the benefit of the residents. We recently polled our neighborhood about what stores, what businesses they would like to see in the area. It was things like a movie theater, a grocery store, a pediatrician. I'm not opposed to medical marijuana in any manner, but not one of my neighbors said, we need 12 or 20 dispensaries.
Okay, Ms. Thomas, I'm going to cut you off with all due respect. I'm going to ask you to come and talk on each specific item because these have to be cross-referenced to a specific item. I know there's a lot, and it's probably going to be very difficult for you to do that, but I would appreciate you doing it in that regard.
Okay,
Thank you very much. For tonight, because we want to provide everybody an opportunity to be heard in an orderly fashion, I'm going to ask for everyone's indulgence that the following time limits be adhered to. Staff is going to do their presentation on each item in 1 minute, and then the applicant presentation are going to be limited to 3 minutes. Public comment is going to be limited to 1 minute per speaker. And I will ask that the commissioner deliberation be limited to 8 minutes. We've got a lot of items, a lot of people to speak, and that's why those rules are in effect. And then, Madam Clerk, if you'll please make sure the clock follows those rules as we just laid out. Okay. Tonight, I would ask that you please limit presentation comments specific to land use issues, as this body is to make recommendations to the City Council on these matters, and will not be addressing suitability of operators and licensing compliance issues. And I got to be real clear on that. Okay, thank you very much, and we're going to go ahead and move on to item number 5, which are our housekeeping items. Are there any items that commissioners, staff, applicants, or members of the public would like to pull forward for action?
We do not have any items.
Thank you. And we'll go ahead and move on to the public hearing items. We're going to begin with item number 6. There was no housekeeping.
Mr. Chair, before we get into specific items, there are 6 items on tonight's agenda that I will abstain from, and I will state the reasons for abstaining when each of those items comes up. And unless I otherwise specify, I will be voting on the other items that appear on tonight's agenda. And in those cases I vote on, I believe that my independence of judgment is not compromised and that the resulting benefit or detriment accruing to me or anyone I'm affiliated with is not greater than that accruing to any general business, profession, occupation, or group that is affected by this matter. And for those reasons, I've chosen to vote on those other items.
Thank you, Commissioner Modi. Commissioner Truesdale?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. As I've stated in the previous meetings with the Downtown Design Review, there are several items that I will abstain on because of either a financial interest in a property or a business interest with a particular property owner or applicant. I do that freely and without any reservation, and I will also make specific disclosures on each one of those items as they come forward. But I also am here on a land use basis to do the job that was we were appointed to do by the City Council, and that is address land use, hold these hearings, take neighborhood comment, and then give our recommendation collectively forward to the council. In doing so, truly, I have no desire to do anything that goes beyond good judgment and the well-being of the community. And I don't expect there should be any issues with any vote I make or don't make.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes,
Mr.
Chairman.
Swanman?
I'll also be abstaining on a few items tonight due to just relationships with various applicants. I do have a contract in business and possibly could be constructing one of these places, and most of my conflicts isn't with the medical marijuana, it's just with the ongoing relationship on a different project. And for those reasons, I'll state the reasons once each one of those items come up. However, my independence of judgment on this matter is not affected. And like Commissioner Truesdale said, we're not here on suitability. We're not here evaluating which application which 12 will get picked. We're just analyzing each application. Is it suitable for that particular area? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other commissioners?
Mr. Chair, just for the record, the City Attorney's Office has been consulted by these commissioners with regard to their ability to vote or not vote on these items, and we have cleared them to vote on those items that they don't have a direct conflict on.
Thank you. I'm also going to be abstaining on several items tonight because, one, either my law firm has represented individuals that are principals on those items, or two, my law firm has been in opposition to some of those individuals in litigation cases. I'm going to be abstaining on those on an independent basis. I've consulted with city attorneys and a few others. I don't think the fact that I have clients that are trying in other areas, or I have people that have been in opposition to my law firm in other areas, will affect my judgment on other items. And I think I can completely be independent, and I will rule, or not, excuse me, I will vote on any item based on the merits of that item. Thank you. I'm going to start now with item number 6, which is SUP 54969. The applicant is Samantha's Remedies. The owner is iRent B&E LLC for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 5,892 square foot medical marijuana dispensary at 3500 West Sahara Avenue in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Staff is recommending approval. Staff, can we have the report?
Sure. Mr. Chairman, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 1912, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. If denied, no medical marijuana establishment would be permitted to be established at this site. Please note that additional letters of protest and support have been received after the publishing. Thank you.
Could we hear from the applicant, please? And if you can state your names and addresses.
Yes, I'm Winston Henderson, architect, 1555 Flamingo Road, along with Jim DeFiore.
Jim DeFiore, DeFiore Consulting at 8550 West Charleston Boulevard.
Thank you.
And we're here on behalf of the applicant. We have reviewed the staff conditions and staff report. We concur with their findings and recommendations. We have no objections to any of the conditions, and we request your approval consistent with staff recommendations.
Thank you. Do any members of the public wish to be heard on this item? Sir, if you please come forward and state your name and address, please. And just as a reminder, we're limiting public comment to 1 minute apiece.
Yes, my name is Ray Burke. I live at 3224 Calle de El Cortez in the Spanish Oaks development. We would ask for a denial of this applicant. The main reason we have is a security issue. Several months ago, the CVS located at that same location was robbed, and the individual that robbed it penetrated our perimeter wall. As Metro watched him climb the wall, they not only did not do anything, they didn't even notify our security that they penetrated our property. So for that reason, because of the cash business that is, we would request, the Homeowners Association would request denial.
Thank you very much, sir. Do any other members of the public wish to be heard on this specific item? Seeing none, I will close the public comment portion and open it up for discussion amongst the commissioners. Oh, I'm sorry. Ma'am, if you could state your name and address, please.
My name is Susan Young, 2125 Plaza del Dios. I recently purchased a property that will be directly behind this property. I understand that it's a very complicated situation in which you being commissioners have an ethical and financial obligation to balance everything. But coming from a family person, which all of us are, being sons and daughters, me being a mother of 2-year-old twins and 11-year-old daughter that I homeschool, I worry about the use of and the vicinity of having this property so close to my residence. Our kids will be living there, and we fear for any type of crime that might be in the area, given that it is a cash type of transaction. Now, there are other businesses in the area, but being the nature of this kind of business, you can understand it might attract a certain clientele. My backyard is directly, probably adjacent to the retail.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. Sir, if you could please come up, state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Tom Overturf, 2124 Plaza del Dios. I'm also in Spanish Oaks. I was the victim of that robbery on May the 4th. We've had 7 penetrations since March into Spanish Oaks, which used to be kind of an island over there. We've got a 8-foot wall around the property with wires across the top. This guy went over the fence in my yard, hung out there for an hour while the police walked away, and then he kicked in my back door and robbed the place, pushed my wife down on the floor, and left. As I say, we've had 7 of those penetrations of our area since the 26th of March. We see only additional security problems for our area with respect to these marijuana sales areas and the lack of police protection. I would hope that you would vote against this location. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am. If you could state your name and address, please.
My name is Jean Temple. My address is 2113 Plaza del Cerro in Spanish Oaks. I am new in Nevada. I came from California. We have had that law in California, and many children were able to get medical marijuana, and I've seen this happen, and also the marijuana is much stronger than it used to be. And I lost my oldest granddaughter to drugs because of marijuana as an introduction to drugs. And I also saw people selling their marijuana in California so they could get heroin and stronger drugs, but they would sell it to kids and get money that way too. I'm very much against this being right outside our gate. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, ma'am. Do any other members of the public wish to be heard? Come on forward, sir.
Good afternoon, Councilman, Councilwoman. My name is Dave Marlin. I'm the president of Solutions Recovery. We are a drug and alcohol facility in Las Vegas. I appreciate your time. In the over 9 years that we've operated, I've learned a lot about addiction in our community, and I've seen marijuana as well as other drugs and the effect it's had on our community, particularly on our youth. About 1 in 10 kids in our schools admits using before 13.
Excuse me, sir. As I put out just a little while ago, we're here really to kind of stay with the land use portion here. And again, as I put out a little bit ago, we were not going to be addressing the suitability of operators and licensing compliance issues. So what we're really here for is just whether or not the location is suitable for it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I apologize, but this isn't the appropriate forum for it. Do any member, come on forward, ma'am.
My name is Helen Simmons. My address is 2200 Plaza del Porto. I live in Spanish Oaks. I am very much against this. I have nothing against medical marijuana. I had a daughter who had multiple sclerosis and passed away from that, and it was very hard for her to find, but it did help her in her fight against that disease. But this is so near the Spanish Oaks community, with most of which are senior citizens, and I can see all sorts of parking area problems, and we are just very much against it, and I would hope that you might consider it again.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to be heard on this matter? Good afternoon, ma'am. If you could state your name and address, please.
I'm Catherine Martin. I represent the Richfield Neighborhood Association. This facility that's being proposed is exactly across the street from the entrance to our neighborhood at Rice Street. And one of the reasons that we oppose it is because of this high crime rate that is in that area. We don't need more. And this will impact our neighborhood too, because we're right across the street from it. And it's right next door to our Dairy Queen. So as a neighborhood, they have asked me to oppose this location. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does anybody else wish to be heard on this matter? Seeing none, I will close the public comment portion and just make a quick statement before I hand it over to the commissioners. We have a lot of folks that appear to want to speak on each one of these individual items. I would ask when the item that you're interested in comes up and I open it up for comment to the public that you all come down and you're already at the mics. We have 3 mics here that you can come up to, and we'll take you one at a time. That way we can kind of expedite things, and because there is a lot to do tonight. At this juncture, I'll turn it over for discussion amongst the commissioners.
I'll kick it off. Thank you very much for coming out this afternoon and speaking on this item, and thank you, Mr. DiFiore, for inviting me to the property and meeting with your applicant as well as yourself. A little background on this property. This was a bank, and it's now a title loan service. And when you go into that, this property, it was one that I personally took a lot of interest in as a possible site because they are secure, they're ready, they have the security in place, they have the vaults in place, They have a place for the drop-off, for the pot. They have adequate parking. It does not abut to any neighborhood. It might be close to your neighborhood, unfortunately, but it does not abut to your neighborhood. I also contacted the owner of this shopping center when I was told that they could also use the parking that's behind it, which is about a total of 330 spaces. Of course, it wouldn't go as close to the CVS. And they said yes. The second thing I want to say about this owner is they've been in town for many years. They have a great reputation here, and we can't deny everybody and everyone that is close to a neighborhood. This might be close to a neighborhood, but it's not abutting a neighborhood. And I ran the crime report at this address. There were 17 petty crimes in the last 5 days. All of them were on the south side of Sahara. There was one stolen car a few days ago in this parking lot, but within a mile of this property on the north side of Sahara, there has been no crime within a mile of this site. And I can do one of two things today. I can deny the project and ask Mr. DiFiore to have a neighborhood meeting with you all before the next council meeting, or I can listen to what my other planning commissioners have to say and make a recommendation today for the vote. So I liked your project. I think you're ready to go with this project and this site. And we just can't make everyone happy. So let's see what my other commissioners have to say. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Commissioner?
No, we're going to appreciate it. We're going to keep this to the commission right now. Commissioner Sloman?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, just a few comments, keep it brief. I appreciate everybody coming out and, letting us know your concerns. One of the things, I've been looking at this for the past 6 months, and it's a little bit different than a convenience store where there might be a cash register up front. The money's locked down in the back. There's safes. There's security protocols. And so I feel that this would be a lot safer than a lot of other uses that we could put in that neighborhood, or in not just this neighborhood, but a lot of neighborhoods. And crime does go around. Crime's in every neighborhood. I live on Fremont Street, and I see the helicopters come over and people jumping into our backyards almost on a weekly basis. So this isn't an isolated, thing that's happening. It's happening in all of our neighborhoods right now. I did have one question, and it's nothing that we really probably will be covering. It's more that City Council will be covering, but it's the condition number, it's condition number 10, and it applies to just about every one of these medical marijuana, well, it does apply to every medical marijuana item that we'll be hearing today, and says the presence of minors on the premises of a medical marijuana establishment is prohibited unless the minor is a qualified patient on the premises of a dispensary and is accompanied by his or her parent or legal guardian. The concern that I have would be when parents are going home and leaving their kids in the car, because they're not, like somebody just mentioned a minute ago, most of these are located in Ward 1, Ward 5, and Ward 3. And if somebody needs their medical marijuana and they're driving past the dispensary, they're not going to go all the way out to Summerlin and then come all the way back to the dispensary to get their medical marijuana. So maybe it's something for City Council. I'll talk to Bob Coffin about it as well. Maybe staff can think on that one. But that's basically all I have. I think this being right on Sahara, having plenty of parking, it's as appropriate as quite a few. One last comment. I did speak to Jonelle Thomas today about the clustering, and it's hard for us to, and this has been something that I've been talking to the city attorney and the Flynn Fagg, our old director, and our new planning director. It would be difficult for us to say yes because they're clustered, that we're not going to approve them. The city council will ultimately pick the 12 that they want to pick, and so just because the first couple that come up in a neighborhood that meet the conditions, we can't say that those would get approved, and then the ones that come at the end of the meeting or the next meeting, since we already approved too many in that neighborhood, aren't approved. So I think for us, we have to approve the ones that meet the use, and then once it hits the city council level, then that would probably be the more appropriate time to start talking about clustering. However, I do hope Jonelle will come back up and talk more.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Bonar?
Yes, it is obviously a concern among the area residents of what the security measures are, and I thought maybe the staff would recite for the audience what the minimum requirements are to secure each and every dispensary.
We'll need a few moments. Those security requirements are part of Title VI and are to be reviewed by City Council. Maybe the applicant can review their security requirements, because the security plan is submitted not as part of the land use application, but goes directly as part of the license application, which is a privileged application, and only certain people can look at those security plans, and planners are not part of that group.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, those security requirements can be found in 6.95.120, and it's about 2 pages of requirements.
Commissioner Truesdale?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I know this building very well. When they came in for the title loan special use permit some time ago, or not that long ago, actually, the neighbors were generally in support of the use. So taking that into account, obviously it's not a neighborhood that comes out and opposes everything that's going in that corridor. One thing that wasn't addressed when the applicant came to the downtown design review, we only look at the elevation of the building. We also looked at the sign that was submitted as a sign. But when we look at the special use permit, we have to look at the character of the property, how the ownership has maintained it, followed the codes and stuff. And one thing I have a real concern about, and I'd like the applicant to address, is there's so many signs on this building that go beyond what our typical approval would be. It gives me a little bit of concern with the ultimate applicant or the owner if they are going to self-police themselves, because as I understand, under the medical marijuana use, the plug can get pulled pretty quick if you don't follow the codes. So where I would hope the council and city manager and the city attorneys and everyone looking at these properties as we go forward, the applicants are held to the highest standard in the community. And while a loan is a privileged license, obviously the owner of the building did not carry it to the highest standard, and that always is a concern to me. But is a location, it's not adjacent to the residence. There's a drugstore between it and the residence, and part of our tasking is that these facilities be of a professional, institutional nature and appropriate visually for that area. So in that regard, I'd have no problem with this application, but I still want to raise the question with the applicant.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Moody?
You know, we're beyond our 8 minutes, so since we're going to hold everyone else to their time, I'll reserve my time for a later item.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll entertain a motion.
Excuse me, Commissioner Truesdale, did you want him to address the security prior?
If they could briefly.
Thank you.
Thank you. First, I'd like to point out there may be a misunderstanding on the location. One of the, or several of the people who came up and expressed concerns to having a facility near the entrance to the residential area, we may be getting confused with another applicant who is adjacent to the entry to the residential area that is about a half mile to the east of our location. So from 700 mailers, we received only 3 objections. So we want to make clear that we are not the applicant that's adjacent to the entry to the residential area. In terms of security, again, this is a former bank building. It has a safe. It's of strong and sturdy construction. The property is completely buffered by commercial property in all directions. It sits in the center of a parking lot, so it will have a clear line of sight all the way around the building. So there'll be no place for anyone to loiter or hide on the property.
Thank you.
I had
Commissioner
more.
Quinn? Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Boner?
What I had in mind was there have to be armed guards 24 hours a day. People might not know that, and that might put them at ease to a degree, so that's why I wanted some general understanding for the audience of what's required of every dispensary.
Thank you. And there are, in fact, armed guards. There is also 24-hour surveillance, video surveillance, as well as armed surveillance and remote monitoring. So it has a complete security plan, as is required by all applicants, and this applicant actually goes above and beyond with exterior surveillance as well.
And the applicant's okay with how they've run the signage on the property currently?
We will comply completely with signage requirements, and if you'll note, there is no graffiti on the building at all, well maintained, and will be in complete compliance with signage requirements.
Thank you. Commissioner Quinn?
Thank you. Regarding special use permit 54969, I'm going to follow staff's recommendation today for approval. I'd like to put a 1-year administrative review on this property. Are we doing that here? Doug?
All medical marijuana establishments automatically have an 18-month required review.
Can we make that shorter?
That's by ordinance.
Okay, so no.
I'll defer to the city attorney.
Let's stick, probably should stick with what the ordinance says. Right
Okay,
now.
thank you. So then I'll just follow staff's recommendations for approval on item 54969, following all of staff's recommendations at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Please vote. Motion to approve item number 6 carries.
Mr. Chairman, this item is anticipated to be heard at the October 28, 2014 meeting unless otherwise properly noticed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 7 is SUP 55180. The applicant is Nevada Wellness Center. The owner is Shoshone Cattle and Land Development Company for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 6,858 square foot medical marijuana dispensary at 3200 South Valley View Boulevard in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Staff is recommending approval. Staff, can we have a report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the subject site complies with all the minimum distance requirements as set forth in Title 1912, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. If denied, no medical marijuana establishment will be permitted to be established at the site. Please note that additional letters of protest and support have been received after the publishing. Furthermore, staff would like to amend condition number 6 to reflect the following as submitted to the clerk. A revised site plan shall include 1 loading space prior to the issuance of a building permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we hear from the applicant, please, if you'll state your name and address?
Again, Winston Henderson Architect, 1555 East Flamingo Road, on behalf of the applicant.
Andre Rhodes, 3058 Sisk, applicant.
What's his name?
Thank you.
All right. Again, we have a structure that is a former bank building, again, so it provides security and a professional appearance. It has adequate parking. The security will once again be armed security on site, both in the building and in the parking lot. There will also be video security around the entire building. The access to the building will be controlled, and actually to the parking lot will also be controlled, so you won't be able to enter the premises without the proper ID and credentials. So with that, we have again reviewed the staff report. We concur with staff recommendations and conditions and ask for your approval.
Thank you very much. Do any members of the public wish to be heard on this item? And if anybody else wishes to be heard, please come forward now as well and get behind the mics. Good evening, sir. If you could state your name and address, please.
Sean Spanier, 1330 Cashman Drive. As a facility goes, I mean, this, if I were going to pick one, this would be a good one because it doesn't abut any neighborhoods. But I find it, you know, quite alarming, and I can't imagine why you guys don't as well, when you have to have 24-hour armed guards, 24-hour surveillance. So you want that in your neighborhood? None of us want this in our neighborhood. And I think we should make an effort to put these things where there are no houses, period. And I hope that each of you know that. It can't stop here. It sounds to me like you guys are going to approve every one of these tonight. But, you know, the fact of the matter is do any of you live in these neighborhoods? I've been in my neighborhood for 20 years, and we have crime. This is just going to perpetuate what's going on already.
Excuse me, through you,
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman. What was your address, sir?
1330 Cashman Drive. There's 20 of these going in Ward 1 is what they're applying. 20 applications for Ward 1. I mean, you overburdened our councilwoman. I don't think she wants any of them here. But the fact of the matter is she's got to approve some of them. You know, if you throw 42 of these at us, what are we going to do? Say, we can't say no to all of them.
Thank you for your address, sir.
Okay.
Hello again, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Catherine Martin. As a retired school teacher, I don't know if you're aware that the Clark High School kids go down to Capella to the Subway and taco shop very often at lunch and after they get out of school at 1:30. I know because I've been there when they arrive, and you know they're young people. And there's an awful lot of that kind of traffic in that area, whether you're aware of it or not. From Clark High School, they walk down there and eat their lunch before they go to work or before they go home. And that is, Capella is the next street over from DI and Cirrus. So that area is trafficked by our young people.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else wish to be heard? Good afternoon. Please state your name and address, please.
Thank you. Mara Maservi. I'm at 2718 Mason Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada. And my concern is not just with this one, which is by Cashman Middle School, where I sub frequently. I'm a substitute school teacher and love the Cashman kids. And they are so terrorized. What a funny thing. When they leave to go to the bathroom and they knock on the door to come back in, even if the kids have seen that their friend went to the bathroom, I have to open the door because the kids won't open the door because it could be a bad guy out there. I have a son in law school that is coming back to Las Vegas, knock on wood, next summer. And I have another son that lives in my ward right now with his 2-year-old. My son that's coming back from law school has a 1-year-old. This is a deal breaker for them, that there are 19 applications in Ward 1 for medical marijuana dispensaries.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Anybody else wish to be heard? Seeing none, I will close the public comment portion, open it up for discussion amongst the commissioners. Please note that we have put an 8-minute time limit on commission comments.
I'd like to hear from my
Commissioner Quinn?
other commissioners first, please, before I make a motion.
Commissioner Goins?
Mr. Chairman, I was just looking at the backup. I'm going to abstain on this item out of abundance of caution. I see that one of the applicants on here, I've done business with his company through my company at work for, so out of an abundance of caution, I'll go ahead and abstain on this item.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anybody else wish to be heard? Commissioner Truesdale?
Again, we will take action on these items, and I have some specific comments on this site. But if we take action on 10, 20 items that are in Ward 1, that isn't the final. We're strictly reviewing what is before us. Just like we wouldn't blanket say nothing in Ward 1. That's not our task to do. So I hope you understand, we're trying to do our job appropriately, and we appreciate all your comments. But this isn't, let's throw it all on Ward 1 and inundate that ward. This site is along a major arterial. It's a borderlines and industrial corridor. It is a bank building. All bank buildings are not going to be safe buildings. Just because they have a vault, just because they have locked doors, and even just because they have a security guard doesn't mean it's a perfect solution. It really gets down to the security plan that these applicants will submit, or that have submitted. And their security plan, which will be reviewed by business licensing, will have much more impact on the safety, on that specific element of the safety. This has plenty of parking. They can address the loading area. And, you know, I looked at the applicants, and there's a whole group of people, and we all know them, and it will get down to the operator. But this is an appropriate building. Is it closer than some might like to Clark High School? Maybe, maybe not, but it meets our requirements. Is it close to one of the other schools? Yes, but we meet our distance separations. And this isn't surrounded by housing, so that makes it something that I can support. It doesn't mean it'll ultimately be an operation that's approved, but I can support this particular application.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Moody?
Thank you. You know, there are certain places in our cities that make more sense for these businesses to be located, and you'll probably hear me say this several times tonight, but this is one of those places. I like the fact that there is not residential very close by, and it seems like a better fit than a lot of other places, and for those reasons, I'm in support to follow staff's recommendation on this one.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Quinn?
Thank you. And you know, it's very important for everyone here to understand that this has been a very tough on Ward 1. We did get the most applications today, and I went to every single one of them to ensure that they're not abutting into neighborhoods. This location, I wish very much that we were at the 1,000 feet, like a bar, away from a school, away from a church, but we're not. The Nevada statute states 300 feet. So there goes our argument for the schools. I can't change that law. I would have liked to. The point is we have to look at it from the perspective of what you don't understand is the councilwoman is not going to take all 22. She's going to figure out which are the few best for our ward. And my job is to ensure that this is zoned appropriately, it's in the right location, and it doesn't affect a single neighbor. So therefore, I'm going to follow staff's recommendation on this. I sat in this parking lot. It's safe, there's a place to drop off, there's plenty of parking, and, you know, fortunately or unfortunately, this is the proper place to put one. So with that, I'm going to follow staff's recommendation for approval on SUP 55180. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Please vote.
Excuse me, Commissioner, is that as amended?
As amended. Thank you.
Condition 6 was amended? Thank you.
Madam Clerk, you're clear on which condition? Thank you. Please vote. Motion to approve item number 7 carries, noting the abstention of Commissioner Goins.
And
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this item is anticipated to be heard at the October 28th special city council meeting unless otherwise properly noticed.
Thank you. Take care, gentlemen. Item number 8 is SUP 55182. The applicant is NatureX2 LLC. The owner is WAPP LLC for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 2,800 square foot medical marijuana dispensary at 1860 Western Avenue in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Staff is recommending approval. Staff, may we have the report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the subject site complies with all the minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 1912, and therefore the use can be conducted in compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. If denied, no medical marijuana establishment will be permitted to be established at this site. Please note that additional letters of protest and support have been received after the publishing. Thank you.
Thank you. May we hear from the applicant, please?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'm Greg Borgel, 300 South 4th Street, here in behalf of the applicant. The applicants are in the audience if you have questions appropriate for their consideration. However, this property has been favorably evaluated by your staff, favorably recommended by the review committee that we previously appeared before. This is a new, attractive building with ample parking and highly secure specific environment over on Western Avenue, which is, I think, clearly appropriate in terms of more than honoring the separation requirements. And with that, I'm inclined to yield some of the minutes you would have otherwise given me to respond to your concerns.
Thank you very much. Do any members of the public wish to be heard on this matter? If so, please come forward to the mics. Seeing none, I will close the public comment portion, open up for discussion amongst the commissioners. Commissioner Truesdale.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, this application, as Mr. Borgel represented, has met all our requirements. It does fit the expected area where some of these facilities would be located, and I've been by this building, and it's incredibly well maintained, and if there's no objection, I would go ahead and move for its approval, subject to all staff's conditions.
Before we do that, Commissioner Slotman, did you want to be heard?
Yes, and I'll turn it back over to Truesdale to make that motion here in a second, but I agree. It's, I mean, a perfect little area, industrial Highland. We had nobody getting up here and protest. I'm sure everybody wouldn't mind if we clustered them all in that little area, but honestly, that's just not going to be the case. If we put them all in one little area, then everybody from all over town will be driving down into this neighborhood, and I don't think it would bother anyone, but it's just not practical. I mean, we don't take all of our CVS or our Walgreens and say, hey, let's put them all here, right here on industrial, away from everybody, because if they get the hydrocodone, they walk out and they start taking it and start robbing people. So therefore, I'm going to say appropriate area, but I'll go ahead and let Truesdale repeat his motion.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Truesdale.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, with regards to SUP 55182, I would move to follow staff's recommendation for approval, but one additional condition, that there is an opening between this particular portion of the building as it relates to at least on their plan, as it related to the rest of the building. And Mr. Borgel, you would agree that that should be closed up or sealed up per the codes?
There are actually two current entrances. One will be sealed. The other may be required for egress as an emergency exit. And so subject to it not being required by the building code as an emergency exit, yes.
Okay. Then that would be my motion as amended.
Thank you. Please vote. Motion to approve item number 8 carries.
Mr. Chairman, this item is anticipated to be heard at the October 29th, 2014 special meeting of the City Council unless otherwise properly noticed.
Thank you. Item number 9 is SUP 55206. The applicant is Natural Apothecary LLC. The owner is 5801 West Craig LLC. For possible action on request for a special use permit for a proposed 1,320 square foot medical marijuana dispensary at 5801 West Craig Road, Suite 120, apologize, I went off on the wrong one here. We're on item number 9, SUP 55196. The applicant is Golden Wellness, Inc. The owner is Has 2011 LLC. For possible action on request for a special use permit for a proposed 4,516 square foot medical marijuana dispensary at 2230 West Bonanza Road. This is in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Staff is recommending approval. Staff, may we have the report, please?
Mr. Chairman, before we go forward with staff's report, I will abstain on this item inasmuch as one of the agents within my office has worked with this applicant and represents this property, and so I will be abstaining.
Thank you, Commissioner. May I have the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 1912, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. If denied, no medical marijuana establishment will be permitted to be established at this site. Please note that additional letters of protest and support have been received after the publishing. Furthermore, staff would like to amend condition number 6 to reflect a building elevation date stamp of July 29, 2014, as submitted to the clerk. Thank you.
Thank you. May we hear from the applicant, please?
Good afternoon. Lucy Stewart, 2500 West Sahara, representing the item. And as staff indicated, this is located on Bonanza, just east of Rancho, which puts us about a half a mile or a quarter of a mile from the intersection of Rancho and US 95, which puts us within a mile of the Spaghetti Bowl or I-15 and US 95, making us pretty accessible, I think, to everybody in this part of the valley. We think this is an excellent location for a dispensary because, one, we have that great access. Two, we have a bus line that runs from in front of our property all the way out to Centennial. I think that there's some benefits to us moving in here. This property was built in the mid-'60s and has had various tenants over the years. Right now, it's pretty much in major disrepair, and it's been gutted by vandals. And so it's our intent to spend a significant amount of money to include renovations, which would for interior and exterior improvements. We'll also be installing a wrought iron security fence around the perimeter adjacent to the streets, and then decorative block wall adjacent to the property lines that aren't fronting on the street. We believe that all these improvements to the property, our location to the highway, the bus line makes this an excellent location. We've also added approximately 500 square feet to add a garage, so when we get our deliveries, the vehicles can just pull into the garage and then we can load or unload the vehicles. So there's lots of security already built into this project. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Do any members of the public wish to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public comment portion, open up for discussion amongst the commissioners. Commissioner Slotman?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, just a disclosure, I noticed Michael Cornthwaite's a owner on this project. I've known him for a number of years, but I have no ongoing business relationship or any past business relationship, but considering that I have known him for the past 10 years, I just wanted to bring this, or just disclose that, but I will be voting on this matter.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other commissioners wish to be heard on this matter? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Lucy, thanks for meeting with me on this item. Just looking at the renderings of this, I can just say right off the bat, this is a significant improvement to that building. From a land use perspective, I think this use is harmonious and compatible with the area simply because of the history of the business and the fact that it sits in what is now a quasi-industrial area. So this area is not transitioning where in the past it's an older neighborhood. It's actually transitioning into more of an industrial corridor. It is along a major bus line. The 215 runs there, and also the 106 runs up and down Rancho. It has access, as Lucy mentioned, quickly to the Spaghetti Bowl and I-15. So from a land use perspective, I feel that this is harmonious and compatible, and you will see my support and follow the staff recommendation of approval. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion on item number 9, SUP 55196, move to approve subject to all staff's recommendations and condition.
Thank you, Commissioner. Please vote.
Excuse me, Commissioner, as amended, condition number 6.
As amended.
Motion to approve item number 9 carries, noting the abstention of Commissioner Truesdale.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, this item is anticipated to be heard at the October 28th special meeting of the City Council unless otherwise properly noticed.
Thank you. We'll move on now to item number 10, the one I started reading a little bit ago, which is SUP 55206. The applicant is Natural Apothecary LLC. The owner is 5801 West Craig LLC for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 1,320 square foot medical marijuana dispensary at 5801 West Craig Road, Suite 120. This is in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Staff is recommending approval, and staff, may we have a report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 19.12, and therefore can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. If denied, no medical marijuana establishment will be permitted to be established at this site. Please note we have received additional comments after publication.
Thank you very much. May we hear from the applicant, please?
Thank you for your time. Barry Lindeman, 728 Latosca Street.
I'm sorry, sir, I didn't catch your name.
Barry Lindeman, 728 Latosca Street, Las Vegas, 89138.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Staff recommends approval. There really were no conditions imposed upon us, so I'm here to answer any questions which you may have towards this applicant.
Thank you very much. Do any members of the public wish to be heard on this matter? And I see there are quite a few, so everybody that wishes to be heard, please come forward and line up. And ma'am, if you'll state your name and address, please.
Mary Kramer, 5209 West Gilmore Avenue. I'm the treasurer with the Northwest Area Residents Association. We do have an issue with this, as I've heard terms used as adjacent and abutting up to a residential area. That would be the Northwest Area Residents Association area. This location backs up to that. So it's very, very close. It abuts up to a residential area, and so that's our big concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Linderman, if you could kind of just go to the side there. The next person in line, just grab a mic and so you're ready to go. Sir, if you could state your name and address, please.
Lamar Briley, 3404 Bond Court, and I'm speaking in opposition to this. I'm a member of the NARA Board, Northwest Area Residents Association, and although we had a meeting discussing this, we're not opposed to medical marijuana, but we are opposed to the location. I did a little investigation myself, and in this complex, there's 3 schools. One of them is almost right next door to this applicant. It's a karate school, but they deal with children. I don't know what age group, but young children. There's a school right at the corner inside the complex. It's Debbie Tappert is the Director of Healthcare Preparatory Institute, and they're back in there. Right next to them, there's a kids club. I might have the wrong name, but it is Kids Club, dealing with children from 18 months to 8 years old. So we're definitely opposed to it. And
okay, thank you, sir. Ma'am, if you'll state your name and address.
Carol Levitt, 6975 Darby Avenue, Las Vegas. I am the principal of the new charter school that opened this year, Founders Academy. We house grades kindergarten through 10th grade with 443 students, and we are located at 4025 North Rancho Road, which is within 1 mile of this proposed location. I represent the staff, the students, and parent community of the Founders Academy in opposing this location. We are too close. We are currently surrounded by some desert area, and on many occasions have lingering people in the desert area that are causing us some grief and having to remove them. And we are concerned that a marijuana area would increase that probability of people that we don't need to have surrounding our school with young children and older children in attendance and in the area. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, name and address, please.
Geneva Morel, 45.
I'm sorry, your last name?
Morel.
Thank you.
4509 Harbison Canyon Court. And my children go to Founders Academy, the school that just opened up this year. I have 5 children, and they walk past this location to school. This definitely is not a good location for medical marijuana. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, if you'll state your name and address, please.
Yes, Mark Edgel, E-D-G-E-L, 5645 West Alexander. I've been residing at that location for about 35 years. We are a rural preservation area. I've been a member of NARA and a president of NARA for many years as well. And as a rural preservation community, we pride ourselves in very community, very family-oriented. The location for this would definitely detract from that. It would not be in harmony with what we're trying to do in that area as a community. This is a community also noted for a community garden that we've put in, trying to bring the people together. We feel that this would not be in harmony with our goals and desires. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, your name and address, please.
My name is Doug Meekum. I live at 4104 Nancy Marguerite. When I heard about this location, I was concerned because of this location. It doesn't seem like a natural business corridor. It seems like there's much more appropriate places down the road from that location. In addition to that, there's a daycare and a taekwondo place where children are going to be, so that's a big concern. In addition to that, because this is my neighborhood, this is where I live, I'm in that parking lot relatively frequently. It is not a conducive parking lot, a place where you can handle a lot more traffic. I think that that's going to be a problem. So I'm concerned. There are, I think, many other places that would be much better suited for this type of thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do any other members of the public wish to be heard on this? Seeing none, I'll open it for discussion amongst the commissioners. Commissioner Goins?
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, you've heard the testimony of the neighbors. I don't have to say much, and I was kind of curious where the NARA folks were, and I knew y'all come to it. But again, as stated by the neighbors, this is not harmonious and compatible to the neighborhood. It's in a shopping center that, quite frankly, I'm surprised you even came to this corner of the shopping center. Most of the traffic that comes through here is up on the Jones side, but you even came to the corner where I believe it abuts the neighborhood. I think there's a wall, and right behind that is a row of houses. Nobody from your company even reached out to me prior to this to even say, hey, Commissioner, do you want to see this? What are we bringing to the neighborhood? So that I could even have something to take to the neighbors. So with that, I find that this request cannot be harmonious and compatible. I think the neighbors have explained that this will, number one, bring increased traffic and quite possibly crime to their neighborhood. But also one thing I think clearly was stated, that this will decrease their quality of life. And so with that, I will not be supporting this request.
Can I respond to that?
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Moody?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. By way of disclosure, as the crow flies, I probably live within about a mile of this proposed location. I am not within the notification area, therefore I will be voting on this tonight. Although this may comply with the minimum setback requirements, and I can see why staff recommended approval. It is not the right location. You've heard testimony tonight from neighbors about daycare, about parking. There is a more appropriate corridor, in my opinion, that's fairly close by, which would be, somewhere down on Rancho instead of along Jones. And I too believe that this is not harmonious with the neighborhood. It's not compatible with the existing or future land uses based on the testimony. It's just too close to residential, and so I cannot support this tonight.
Any other commissioners? I will echo Commissioner Goins and Commissioner Moody's comments. I don't find it compatible nor harmonious with the surrounding neighborhood. I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, on item 10, SUP 55206, my motion is for denial.
Thank you, Commissioner. Please vote. Note that a yes vote is for denial. Motion to deny carries. For the record, Madam Clerk, Commissioner Truesdale has indicated that he voted yes for denial.
Mr. Chairman, this item is anticipated to be heard at the October 28th special City Council meeting unless otherwise properly noticed.
Thank you. Item number 11 is SUP 55207. The applicant is Desert Air Wellness LLC. The owner is Cecile Properties LLC for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 2,268 square foot medical marijuana dispensary at 420 East Sahara Avenue in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Staff is recommending approval.
Mr. Chairman, before we begin, I just want to go ahead and say that this will be one of the items that I'll be abstaining on today. I did deal with the owner's rep at the beginning with initially putting together some budgets and some plans for him, and I'm not under contract, but still, considering that I did work with him at the beginning, we'll be abstaining on this item.
Mr. Chairman, in looking at if we can go back to the notice area, this didn't show up on my packet earlier, but I do own an interest in a property within the notice area. While I don't feel it affects my judgment or ability to render an impartial vote on this in the abundance of caution, I will abstain on this item.
Thank you, Commissioner. And staff,
I'm ready. Mr. Chairman, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 1912, and therefore can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. If denied, no medical marijuana establishment would be permitted to be established at this site. Please note we have received additional comments after publication.
thank you. May we hear from the applicant, please?
Good afternoon, Chairman. Lucy Stewart, 2500 West Sahara, representing the applicant. And we are proposing a 2,268 square foot dispensary, which is located on the north side of Sahara. And this is less than 1,000 feet east of Paradise Road and less than a quarter of a mile from the Las Vegas Strip. We believe that there are several reasons this is an excellent location for a dispensary. One, that there is a westbound bus stop on the north side of Sahara Avenue, about 400 feet east of this site, and an eastbound bus stop across Sahara Avenue, about 240 feet from this site. And Sahara is an extra wide arterial roadway designed to carry bus service across the Las Vegas Valley in an east-west manner, making access to the site via mass transit excellent. We are requesting the hours of operation from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m., but they may be adjusted or reduced as we work with our patients' needs and if there's a need within the neighborhood. Our location is within 1 mile of a Walgreens pharmacy, 2 CVS pharmacies, Smith's and Albertsons pharmacies, and within 3 miles of UMC Hospital and less than 2 miles from Sunrise Hospital. There are 2 grocery stores and various shopping at Sahara and Maryland Parkway, 3 banks within a half a mile of this location, basically making this an excellent location, which is convenient for patients to fill their prescriptions while they're either running errands or tending to their medical needs. Because we know we have limited space on the site, if a patient would like, they can call us or they can pull up to the front of the building and we'll come out, help them out of their car, and then just go park their car for them anywhere on our site. We've also received permission from the adjacent property to the east to park on their property too. But again, however, once a patient has visited our dispensary, the first time, then after that, we will be able to deliver their medication to their homes. Also, I'd just like to point out that Sahara is an amazingly busy street. It's at this particular location, there's 54,000 vehicle trips per day. Joe Brown, which is the north-south street that intersects just to the west, has 10,500 trips per day. So we're anticipating that our property will generate throughout the entire day 97 vehicles, and we're anticipating that to be like 3 vehicles in the AM peak and 9 in the PM peak, therefore spreading out the remainder throughout the day. So given our location and our excellent access, proximity to hospitals and pharmacies, we respectfully request approval of our site.
Thank you very much. Do any members of the public wish to be heard on this matter?
Thank you. Jonelle Thomas, 1509 South 5th Place, 89104. I don't have specific issues with this property other than it is part of the cluster, which I mentioned before. I won't be able to be at the city council meeting, so I'd like to take this opportunity to say our neighborhood does not need 20 medical marijuana dispensaries. People aren't going to want to move into our neighborhood if they are surrounded by these facilities. I'm not opposed in general, but I think they need to be spread throughout the valley. I was concerned when I saw the one photo with the barbed wire. There it is. We don't need that abutting the neighborhood. That's really ugly. And I would hope that if they're granted a privilege license, that they would do something to make this property something respectable and decent for the people who live nearby. Thank you.
Thank you.
1330 Cashman Drive. I would ask for, not approve this site. It is limited on parking. It is a high-traffic area, and it abuts to homes. I'm surprised I don't see more people from that particular neighborhood here today, so I felt led to get up on their behalf. If you look at the aerial, there's more homes right behind it than there are commercial properties to the east and to the west. So I would ask for that reason that you disapprove, please.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public comment portion, open up for discussion amongst the commissioners.
I'll kick it off.
Commissioner Quinn?
Thank you. Thanks for meeting me with us, Ms. Stewart. I do appreciate you, and I certainly hold you in the highest regard. This is one location that I don't think is appropriate, and I'll tell you why. First of all, it does abut to the neighborhood. Second of all, there's not enough parking. And when you told me that if there wasn't enough parking, that somebody from the business would come in and drive my car around the neighborhood while I shopped, it kind of threw me off. It's kind of like how we don't like car dealerships, like going through people's neighborhoods when they're, trying out a car. And you just kind of said it before too, right?
No, if I could clarify, no, if you're a handicapped person, or if you have difficulty parking your car and having to walk, on our parking lot, you can just call us and we'll come out and we'll park it for you on our property or the adjacent property. We're not going to park in the neighborhood. That's not our intent at all.
Okay.
So I apologize.
It's just my personal feeling that this location lacks parking. It abuts into a neighborhood. It is a neighborhood that is trying to maintain its preservation. I'm surprised we don't have more neighbors here to talk about it, but this is one that I will not support. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Goins, did you? Oh, I'm sorry. Any other commissioners wish to be heard on this matter? No, excuse me, we're going to do the commissioners here. Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Thank you. I'll make the motion this evening on this one. This is item number 11. It's the SUP 55207, and I'm going to go against staff's recommendation this evening for approval and ask for a denial on this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And please vote. Please note that a yes vote is for denial. Motion to approve carries, and noting the abstentions of Commissioners Truesdale and Schlotman.
Thank you very much.
Oh, excuse me, I apologize. Motion for denial carries, and noting the abstentions of Commissioners Schlotman and Truesdale.
Mr. Chairman, this item is anticipated to be heard at the October 29th Special City Council meeting unless otherwise properly noticed.
Thank you. Going on now to item number 12, which is SUP 55218. The applicant is Boulevard Medical LLC. The owner is Hurd Properties LLC, S Las Vegas Boulevard Series, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 3,272 square foot medical marijuana dispensary at 1600 South Las Vegas Boulevard, suite number 150, in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Staff is recommending approval. Staff, may we have the report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 1912, and therefore can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. If denied, no medical marijuana establishment may be permitted to be established at this location. Please note we have received additional comments after publication.
Thank you. May we hear from the applicant, please?
Good afternoon. Lucy Stewart, 2500 West Sahara, representing the applicant. And our location is within a half a mile of a Walgreens pharmacy. It is between UMC and Sunrise Hospital, again, making it a convenient location for patients as they attend to their medical needs, being able to drop off and pick up their prescriptions at this location. We're about 3,272 square feet. We are located on Las Vegas Boulevard, right at Wyoming. There's a bus stop approximately 1 block to the south of this location, and the buses, of course, is the Deuce, which is our most heavily used bus line in the Las Vegas Valley. The bus does operate 24 hours a day, and it stops about every 15 minutes in front of this property. While we're in the Centennial Plan, which therefore makes it so we meet the parking requirements, at this location, this property owner actually happens to own the property to the north, on the north side of Wyoming, which is a parking lot. And so there should be more than enough parking for this use and for all the other uses in the business, either on-site or across the street on the north side of Wyoming. Las Vegas Boulevard at this location has an average of 28,000 trips per day. We anticipate to add about 140 per day to that trip, spread out throughout the day. We think this is an excellent location, and we ask for your approval.
Thank you very much. Do any members of the public wish to be heard on this matter?
Jonelle Thomas, 1509 South, 5th Place, 89104. This location is within a third of a mile of my house. In addition to the general clustering concerns, I have very specific concerns about this property. This is the parking lot where Viva Las Serapias and Art of Flavors, as well as several other stores, are located. I would challenge you to find a worse parking lot in all of Las Vegas. The ingress and egress out of this parking lot is insane. There are 3 spots down at the end by Viva Las Serapias that you have to back up a great distance before you can exit. It's near a light. Getting in on Wyoming is also difficult. There's a barricade there, so you can't make a left directly in on Wyoming. You have to do a U-turn. Parking in this area is not great. I read the proposal it mentioned. I'm out of time. I would urge you to vote against this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do any other members of the public wish to be heard on this item? Ma'am, please come on up.
Hi, Mara Maservi, 2718 Mason Avenue, Las Vegas. The same thing. I go down that, I'm right there a lot, and that is a tough, I just am echoing what she's saying about, I didn't even realize that there was homes that close to it. But the parking situation there is ugly, and if I was handicapped, this would not be a place that I would know how to get into and out of easily or carefully. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any other members of the public wish to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public comment portion, open up for discussion amongst the commissioners. Commissioner Slotman.
Yes. Again, I spoke to Jonelle about this parking lot, and I appreciate her comments and bringing this before us tonight, and or talking to us about this. I actually drove into the parking lot last night and sat there for about 10 minutes, and I agree, the parking, you know, on the northern end is just about impossible to get in and out of. But when you look at the, on the southern end, when you look at the northern end of the lot, it's a little bit easier. I know that Wyoming has that median in there, where you can't, if you are going up Las Vegas Boulevard and you head west on Wyoming, you can't pull into that parking lot. So I'm not sure if there's a condition that we could add stating that the applicant would work with the Department of Public Works and see if there's anything they could do about that median to allow traffic to come in off of Wyoming and get out off of Wyoming. When I was there last night, where the subject property is located on the north end of the site, it was pretty much all empty. And but the whole south end was completely packed, and you know, it has a gelato shop and it has a Viva Las Arepas, and pretty high traffic. People coming and getting gelato. I would say probably 30 people per hour going in and out of that little portion of the parking lot. As far as no matter what use we bring in here, we're gonna have a traffic problem. We're going to have, and with a lot of uses, we could have a lot bigger traffic problem if we put in a restaurant. You know, during the lunch hour, they could be spilling over onto the streets. So I kind of struggled, went back and forth with this, but being on that site quite a few different times, you know, I didn't have as big of a personal problem with it. And actually, after I sat there and sat in that parking lot for a couple hours the other night.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other commissioners wish to be heard on this? Saying none, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry.
Commissioner Truesdale?
I was looking at this because this used to have a 24-hour business. It was a record store, and it was incredibly busy, and the parking functioned. I know there are, you know, if you get to the south end, the parking is challenged, but it's functioned well for 30 years, and I don't see where this particular use before us is going to be any greater intensity of traffic than a restaurant would be, or the previous use. So I would go ahead and I'll support this item.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Slotman?
Yeah, a question for staff. Would it, since this is a special use permit, would it be appropriate for us to make a condition stating that they meet with the Department of Public Works to see if there's anything they can do to maybe move the driveway approach, or number two, maybe do something with the island off of Wyoming?
As this is a special use permit, there is no nexus between the use and there is no site plan to review or any site development occurring here. I know this median has issues. There's been requests in the past to eliminate it. Those have not been approved by Public Works. The tavern located to the north has requested that previously, and that was not granted. I did send an email to Public Works to see if they would respond to me as it's 4:24 in the afternoon, and they should still be at their desk. I haven't received that information, so I'm not sure. But I don't think that we can definitely tie this together with a special use permit. That's probably why Public Works is in attendance, is they're all special use permits, and they don't place conditions of approval on special use permits.
Okay, thank you. And, Mr. Chairman, I won't make it a condition, but I'll make it a very strong recommendation. And if you agree to it, I would expect that you actually follow through with this recommendation that I'm going to give you. Jonelle Thomas is one of our leaders of this little area, and there's a couple other people that I think has the same thoughts that she's sharing on a lot of these applications, just with clustering and with particularly this project and, you know, the access in this parking lot. And I would make a very strong recommendation that you would meet with her, walk back, get her contact information, and see if there's any way that y'all could come together on this before the Plan Commission. Would you agree to doing that?
I agree. We agree.
Okay, thank you. And with that, I'll go ahead. I'm prepared to make a motion on item 12, SUP 55218. My motion would be to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
Thank you, Commissioner. Please vote. Motion to approve item number 12 carries.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, this item is anticipated to be heard at the October 29th special city council meeting unless otherwise properly noticed.
Thank you. Going on now to item 13, which is SUP 55219. The applicant is Planet Properties, LLC. The owner is Boulevard Medical, LLC. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 943 square foot medical marijuana production facility at 2900 Highland Drive in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Staff is recommending approval. Staff, can we have the report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the subject site complies with all minimum distance separations as set forth by Title 1912, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. If denied, no medical marijuana establishment would be permitted to be established at this site. Please note we have received additional comments after publication.
Thank you. May we hear from the applicant, please?
Good afternoon. Lucy Stewart, 2500 West Sahara, representing the applicant. And this is the production component of the next item, item 14. We agree with all staff's conditions and would ask for your approval.
Thank you. Do any members of the public wish to be heard on this matter? Seeing none, I will close the public. Oh, excuse me. Come on up, sir.
Sean Spanier, 1330 Cashman Drive. 900, do you know what the difference in production and cultivation is? I thought they would be one and the same. Can you shed some light on that?
Production is basically the kitchen component of it, but
the
the
edibles.
code says it has to be a separate suite, so it's a separate application. The next item is the cultivation,
Okay.
where you grow it.
Okay, so it's edibles then? is what the-
Edibles,
okay.
oils, tinctures.
Okay.
Okay, I wish we could put all of them in the same type of facility.
Yeah,
This one's going
I'm going to have the
so-
director read out on this a little bit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In Title 19, medical marijuana production facility is defined as a fully standalone, detached, enclosed structure which acquires, possesses, manufactures, delivers, transfers, transports, supplies, or sells edible marijuana products or marijuana-infused products to medical marijuana dispensaries. The term includes a facility for the production of edible marijuana products or marijuana-infused products as defined in NRS 453A.105.
Thank you. Do any other members of the public wish to be heard on this? Seeing none, I will close the public comment portion, open up for discussion amongst the commissioners. Commissioner Slotman, you look like you're first.
Oh, sorry, I just had my mic on. I think this is appropriate.
Commissioner Quinn?
Thank you for meeting me again, Ms. Stewart, on this application. This abuts the railroad tracks. This is surrounded by all C1 commercial, industrial. There's not a house to be seen within miles of this property. This will see my support. I did drive over there. I did visit it. There's plenty of parking. And most importantly, like I said, it abuts to the railroad tracks, so I don't see any problem with this application. Ms. Stewart, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Boner?
I'm just wondering if the railroad rumblings will interrupt the growth cycle of the plant material.
Okay. Any other comments by the commissioners? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Thank you. This is on item number 13, which is a special use permit 55219. I'd like to follow staff's recommendations on this item for approval this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Please vote. Motion to approve item number 13 carries.
Mr. Chairman, this item is anticipated to be heard at the October 28th special city council meeting unless otherwise properly noticed.
Thank you. Item number 14 is SUP 55220. The applicant is Planet Properties LLC. The owner is Boulevard Medical LLC for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 19,057 square foot medical marijuana cultivation facility at 2900 Highland Drive in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Staff is recommending approval. And staff, may we have the report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 1912, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. If denied, no medical marijuana establishment would be permitted to be established at this site. Please note that additional letters of protest have been received after the publishing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. May we hear from the applicant, please?
Good afternoon, Lucy Stewart, 2500 West Sahara, representing the applicant, and this is the cultivation component of the previous agenda item. We agree with all of staff's conditions and respectfully ask for your approval.
Thank you. And before I open up the public comment portion, I'm going to have the director just read about what a cultivation facility is.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Title 19 defines a medical marijuana cultivation facility as a fully standalone, detached, enclosed structure which cultivates, delivers, transfers, transports, supplies, or sells marijuana to medical marijuana dispensaries or medical marijuana production facilities. The term includes a cultivation facility as defined in NRS 453A.056.
Thank you. Do any members of the public wish to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public comment portion, open up for discussion amongst the commissioners, beginning with Commissioner Quinn.
Thank you. This also is the abutting property to 2900 Highland. It sits directly behind it. It's a 19,057 square foot cultivation facility. It does abut the railroad tracks. It is surrounded by industrial, commercial. There are no houses. There are nothing that it can affect except its success. So you will see my support on this item, Ms. Stewart.
Thank you. Any other commissioners? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Thank you. Regarding item number 14, SUP 55220, I'd like to follow staff's recommendations this afternoon for approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Please vote. Motion to approve item 14 carries.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, this item is anticipated to be heard at the October 28th special city council meeting unless otherwise properly noticed.
Thank you. Item number 15 is SUP 55225. The applicant is Encanto Green Cross. The owner is Sahara Edmond Plaza LLC. For possible action on request for a special use permit for a proposed 1,250 square foot medical marijuana dispensary at 5310 West Sahara Avenue, Suite B, in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Staff is recommending approval. Staff, may we have the report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 1912, and therefore can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. If denied, no medical marijuana establishment would be permitted to be established at the site. Please note that additional letters of protest and support have been received after the publishing. Thank you.
Thank you. May we hear from the applicant, please? If you'll
Yes,
state your names and addresses.
We're the applicant in Cano Green Cross. I'm Nick Quiaris.
And my name is Abby Neal, and we're at 5310 West Sahara. Good afternoon, commissioners, councilmen, and councilwomen. We very much appreciate the opportunity to present before you today. We have an extensive security plan that far exceeds the requirements set forth by the state and city, and adequate parking as required by the city. We think this is an excellent location, and we respectfully request approval, subject to the conditions required by the commission. We welcome all questions from the public and the commission. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Do any members of the public wish to be heard on this matter? Come on up, and sir, if you'll state your name and address, please. Anybody else wish to be heard? It looks like there's more than a few, so please come on up and grab an empty mic.
Hi, my name is Torrey Summers. I live at 10745 Rivendell, Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm here today as a member of the Board of Trustees of the Ronald McDonald House Charities of Greater Las Vegas. The Ronald McDonald House is located at 2323 Potosi Street. This is just a few doors down from the applicant. The Ronald McDonald House strongly opposes the special use permit. Believing that every child deserves a safe and supportive place to grow, Ronald McDonald House Charities of Greater Las Vegas creates and supports programs that directly improve the health, education, and well-being of children in our community. The house is located on Potosi Street, is the cornerstone of our program and our charity, and provides temporary housing for families who travel to Las Vegas to receive critical medical treatment for their children. In 2013, the house served 164 families, 407 adults, and 157 children for a total of 3,579 nights. The number of children would even be higher, but many of these children of the families we serve are in the hospital. Families that are dealing with a very ill child in the hospital should have the comfort of knowing they have a safe, clean environment to come home to each night. They leave their child, and this should not be next to a medical dispensary.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Sean Spanier, 1330 Cashman Drive. I would oppose this particular facility because it does, in fact, the commercial area there does, in fact, as a crow flies, does abut apartments and residential. And I hope that you guys would deny it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, if you'll state your name and address, please.
Alicia Goodwin, 1825 Lindell Road. I would oppose this number one for traffic. Lindell is already busy. It's the only one, and the only one of those residential streets there that hasn't been closed off, that will run between Charleston and Sahara, and it goes all the way to Flamingo. So it's used a lot for people commuting back and forth. I live in a cul-de-sac just right on Lindell. The traffic already to get out of my cul-de-sac is crazy. That the speed, my children come in and out. One of them have already been in an accident on there. There's an elementary school right there, Oki and Lindell. One also on Lindell, just on the other side of Sahara, and two churches within a couple of blocks of this site on Lindell, where they have youth groups and kids there that are in the evenings and weekends, and that's why I would oppose this.
Thank you. Sir, if you'll state your name and address, please.
Good afternoon. Roger Jones, 2725 West Wigwam, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89123. I'm here today on behalf of the Ronald McDonald House Charities of Greater Las Vegas. The house is located, as mentioned previously, at 2323 Potosi Street. The street is actually a cul-de-sac that the medical dispensary, the proposed medical dispensary would be within 300 feet of the building. It's my understanding that a medical marijuana dispensary cannot be within 1,000 feet of a school or within 300 feet of any individual care center, community recreational facility, city park, or house of worship. The Ronald McDonald House is such a haven. I'm here today to request denial of this applicant.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, if you could state your name and address, please.
Yeah, my name is Stacy Lang. Address is 13 Red Fawn Court, Henderson, 89074. I'm here also with the Ronald McDonald House Charities. I am the Director of Operations there. Part of our program is to also encourage volunteering. So we invite hundreds of children to come to the house every day. Well, not every day, but throughout the year. And having it, the medical dispensary would be right on the road, the only entrance and exit to our facilities.
Thank you. Ma'am, if you could state your name and address, please.
Yes, Julie Beard, 10809 Arusha Avenue. I am also a representative of Ronald McDonald House Charities. Been at that charity for 5 years, and as stated before, this is a safe, comfortable environment for families to be at. Not only do we have the house, but we also have a variety of events that take place at the house, such as a 5K run, 1 mile walk, luncheons, etc. So we definitely do oppose this dispensary. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, if you'll state your name and address, please.
Delray Dillard, 6305 O'Bannon, Las Vegas. In addition to all the comments, of those in opposition with the Ronald McDonald House, the elementary schools, the traffic, there are 3 elementary schools in the vicinity. There is a boy and girls club in the vicinity. There is a baseball park not too far away, in addition to all of those religious buildings, and that's my objections.
Thank you. Do any other members of the public wish to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment portion, open up for discussion amongst the commissioners. Commissioner Truesdale.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. When we first started down this pathway to approve these, and we had workshops and the council, and we were looking at various restrictions and limitations on these facilities, one limitation that was very important to me, but it kind of evolved away, was a minimum size for the facility. I am very concerned, no matter how good the security is, that in something less than 1,500 feet, all of the elements can be done. I mean, if the security guard is sitting in the lobby area, there won't be room for many other people in the lobby area, which would lead me to believe that is a consumer-friendly environment. It'll soon evolve where the security guard will be back behind the counter, sitting, hid out, some other aspect, as opposed to being a dominant part of the security plan. That's my primary concern and why I would not support this. And we have a few other items, dispensaries, that are, in my opinion, extremely small. But did you not know the Ronald McDonald House was there?
Actually, the Ronald McDonald House is actually outside the 300 feet. And
Yeah,
one of the
I
things is
understand
this-
that, but it's still...
But here's something else. If we knew that was there and it wasn't part of the regulations or something for us to go, we wouldn't have picked that location. But the thing of it is, we are actually, where the location's at, with the security that we have, we're going to have three security guards. One's going to be patrolling the outside. There's going to be 2 in the inside. So there will be no issues at all.
Where
No loitering or
Where are the
any-
2 going to be inside? You only have 1,200 feet of
Okay,
space.
well, from the way that's set up, you have one that's going to be patrolling the outside, and one will be taking care of the waiting room. When patients arrive, they're going to open the front door to allow the patients in. There's a security booth where the reception office is at. If you look, located up on there, there's going to be security guard 2. At all times, each of the security guards will be in constant contact and radio control. Security guard number 3 will actually be in the consultation room, and they will be able to be communicating with each and all of the employees, as well as having a panic button, and also with the security system that we have that's recording. We're going 90 days. And we have 94 cameras. We have 80 cameras in the inside and 14 on the outside.
Your security plan is scaring me. If there's that many concerns about it, and I've looked at a lot of these plans so far.
Well, one thing is this: we want to make sure that not only our employees, but their surrounding area, everyone is secure and taken care of.
And benefiting from the additional security that we're bringing to the area.
Based on the size of your facility, which I think is, and this is my perspective on how this process has gone forward. And I just think this presses the minimums that anything could function properly in there from a medical or this type of use. But when you add in top of that, this is the only entrance in and out, or the primary entrance in and out of the Ronald McDonald House. There's no way I
That
can
is not
support your item.
Primary, straight down.
Their parking's off Potosi.
Pardon me? Yes.
Their entrance is off Potosi as well. So I can't support your item. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Quinn?
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon. So how did your neighborhood meeting go?
It went pretty well. And
Oh, you had a
actually-
neighborhood meeting?
Well, one of the things is this, I have, Natalie is actually, can you?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you if you don't speak into the
Well, I'm sorry,
microphone. I'm a little
I
getting
have
older.
pneumonia as well, too, so I'm just trying to work through that, but.
So my
Natalie
question
is
was, you had a
actually-
neighborhood meeting?
Correct, and everything went well with that. And one of the things is this, one thing I can say is that I know that the security plan and each and everything that we
Excuse
have-
me, so was this neighborhood meeting notified through the city of Las Vegas?
Correct.
Was the councilwoman present? Or was I notified? Because I go to every single item that is in Councilwoman Tarkanian's ward, and this is the first I'm hearing of this neighborhood meeting. Was it noticed by you, Mr. Rankin?
Due to the amount of staff and the number of applications, planning was not able to attend any of the medical marijuana neighborhood meetings.
Did you do the notification?
But they did have us do notifications, if they requested that. They did not.
Thank you.
They did not have us do the
Yeah, we did.
notification.
And then, that's first of all, because I appreciate when I'm invited to something so important. When you put a S in front of a permit, it's special. And when I went to your property on Sunday, my concern was where the delivery was going to be from, because when I drove to the back of the property, I didn't see a way for a truck or however your product is going to get in there, be delivered. So my first concern is the safety of the tenants that surround you, because I didn't see a way for your delivery to be dropped off. Second of all, sometimes you have to go out of the box a little bit, and you have to say to yourself, what is right for the community and what is not right for the community. And when you have people in the Ronald McDonald House that give so much of themselves, out of courtesy, you should have just met with them and seen how you worked it out. So unfortunately, today, I'm going to deny your application. You can appeal it to City Hall, maybe meet with some other neighbors before then, but today it's not going to get approved. I'm very sorry. I'm going to deny it. So with that, did you want to talk? Okay, thank you. With that, number 15, SUP 55225, I'm going to make the motion for denial of this application today. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Please vote, noting that a yes vote is for denial. Motion to deny carries.
Mr. Chairman, this item is anticipated to go to the October 28th special city council meeting unless otherwise properly noticed.
Thank you. Item number 16 is SUP 55233. The applicant is Integral Associates LLC. The owner is Chautauqua Development LLC for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 2,500 square foot medical marijuana dispensary at 2307 South Las Vegas Boulevard in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Staff is recommending approval. Staff, can we have a report, please?
Mr. Chairman, before we go forward, I'm going to abstain on this item inasmuch as I have a financial interest in the center. I'm the property manager of this property and have other business interests on the adjacent, in the adjacent buildings, so I will definitely abstain on this item.
Thank you, Commissioner. Staff?
Mr. Chairman, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 1912, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. If denied, no medical marijuana establishment will be permitted to be established at this site. Please note that additional letters of protest and support have been received after the publishing. Furthermore, staff would like to amend condition number 5 to reflect a sign elevation date stamp of July 23rd, 2014, as submitted to the clerk. Thank you.
Thank you. May we hear from the applicant, please?
Good afternoon. Lucy Stewart, 2500, representing the applicant, and with me is George Rogers, the architect on the project. Again, we believe this to be an excellent location for a dispensary. The suite is approximately 2,500 square feet. We're located on Las Vegas Boulevard, which is a 120-foot right-of-way. There's a bus stop approximately 200 feet to the south of this site. And of course, the bus is the Deuce, our most heavily used bus line in the Las Vegas Valley. We also have, there's a bus stop also on Sahara, which is 500 feet south of this location, which gives us access by mass transit to our patients in an east-west manner. And while this property will not be LEED certified, it is our intent to minimize our carbon footprint through various construction techniques. And I'll let Mr. Rogers explain a few of those. Again, we're strategically located between UMC Hospital and Sunrise Hospital, making it convenient location for patients on their way to go visit their doctor to run by and pick up their prescription. We also are between shopping at Sahara and Maryland Parkway, and also over at Rancho and Charleston. We anticipate we would generate about 109 vehicle trips per day from this use. Right now, Las Vegas Boulevard has 29,500 trips per day going past this site, and Sahara has about 54,000. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Rogers for a minute.
Thank you.
George Rogers, architect, 6325 South Jones. The building is a little gem, albeit the worst for wear. Through our elevations that we submitted that you've seen, it will certainly be dressed up for part of the street and part of what's going on in that part of the strip with the construction at the corner adjacent to the south and all the other things happening. It'll be a great contribution to the street. We think that the corner piece just south of this tenant will be a perfect tenant for other uses adjacent to the drugstore at the corner. If you have any questions, I'm available to answer them.
Thank you. Do any members of the public wish to be heard on this item?
Janelle Thomas, 1509 South, 5th Place, 89104. This will be the last time I appear today. I'll be back next week. I'm not, again, per se opposed to this location. It does seem to me that it's designed much more for tourists than for actual residents of the community who need this medicine. And I'd like to see that issue addressed, as there are so many locations throughout the valley where patients will not have any services. I'm also concerned about the additional impact that this might have on the downtown area command, which is already stretched to the limits between Fremont Street and First Friday, and there are simply not enough officers to go around. I would hope that there aren't issues until the criminals figure out that it's difficult to actually get cash out of these places. I think there's going to be a lot of effort to get to that point, and Metro simply can't, the downtown area command can't handle any more volume. It's already taking too long for residents to get the attention that they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, if you could state your name and address, please.
Pat Fair, F-A-I-R, 200 West Sahara. I'm requesting that you consider denying this location. We have the Stratosphere there. We have Allure high-rise. We have other high-rise residents. We have the new SLS. This is right across the street from the Bonanza tourist place where you buy all the souvenirs. It's very congested already, lots of traffic there. We believe this will, of course, increase the crime in the area because the medical marijuana will be sold illegally, and it happen in California, it will happen here. So we would like you to consider that it's not appropriate and compatible with the neighborhood. There are so many of the other locations that seem very appropriate that I've listened to today that are more industrial and not so tourist and visitor and residentially there in that area. So we have security concerns and safety concerns, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Sir, name and address, please.
Sean Spanier, 1330 Cashman Drive. From previous meetings that I've been to, my understanding is that somebody with a medical marijuana card from another state are able to purchase from these facilities. This particular facility seems more like a tourist facility where they could stop in and buy their marijuana for a big weekend here in Las Vegas. As a resident, if I did have a medical marijuana card, it'd be tough to get to this place. It's not well traveled by the locals, and so for that reason, I would ask that you deny it.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to be heard on this matter? Sir, come on up, please. Evening.
Good evening. I'm sorry. I got the wrong darn date.
Okay.
I just got here.
All right, if you could just please state your name and address.
Yes, my name is Kenneth K. Williams. I live at the corner of Palm Lane, 130 Palm Lane, and Biltmore Drive. I own this home. Check the second page on your thing for this. I wish to state the matters which I am not objecting to. None of the 20 items that are within Mrs. Tarkanian's jurisdiction. None of the 6 items that are part of Mr. Coffin's jurisdiction. Mr. Barlow's items are a part of the area that affect me. Of Mr. Barlow's items, I will not speak against item 20, 34, 37, and 38. I will object to items B, that was misnumbered on my thing. It's really item 17, and item 18, both at 707 North Main, and items 24 and 25, the northeast corner of Bonanza Road and Main Street. They are within the area of my home and the area I am defending.
Okay,
And
sir, I'm going to interrupt you. I apologize for this. I need you to speak when the specific item that affects your home comes up.
Yes.
Because we're talking here on about item number 16. The address for this is 2307 South Las Vegas Boulevard.
I see. When...
and do you know what item, if you can come back when your items, what's that? I think you're up next in a minute, so I'll let you come back up on items 17 and 18.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I apologize to have to cut you off like that. Anybody else wish to be heard on this matter? Seeing none, I will close the public comment portion, open it up for discussion amongst the commissioners. Commissioner Bonar?
Well, I'm going to step out of line here. We're looking at all these applications as medical marijuana, and I'm sure there's an eagerness that they're already talking about recreational. If we consider every one of the applications here today for a dispensary as being either or, that is really the way we should be considering them. And the fact of the matter is, there's somebody putting a petition together right now for the recreational use. If any of these locations that we're looking at for medical marijuana is also compatible for recreational, we should be considering that. On the other hand, if there's any that are incompatible for recreational but is appropriate for medical, that's what we should be considering. That means there should be, if we find some that are worthy of a medical marijuana but not worthy of a recreational, we need a superclad condition that there be no recreational on those particular sites. Back to this application, this is functional, it is well located, it could be either in my mind, and I will support this application.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Slauman?
Yes, Chairman, through you. I've been on this site before, and something doesn't make sense. I thought this had a lot more parking, and so I'm just not sure if it's just not showing all the parking, but it seemed like there was a lot more parking last time I was there. However, on the recreational use, because I'm sure we're going to hear this over and over and over again, and my thoughts on the recreational use is, it doesn't, I mean, it's not even coming to account for me today. What I'm looking at is medical use. And if recreational use comes in the future, then it'll come with a different ordinance for a dispensary for recreational use. Will some of these medical marijuana be appropriate to also sell recreational? Yes. Will some of them not be appropriate to have recreational? Correct. So today, I'm looking at it from medical marijuana. That's what's before us, and I do feel that this is appropriate for a medical marijuana use, and I'm not even going to consider the recreational use. We'll consider that in 2 years or 4 years, or heck, I think it took 7 years to finally get before us today. So considering all the facts and that the city was recommending approval, I agree with that, and I think that there's plenty of parking spaces out here, so that's all my comments for right now.
Mr. Chairman?
Thank you, Commissioner. City Attorney, please.
And just for the record, today, the only laws that are on the books now are for medical marijuana purposes, so it's inappropriate for you to consider any future laws that would make recreational use lawful. So today, you're only considering the medical marijuana use as it stands today.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other commissioners wish to be heard on this matter? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Yes.
On item 16, SUP 55233, I move for approval with all standard staff recommendations.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Excuse me,
Please
was
vote.
that, excuse me, Chair, was that an amendment to condition 5?
Yes.
Thank you.
Look at the right one.
Condition 5 was amended.
With the amended condition now. Thank you.
Thank you. And please vote.
Oh, you abstained, right, yes.
Motion to approve item number 16 carries, noting the abstention of Commissioner Truesdale.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, that item is anticipated to be heard at the October 29th special city council meeting unless otherwise properly noticed.
Thank you. Now moving on to two related items, which are items 17 and 18. Beginning with item 17, which is VAR 55258. The applicant is Premium Produce City, LLC. The owner is Woodrow P. Porter. For possible action on request for a variance to allow 0 parking spaces where 4 additional parking spaces are required at 707 through 711 North Main Street in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Staff is recommending denial. The related item is 18, which is SUP 55242 for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 1,750 square foot medical marijuana dispensary at 707 North Main Street. Staff is recommending denial. Staff, may we have the report, please?
Mr. Chairman, this site provides no parking. The current use is a less intense parking demand, and the site is parking impaired. A medical marijuana establishment is parked per retail standards, and 4 spaces are required. Staff finds there is no extraordinary hardship in relation to this request and recommends denial of the variance. In regard to the special use permit, as no parking is provided on site, a variance is required. As such, the use cannot be conducted in a compatible or harmonious manner with the existing and surrounding land uses, as the site is not suitable due to the size of the building and the size of the parking that it lacks. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the proposed use. If denied, no medical marijuana dispensary will be permitted to establish on this site. Please note we've received additional comments after publication.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to abstain on this item in as much as one of the gentlemen who works for me represented this client at this location, and it's the good-looking gentleman down here is my son-in-law, not Mr. Borgelt, it's the other one. So I will abstain on this item.
There's so many good-looking ones.
Thank you, Commissioner Truesdale. May we hear from the applicant, please?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, Greg Borgel, 300 South 4th Street, here representing the applicant in the matter. At the other microphone is our expert on the arrangements for the parking, Justin Michaels. If I can address the parking component first, we certainly feel and felt when we applied that this does meet the entry-level test for a variance, and that is that there is an extraordinary and exceptional situation or condition on this piece of property. And if we could get whoever's running the overhead to focus on my exhibits, I think it would be helpful. Okay, and there are two exhibits shown there. On the left is an overall, well, I'll move them and they'll both be in the middle. Thank you. On the left, this is an overall area presentation. This is Main Street. This is the subject parcel in red. Around it, as you can see, is a curious collection of rights-of-way, of alleys and would-be streets that have, in essence, trapped this parcel without the ability to provide any parking. It exists now without parking with the existing business on the property, has not had a practical problem with parking because of the character of the area. There is, of course, access and opportunities to do temporary parking and loading within the alley around it. But the point is, this is a fully developed commercial property today that has had no parking legally on site for years, but has functioned successfully with no known parking problems. And we know that several of you have visited the site and checked that out. And I think have reached the same conclusion, that this property basically has gone by for years with on-street parking up and down Main Street where there is abundant parking and never had a parking problem. But the point is that as applied to this property and the variance, it is severely constrained by the unusual and exceptional situation that the city has chosen to put a public right-of-way around the actual exterior of the building so that there would be no place for parking. The good news is they haven't actually needed any over the years. The better news on the parking is, as will be testified by my associate here, the applicant here has acquired the right to provide parking on the parcel immediately to the south, the yellow parcel here and this parcel extending somewhat further south, so that the medical marijuana facility, which is located in a portion of the building here, will have an ample parking area and immediately adjacent to the facility so that the necessary handicapped accessible parking can be located immediately adjacent to the facility, along with whatever parking is needed to serve not just the 4 spaces that staff says is required for the medical marijuana facility, but to cure the problem that at least is perceived to exist for the balance of the property. The medical marijuana facility is moving into a vacant portion of the existing commercial building. And in that sense, we would somewhat argue with staff's analysis that it is overdeveloping the property. It is simply occupying a portion of the building with a medical marijuana facility instead of an auto parts store. There's no additional expansion of the building, and in our belief, no additional development. And we would argue that no more parking should be required. However, legally. However, beyond that, we think that we need the parking. And so we've acquired the right to utilize this property for parking for our facility, and by doing so would solve an existing problem on the balance of the commercial building. Now, when we acquire that right for parking, one of the traditional staff...
Sir, I'm going to have to, we were kind of limiting everybody on their...
We had 2 items.
Okay,
Yes.
you're right.
Thank you. we will solve the problem on the balance of the property as well. Staff sometimes objects that we could lose that right. Our application will be subject to a time limit. You could put a condition on limiting our use to while this parking is covered by the time limit. Reaching to the use permit briefly, and then letting my associate here speak. This is an obviously appropriate area. It's an underserved area, unlike what you've heard from people in Councilwoman Tarkanian's district. This is an area that needs the service. It's served by a bus route that takes in the whole west side all the way out to the transit center. It's needed as a use, and we hope you will approve it if you're satisfied with the parking.
Justin Michaels, 820 Rancho Lane, Suite 85. We finalized the parking agreement with the adjoining property owner. It's an out-of-state owner, so right now we're just waiting for the FedEx with the documents that we can then provide to you.
Thank you. Do any members of the public wish to be heard on this matter? If so, please come on up to one of the open mics and state your name and address, please. Sir, we'll begin with you.
My name is Kenneth K. Williams. I live at the corner of Palm Lane, 130 Palm Lane, and Biltmore Drive. I own this home. You can check the second page of your deal on this. I wish first to state which matters I'm not objecting to. I went through this before. I object to items 17 and 18. They are within the area of my home, the area that I am defending. The area of 100 or so homes that have been in existence since 1940 and 41, when they were first authorized by President Roosevelt, who wished to add to the housing available to persons who would be coming in as part of the Army Air Force Base, now Nellis Air Force Base. Staff has recommended denial of these agenda items. The reason? No parking. I agree. This item would authorize sale of marijuana from this portion of an area. You will call it medical marijuana.
And sir, I don't mean to interrupt you again. We've been limiting comments to 1 minute. I know you just got to the meeting here.
Well, I only have one paragraph left.
Thank you.
I will refer to it as pot. There will be traffic of people who wish to purchase pot. The LOXA engineering study submitted for the applicant notes that the requested parking for the proposed site is 68 stalls. Together with the existing uses, they state that street parking, etc., is okay. I disagree. I challenge their conclusion that a site for the sale of pot will not overwhelm the parking available.
Thank you, sir. Sir, if you'll state your name and address, please.
Yes, my name is Rafael Leo Reguero. I live at 615.
Hold on a second. Your mic wasn't on. Can you state your name again?
My name is Rafael Leo Reguero, and I live at 615 Biltmore. And I'm supporting Kenny here. Quinn, that is a historical area right there. The bungalows are just being developed right across the street, and that's what we're looking at. We do have another dispensary that is going to be right across the street. I'm not talking a mile, talking across the street, literally. There's also a really high homeless population that transit through there. We have four shelters down on Owen Street, which they just commute constantly over to Main Street to get their free drinks and whatever not from the casinos. We have had a lot of drug activity in that area. We have had burglaries in that area. We have had home invasions in our area. Commissioner Chauvin said the helicopters don't stop. They just keep running around that area. So for that reason,
Thank you, sir.
That you guys are going to deny.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Sir, your name and address again?
Sean Spanier, 1330 Cashman Drive. This is a perfect opportunity for denial, and I would agree with you to deny this one. There is no parking. If there's a variance, they should have, they're smart guys. They got lots of money. They should have picked a different place, you know, something that actually falls within the guidelines. And I would hope that if there's variances in all these, that each of you would take a hard look at it and deny it for those variances. It is a special use permit, and you have the right and the authority to deny it if there are variances. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, if you could state your name and address, please. Whoever.
My name is Charmaine Lai, and I'm the owner of a property on 604 North 1st Street. I'm actually speaking on behalf of several of the owners who are not able to come today because they all have to work today. But I respectfully request that you oppose this marijuana dispensary. This is predominantly a single-family neighborhood with many families of young children who walk home from school. And I feel having this dispensary is not good for the families in this area, since it's a predominantly single-family neighborhood.
You have to speak up just a little bit more, ma'am.
Okay. I'm speaking on behalf of 4 other families who are not able to be here today because they had to work. And since this is predominantly just a street away, it's a single-family neighborhood with working-class families, and many of the children have to walk home from school. So I feel I'd respectfully ask that you deny the marijuana dispensary.
Thank you.
Mara Maservi, 2718 Mason Avenue, Las Vegas. Where is Woody's Motors going? I just in the last year I remodeled my home, and then I had an air conditioner blowout, and both the contractor and the air conditioner guy went down to Woody's Motors and actually sent me down. And so I'm just wondering, is it closing?
Can't tell you, ma'am.
So that's what I'm trying to find out.
Thank you for your comments.
No, and then I also wanted to say, that is an area, how could you possibly think that opening, you can see by the bars on Woody's that it's an area of crime. And like the one gentleman said, with many shelters, how could you possibly think putting a medical marijuana dispensary in there would lessen the crime, even if you put in a security guard in that area at the store? How would that possibly help a fragile neighborhood?
Thank you.
Please help us a little bit.
Any other members of the public wish to be heard on this matter? Seeing none, I will close the public comment portion, open up for discussion amongst the commissioners, beginning with Commissioner Bonar.
Yeah, I'm confused about the parking arrangement, and even if there is a letter of agreement and a formal lease, don't we, through the Public Works, require the parcels to be consolidated? Or, because there's always a chance that that lease will go away and the use will still be there. So I don't know whether Public Works gave a recommendation toward that item, but I'd be a little afraid of just going on a paper lease of any kind. The property should be consolidated, in my estimation.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Moody?
Through the chair, there was a request of staff about a time limit that I did not catch. Could I ask the applicant to repeat what that request was and maybe ask for
Certainly.
staff's input on that?
Yes, you will find in the use permit application a condition of a biennial review of the use itself, and therefore you could and should limit the grant of the variance, if you're inclined to grant it, to the time limit by which the facility itself is allowed to be there or is there. And that would be responsive to Commissioner Bonar as well, which is to say, of course, you would tie the use permit length to while this parking is committed to this use. It doesn't, to the best of my knowledge, have to be combined. But the use itself is subject to biennial review, and so you would have the opportunity as a city to withdraw that for any reason, including the parking situation.
So then just a quick follow-up question, and I'm still looking for staff's input, but is the agreement that we don't yet have for parking limited in time?
No. No, it's supposed to be perpetual with the use, and it has to be approved by our office.
And it will be, and we'll present that prior to getting to City Council so that you're covered. And by the way, Woody's is not going away to the best of my knowledge.
Thank you. Commissioner Sloman?
No, hang on, I want
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Moody.
Does staff have any input?
We have no parking agreement to consider. Variances go with the land, and the use is a retail use. I'm not sure what to do here. I would defer to the city attorney, but I don't think you can consider a parking agreement that isn't before you. Also, this is on a separate owned lot that I believe is a vacant lot currently and isn't entitled as a parking lot today, and that hasn't been considered either.
So let me just say, but before you move on to another commissioner, that based on that, without any agreement in front of us, I think it's premature, and so if I vote, mine will be for denial, following staff's recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Slotman?
Yes, but if we made a condition of approval that there had to be a lease prepared and submitted to the city attorney's office for approval, that would be a condition for approval along with the associated special use permit. Could we tie that to the special use permit? And then if they don't get it, then this whole, everything goes away. I mean, because they're not meeting the conditions of approval.
The lease would be tied to the variance because it's required for, I'm sorry. If you granted the variance, you wouldn't need the lease. The lease has to be tied to the special use permit. So I don't have a lease. I've never seen a lease, and if one's going to be signed, I don't know. The other party's not here to represent that there is actually a lease. So I couldn't tell you if a lease exists or not, and what the terms of that are. Is it perpetual? Is it going to be recorded on the parcel? I don't know.
Well, absolutely, but all those items being said, if it's tied to the variance, and then your office does not approve the terms of that lease, they wouldn't be meeting the conditions, so therefore the variance would be expunged?
Well, like I said, the variance is for 0 parking spaces, it looks like here.
Okay.
To allow 0. So if you granted the variance, the lease would not be required, I believe. Is that correct, Glenn? So if the variance is granted for 0 parking spaces, you would not need the lease. If you don't grant the variance, you need the lease. I haven't seen the lease, and I don't know what it says. It has to be perpetual, and it has to go with, it has to be recorded on the parcel. But you could make it a condition if you'd like. But I don't know what happens if they don't get it. You know, this is going to be a pretty fluid process, so I'm not sure if you want to do that and have them have to come back, or, you know, because I believe the state's going to have some issues. I don't know. So.
Well,
thank you.
One more comment, and I'll let it go back around. I think between now and city council, you need to work with the city attorney's office real close to try seeing if you can work something out. Because what we're saying here today is not going to be final. It's a recommendation going to city council, and then city council and city attorney's office will ultimately find out if there's a mechanism to make all that happen. Without that parking, I would agree with staff, and it would be very difficult for me to see someone pull up in a handicap or with various handicaps and pull up on the street and then have to try getting out, because people with the handicaps doesn't mean that they're just in a wheelchair that offloads onto the passenger side onto the sidewalk. It also means me, who was on crutches for the past few weeks, who has to navigate out of a pretty high vehicle and then falling off into a street. So I think it really needs to be worked out, and a lot of effort needs to be put in on this with the city attorney's office and councilman's office between now and city council. No further comments.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Goins?
I concur too. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, because it kind of felt at one point that we're trying to design this thing at the dais, and I know we typically don't do that as a practice. And if, quite frankly, if all the documents aren't in the packet when submitted, I don't feel comfortable at approving it, nor trying to work this out, especially with the legalities here. I think these uses, and keep in mind, this is precedent setting. To me, I look at it as history setting, and I'm a little quite nervous at some point of treading into an area that I don't know much about. And so we're looking. I was on the website last night with the University of Denver, Colorado, and to the young lady who asked about the where do these things go? Typically, the history of these dispensaries have been in poor neighborhoods, African American and Hispanic, according to Denver. When I looked at this last night, a lot of these are more in affluent neighborhoods, and so we're kind of bucking the trend of what has been normally done in most states. So I'm kind of curious over time how this is going to work out. But however, if it's not a complete application at the time of submittal, I will not be supporting it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Bonar?
Yeah, I think I have a rationale to propose, and for one, I'm not about to go with the variance with no parking. I'll be glad to see that you can get a working parking relationship that passes muster with the city attorney and the Public Works people. So I would, if I'm going to make a pair of motions, one, that we deny the variance, and actually I'm going to propose that we deny the item 18 as well for the purpose of lighting the fire under the applicant to get his complete application complete. And I think that's one of the reasons the staff has recommended denial, because the application was complete in their mind. So if I'm ready to make motions, if any other objections?
Commissioner Goins?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, and Commissioner, before you make the motion, I wanted to get some clarification for staff on this. I noticed that items 17 and 18 are both in Ward 5, but on item 17, it references the address 707 through 711. On item 18, it only mentions the address of 707 Main Street. And then when you look at items 24 and 25, they also reference the corner of northwest corner of Main and Bonanza, but do not have a physical address. So I guess my question to staff would be, or to the applicant, would be if are 17 and 18 related? Are 17, 18, 24, and 25 related?
I'll deal with 17 and 18. They're related in this sense. The proposed dispensary on the use permit is in a portion of the building, and that is the 707 address. The building as a whole, which doesn't have enough parking today, regardless of the dispensary, is 707 through 711. So it's entirely reasonable in my mind that staff wrote it up that way. The parking lack is on the entirety of the building. The dispensary is on a portion. And so we're satisfied with that portion. I know nothing about 24 and 25.
Thank you.
Mr.
Chairman,
Chairman,
I'm
through
finished.
you, regarding your other question, is the other ones are new development, so there's no addresses assigned to the site as of yet, so it's a general location description.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Bonar?
Noting that the ability to use street parking may go away at some time, and not being willing to grant a variance on the parking, I move on item number 17, variance 55258 for denial.
Thank you, and please vote, and please note that a yes vote is for denial. Motion to deny carries. Note in the abstention of Commissioner Truesdale.
And item 18, SUP 55242, wish you all speed to get a proper parking relationship by the time this item reaches the Board of Commissioners. But as an interim recommendation from the Planning Commission, I recommend denial on SUP 55242.
Mr. Chairman, before you vote, could I just say one
Certainly.
one comment for the record? I believe there's some misconception that that was a complete application when it was filed, based upon the fact that they were trying to get a variance with the special use permit. So the application is complete as it so happens, but they needed the variance to go along with the SUP to get the approval.
Thank you.
Well, my motion stands.
Thank you. Please vote, noting that a yes vote is for denial. Motion to deny item 18 carries, noting the abstention of Commissioner Truesdale.
Thank you for your consideration, and we will certainly follow through on the advice.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Mr. Chairman, items 17 and 18 are anticipated to be heard at the October 29th special city council meeting unless otherwise properly noticed.
Thank you. At this juncture, I know a lot of folks are out here, but we're going to take about a 10, 15-minute break. We'll resume shortly.
you want me to slide over or stay here and you slide over?
You should stay there because you both are there. Yeah, you
Just
can't
move
move.
it.
All right.
Just give him the gavel.
If you want the gavel.
He's got
give
the
it to him.
power.
How often do you get to
Mr.
bang?
Vice Chairman?
I banged it once.
You're getting warmed up for next year.
No, maybe twice.
You're
Oh,
getting
do you
warmed
want
up.
me to bang it to get started
I'm
again?
going to stay here because my name's
You're the
here.
chairman now. It's your meeting. We
Bang
serve
it,
at your pleasure.
bang it and start with the Boy Scout oath.
Where's Rick?
I promise.
Should I go ahead? Oh, yeah, Trudy's. We're here.
Yep.
All right.
I love it.
Okay, recess is over, and we are ready to get started back up. We are on the record, and we'll begin with the next public hearing item, which is item 19, SUP 55244. The applicant, this is a special use permit. The applicant is Green Mart of Nevada, Charleston LLC. The owner is DeBella Living Trust for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 1,216 square foot medical marijuana dispensary at 1925 West Charleston Boulevard in Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Can we please have the staff report?
Mr. Vice Chairman, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 19.12, and therefore can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. If denied, no medical marijuana establishment would be permitted to be established at this site. Please note we received additional comments after publication.
Thank you. Can we please hear from the applicant? State your name and address, please.
Yeah, Joel Lubb, 6405 South Tenaya Way. The City of Las Vegas planning staff reviewed this application by Green Mart of Nevada for a use permit to operate a medical marijuana dispensary in 1925 West Charleston and has recommended approval. This location meets all separation requirements and standards set by the city and the state of Nevada recommendations to locate a medical marijuana dispensary in proximity to existing medical services on major public transportation corridors near the patients that rely on this medicine. This site is in front of UMC and adjacent to a major bus line with a stop within 300 feet. Green Mart of Nevada also received approval for their design review. This will greatly enhance, and I think you'll think the same thing from the elevation, that we're going to restore this building and it'll be an enhancement to Charleston. We have existing dispensaries in Arizona that employ 15 to 20 employees that are approximately this size, split between 2 shifts in each dispensary. These are high-paying jobs. We include full medical, full dental benefits. 25% of our employees are veterans. And this is a quota that we're establishing in each one of our stores. And we're just not saying this, we're actually doing this right now. The traffic study indicates that this facility will have little impact on the traffic on Charleston. The daily trip count estimated for this site is 108, and that will increase the daily traffic count of 34,000 currently by only less than 1/3 of 1%. One interesting note in our study that we had done was that the traffic count on Charleston's actually been reduced by 6,000 cars per day since 2007. This site has double the number of required parking spaces by the city also. Green Mart has met or exceeded all of the requirements outlined by the City of Las Vegas for medical marijuana dispensary and meets the state of Nevada recommendations for proper location. We are focused on the medical use only, and our service is a supplement and a complement to UMC Hospital. We're asking for your approval.
Thank you. Anyone else here on behalf of the applicant? Okay. Seeing none, I'll open this for public comment. I want to remind everyone, you may have come in since the meeting began. We are limiting public comment to 1 minute per individual. If you wish to be heard, please approach one of the microphones. There are 3 microphones. We'd welcome you to line up behind one of the 3.
Sean Spanier, 1330 Cashman Drive. We were at a neighborhood meeting on this particular facility probably 3 weeks ago. This facility is not conducive to the neighborhood. There's residential homes that abut it to the east. Right next door is the Emmanuel Assisted Living Home, where families bring their children to visit their grandparents every day, all day. It's open 24 hours a day. And I don't think for 1 minute that it enhances or does anything for UMC. UMC is our hospital for our indigent population. That's who goes there. And if that's who he's expecting to come to his facility, I guess it does enhance UMC. I would ask that, for the simple fact that it does abut, its neighborhoods all behind there, I would ask that you deny this application, please.
Thank you very much. Next.
Yes, I'm Tick Stagerbloom, 1242 Park Circle. This is my neighborhood. I strongly support this application. I think this is the perfect location for a medical marijuana dispensary. I don't know if you know this, but I'm a state senator. I sponsored the law which we're here about today as far as medical marijuana. Medical marijuana is in our state constitution. It's required under state law. It is medicine. This is a medical district. Across the street is a CVS. There's a hospital. There's no better use, no better place to put a medical marijuana facility. The reason this neighborhood does not want it is because it's marijuana, and that is not a legitimate reason. If you don't like the building, if you don't like the parking, if you don't like the location, that's an explanation. But if it's because it's marijuana, I would be a hypocrite to say, don't put it in my neighborhood, because the reality is this is medicine under the state constitution. 2/3 of the state legislature, the governor endorsed this. This is the kind of place it should be. And if it's the only reason is not to do it is because it's marijuana, I think you cannot oppose it.
Thank you very much. Name and address, please.
My name is Yvette Marie Aviles Spanier. I live at 1330 Cashman Drive. I own 4 homes in the neighborhood. I am in opposition of this. I am an herbalist. I think medical marijuana is wonderful, and so do a lot of people in our neighborhood. So I can't agree with him when he says that. It is the proximity to a neighborhood that we have a problem. It is too close to families. It is too close to children. We do not want it there for that reason. 11 parking spaces is not very many. We don't know what the influx of people is going to be. We're assuming that it's only going to be 109. I don't know about that, but if there's more, there are going to be parks on the residential streets where the children live as well. So I please reconsider their approval. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Stephen Grogan. I'm chairman and president of the Scotch 80 Homeowners Association. I'm talking with the director of planning today. We had some of our members that said they would defer their time, so our representative, who's a legal representative, will have a few more minutes to explain our position, so if that's acceptable with you.
And what was the agreement on time if we do that?
That each one would step up and say they deferred their time and give another minute to the person speaking.
Okay.
And we would define that person to speak for our group.
All right, so
and
how
I would
many?
be speaking later.
How many would like to defer their time? I'll ask staff or the director. Do we need to ask each of them to state their name and address before they defer?
My name is Pam Grogan. I live at 2121 Silver Avenue.
Hang on just a minute.
Mr. Chairman, that's really up to you. I mean, as long as we take account
All right.
of how many there are.
So raise your hands again, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I count 9 people. If you're all willing to defer, go ahead and sit down, and we'll... 10? Oh, there's another hand. Thank you very much. What's that? Yeah, and if you can not take the whole time, we'd really appreciate that.
Sure, I'll do my best.
All right, so you've got 10 minutes, and we'll see if you can do it quicker.
Okay.
And, Mr. Chairman, just before we begin, there was a couple of people that didn't raise their hands, so I don't know if they're wanting to do that independently, but...
Yes, if you did not raise your hand, you are not deferring. You're welcome to speak. Go ahead.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Dawn Davis. I am an attorney at Murchison and Cummings, 6900 West Cliff Drive. I represent the concerned residents of Scotch 80 Owners Association. I just want to note that there are upwards of 88 residents in this area that vehemently oppose this. I want to bring to your attention that this proposed dispensary directly abuts their property and their residences. There's also a concern that there's not enough parking. And this area is an older area of town that's been working to maintain preservation in the past few years. Now, frankly, what I want to tell you about is the legal ramifications of allowing this facility to operate as a medical marijuana dispensary. Allowing it to do so would be in direct violation of NRS 453A.322 and Title 19's counterparts. Specifically, there's a church within less than 300 feet of this proposed dispensary. Directly across the street, you know, are all of the UMC facilities. The UMC Interfaith Church is directly across the street. The residents have hired their own architect to do the measurements. It's actually within approximately 100 feet. This UMC Interfaith Chapel is open 24 hours a day. It has a consistent Sunday service from 2 to 3 p.m. that's open to the public. Both NRS 43A.322 and Title 19's counterpart prohibit any dispensary from being placed within 300 feet of any sort of church or house of worship. And the two different provisions are pretty similar, but they're very broad in that a church cannot be within 300 feet of this medical marijuana dispensary. So there's violation number one. Violation number two is, again, there is the medical facilities across the street from this proposed location. There are two schools within at least 1,000 feet, which is the requirement prescribed by NRS 453A.322 and Title 19's counterparts. But the schools are actually closer. They're within approximately 600 feet. First of all, we have the Nevada School of Medicine, which is directly across the street. That school may not fit the NRS 453.322 definition, which refers more to traditional K through 12 schools, but the City of Las Vegas counterpart, Title 19, provides that, give me a second. There's no qualification like there is in the NRS. It provides that no medical marijuana dispensary may be located within 1,000 feet of any school. So we have the Nevada School of Medicine directly across the street within 600 feet, and we also have University Medical Center itself, which provides residency education to doctors coming down to the Southern Nevada area to complete their residencies. That's violation of the law number two. The third violation also pertains to the UMC facilities across the street and has to do with UMC Children's Hospital. That would directly violate NRS 53.A.322 because it's a community facility. It is licensed also, it's an individual care center that's licensed for more than 12 children. UMC Children's Hospital provides services predominantly to children. They have a pediatric trauma center, pediatric organ transplant center, pediatric burn care center. It's for kids, and this is the third violation. I want to point out that I understand that the City of Las Vegas is separate and distinct from the City of Henderson, but on September 11th, the City of Henderson Planning Commission denied a medical marijuana dispensary licensure because a pediatric dental office was within 300 feet of the proposed location. So if a pediatric dental office triggers these laws and ordinances, then so too should the UMC Children's Medical Center. There's also some concerns with the application. For example, what is the security plan for this applicant? It's unclear. So what I'm trying to tell you is for the same reasons that you denied number 10 and 11 on tonight's agenda. substantially the same reasons, this should also be denied. I'd also like to remind the commission that it's the applicant's burden to prove that it's qualified and in full compliance with the zoning regulations prior to obtaining the commission's approval for a license. The residents have established that the applicant's proposed site is in direct violation of several zoning ordinances and NRS, and therefore the applicant has failed to meet this burden. We ask that you, and let me go back to something that the applicant said at the beginning. As the attorney for these residences, I can tell you that they are not opposed to medical marijuana, and they very much support the medical marijuana concept that, as the senator indicated, is part of the Nevada Constitution at this point. They very much support the idea of medical marijuana being available in this state to help sick people. The residents simply ask that you apply the laws that were specifically passed to accommodate the legalization of medical marijuana facilities, including NRS 453A.322 and Title 19's counterparts, and deny Green Mart's application because the proposed site location is incompatible with several existing facilities, including a church, 2 schools, and the UMC Children's Hospital. And I'll go ahead and pass it on now.
Thank you very much. Does anyone else wish to be heard? Coming up to the mics, if you plan on speaking, if you'll get in line, please.
My name is Tammy Inkeman. I'm on 1113 Payhor. I am directly affected by this. I am across the street from DeBella Flower Shop and have been for 27 years. From here to you, that's the distance. I have watched every single thing that's gone on that street in 27 years. I have 5 children. I have 2 boys that are 11 and 14. They're scouts. One's working on his Eagle. And I am seriously concerned about this marijuana distribution center, only because I'm not against cannabis use. I'm an herbalist as well. So what I am against is what marijuana gets used for afterwards. You know, the very fact that you have this many security concerns should raise a red flag to everyone, okay? That security is not going to take care of my street or my children. It may take care of problems in their store and parking lot, but it won't take care of anything else. And I have personally witnessed cars sitting on my street doing drugs now. I get all the indigent people from the hospital. I get DeBella's traffic from his flower shop because they can't fit in his parking. I get his semi-trucks that park on my street in front of my driveway, across the street from my driveway. They make U-turns on my street. I have to deal with all that now. And you think adding a marijuana shop is going to limit that traffic? It's going to add to it.
Thank you.
So I would strongly oppose this. Think of the families.
I'm going to talk here in the middle. I'm pointing out to where Tammy's house is in reference to everything. And I want to point the green area represents single-family homes around this application. I'd like to quickly jump into a slideshow since we only have a minute, so you'll hear, well, I have actually 3 minutes, so give me that time to show you what we're talking about. I'm taking it from the attorney's deferred time.
No, we're going to limit you to 1.
Okay. Well, then I'm the president of the association. We have concerns. One of the concerns, if you'll put this up on the screen, is that we keep hearing that this location is great for the medical benefits being crossed from UMC. But the fact of the matter is the Board of Regents just recently passed a ban on medical marijuana, highlighted by the red locations on this map. Be apprised that one of the largest business along Charleston Boulevard has now taken out tobacco-related products, and that's CVS Pharmacy, by October 1st. The orange things represented in this map are non-smoking areas that are on Charleston Boulevard, and you are going to be considering putting a smoking facility in where the businesses have created a non-smoking environment along this thing. Consider that carefully. Senator Sigerblum gave a conversation, and certainly he's an honorable man, but let's put things in political perspective. Tick Sigerblum supports marijuana, medical marijuana, but he's also gone on the public record in favor of recreational marijuana. And he is saying that it's going to happen, and he also looks forward to the tourist millions coming towards that area. So you have to keep in mind that you have to remember also one of the applicants is president of the Medical Marijuana Association. You have to remember 88 people are opposed to this who are homeowners. We are dealing with a power base. We're dealing with the wealthy versus homeowners who, some of them, their only investment is their single-family home, which is in this neighborhood. I point to real quickly.
I'd let you go 2 minutes, so.
Okay, thank you. Am
Thank
I
you very
finished
much.
then, or do I have another minute?
You're finished.
Okay. Thank you very much
Thank
for your
you.
time.
My name is Barbara Bumgardner, and I also live on Payhor.
Your address, please.
1136 Payhor Drive. And I live on the same street that Miss Tammy lives on, and she is upset about it's not going to be safe. I think the entire neighborhood is going to be safer. I think the police presence will be more felt. I think that there's a whole lot of things that are kind of being blown out of proportion. And I would like to see this passed.
Thank you very much. Okay, is there anyone else from the public that wishes to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public comment and open this for discussion amongst the planning commissioners. Who'd like to go first?
Me?
Commissioner Quinn.
You know, Mr. Spannard's been up here many times this evening speaking about how we can't pass every one of these because they're going to be in clusters and we're not, you know, we're not looking at this appropriately. And I had the privilege to meet Beth and have lunch with her and Mr. Lobb this week. And I'm going to be really honest with you, and I was very honest with Beth. There's only one thing right about this application, and it's the applicant herself. Unfortunately, as I sat at lunch, I asked Mr. Lobb and I asked Beth, why this location? Because I knew your neighborhood was going to come out in full force and not support it. And the one thing that, when this started, the medical marijuana, the one thing that I held very close to my heart as I looked at every application in Ward 1, 22 of them, is that none was going to encroach a neighborhood, not one. And for that reason alone, I will not support this item. But I will tell you this, let's just forget about that it encroaches the neighborhood. You have no crosswalk in front of the medical dispensary that's being proposed to cross the street across Charleston. You have no stoplight to stop pedestrians from walking across Charleston. We had a zoning for a parking lot that went south because of the same reason against UMC, which we would have loved to provided them more parking, but there was no light, there was no crosswalk, and the same holds true for this application. We have to think of not only the safety of you people, the residents, but the people that are going to be crossing Charleston from the hospital. I don't believe they're going to go to Shadow Lane 2 blocks down, cross, do the right thing. They're going to be crossing like maniacs in front of the proposed site. I am not prepared to make a motion until I hear my colleagues' comments. Those are my comments, but I would like to make the motion on this item as this has been something I've spent a lot of time on, so thank you.
Certainly.
Okay.
Commissioner Truesdale.
I have a couple perspectives and a couple questions. The applicant has referred to this being a medical district, being part of the medical district, right, adjacent to, or part of. The city defines a medical district across the street. But what I found very confusing, the more I looked at this site and looked at this site, is somebody in the city government, Public Works or otherwise, has put medical district signs on both sides of the street, which lends the definition of, city acknowledging the south side of the street being part of the medical district. Our own ordinances specifically restrict an application from even being taken in the medical district. So I question how we got to this point that we've got neighbors out here debating this. I've been approached by several people that said, medical marijuana should be considered in the medical district. The city's ordinance absolutely, positively precluded it, and there was no time to do any changes. So I think there's a notice issue that the council may have to deal with, or the city attorney may have to deal with, that we advertise something as part of the medical district, which may or may not be. Other applicants were directed away from this area because of the designation medical district. And I would say that those potential applicants have a grievance with the city, and wherever that goes, that goes. I have no problem with this. As people would tell you, we're all politically correct here tonight, and everybody, well, you know, I like medical marijuana, I have no objection to it. If you don't want it in your backyard, it's okay. This is a special use permit. It's okay to say, I don't want this in my backyard. The state doesn't give it any greater right to be there. These are the City of Las Vegas' special use permits. So we have the say on what we want in our city. And I believe that the senator might have misspoke when he said this was an absolute right to be here, because the City of Las Vegas dictates what's right to be here, not the state. But none of that dissuades me from supporting the application. I've known John DeBella for almost 30 years. I know most every neighbor in the Scotch 80s, and they're usually straightforward. I sat on this commission and recommended the expansion of DeBella's Flores, even knowing it created a burden on some of the residents on Payhor many years ago. What I have a concern with, I have a problem, is one, how this has been defined and how this has been laid out. But I also have a problem with, this is a very small building. And as I said earlier, I can't sit up here and support a 1,200 square foot building, because I don't believe it provides all the elements that the state envisioned, and would create a potential burden. The other issues that the attorney for Scotch 80s, if there's a church across the street, then we shouldn't be hearing this. If there's a school across the street, we shouldn't be hearing this if that's what's defined as a school. But those things I would refer to staff and the city attorney, and based on that, we can kind of decide where this goes.
Now, is there a rebuttal? I heard we
There is
had a
not.
rebuttal. There's not a rebuttal?
There is not. There hasn't been all night. I mean, if there's a particular issue that we'd like to hear back from you on, we can certainly welcome that.
Well, you know, the school and church issue are preposterous, and the staff has already, you know, we've already done our separation. We're well aware of what's going on. A college or a university is not included in the school issue, which is the medical school. The chapel in the hospital is a stretch, and then the children's ward, that's pretty much goes for most hospitals, so that's absurd also. I've got an exhibit up here that will show you that we don't abut any residences, none. We're surrounded by a medical facility and DeBella's Flowers. There is not one house that touches our property.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
We're not going to refer to any more documents, so we're back with the Planning Commission.
You know, I love the Scotch 80s. It's one of my favorite neighborhoods in all of Vegas. And I've heard a lot of things about a lot of Facebook posts and everything else going around, and I hadn't had the opportunity to read them myself. You know, I mean, one of the main things is, with this being a medical marijuana facility, we're here about the medical marijuana, not the what if. And I've heard a lot of what ifs and what would happen if this did turn into recreational. I think this would be a perfect example of one that would never be appropriate for a recreational use.
We're only asking for medical. No, we are not asking for
Sir.
recreational.
Hang on.
Okay, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioner, if you could just stick with just the medical marijuana uses alone. There's not a consideration now for recreation.
I am, and I'm making a point, and if I can continue that point.
And let me just remind everybody that the public comment is now closed, so the discussion from here forward is only amongst the planning commissioners. I'd appreciate it if you'd respect that. Commissioner Schlotman.
So this being the case, I don't see people actually going out buying medical marijuana and smoking it in that neighborhood and going through this neighborhood or any of these neighborhoods. People buy their prescriptions or drugs, and I know this isn't a prescription, it's a recommendation, whatever we want to call it. And then you take this home. I mean, if it was a bar in the neighborhood, this would be, you know, absolutely inappropriate. I mean, people go to bars and they drink, and then it causes chaos in liquor stores and so on and so forth. And but with what's before us today, medical marijuana, where people will go, pick up whatever goods and products that they pick up, and then go back home. I do see a religious facility. It's not within the 300, within that 300-foot radius. So the question becomes, if there is a religious facility in that little area, it's either not legally permitted, which we can't look at that point. I don't know. I think there's going to be a lot of discussions that'll need to take place between the applicant and the Scotch 80s between now and then. And I see them shaking their head. Maybe they don't want to meet. But I would think that it would be wise to pull the two groups together between now and City Council to see if there's anything that can be resolved. And maybe there's not at the end of the day. But that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Bonar.
I'm buying into the size of the facility as being inadequate. Looking at the combination of parking and total square footage for all the functions that have to take place in the property, I'm afraid I agree with the Commissioner. I've heard all kinds of stories from Colorado and other places that they had a 35-foot square place where they're making millions of dollars. I don't buy that for Las Vegas. I don't think this is adequate size for the facility.
All right, thank you very much. Commissioner Goins.
Just a couple of comments I want to chime in. I didn't want to be left out. I also, full disclosure, met with the applicant as well and talked about this, but we look at the merits of this application and we can see that staff has also recommended approval on it. And we said that this meeting focused around land use and is it the proper land use for the area. We also know that staff has said it's approved, but there's also another element that we bring into this equation, and that is with the neighbors. And for the 14 years that I've sat on this board, I've always said, whatever a neighbor's name, whether it's Jack, Sue, or Mary, if you come up before me and like the lady that lives on Pilar that says, I have to come out, and between here and the dais, I see it. So when she speaks, she's like E.F. Hutton. I listen. Because she's got a 14-year-old, she's got an 11-year-old. I have a Weeblo Scout, and it's going to impact those kids' quality of life. It's going to impact what they're absorbing as a kid, as a sponge. It's going to impact what they have to go and maybe explain at school on show and tell, what I have across the street from my house. And so these are major concerns to me, even though staff has recommended approval. I think land use, while we look at it as black and white, it does have a human element to it and a human feel. And when I have neighbors that literally live 5 to 10 feet out the door from something, and it's really going to impact their life and impact it from a quality standpoint. 2 sons, raising kids, I'm trying to do the right thing, but I have this element across the street that I have to deal with every day. We heard representation from their attorney that represents 88 people in the neighborhood. So the neighbors are in tune to what's going on in their neighborhood, and I think they've come up tonight and they've spoken loudly, or at least I've heard what you said, and I think I really get it, that you really don't want it, and I'm just going to say I really get what you said, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I have 3 concerns. One is the size, one is traffic, but my primary concern is the proximity to the residential neighborhood. With those concerns being expressed, Commissioner Quinn, we are back with you. You asked to make the motion.
Oh, thank you so much. You know, this has been a very hard decision. It's a tough decision, and I'm going to say it one more time. The best part of this application is you, Beth. And I know that whatever else you do in this state, you're going to give back, and I think you're a wonderful person. But these are my neighbors, and I have to follow my heart, and I'm going to make the recommendation for denial of this use at 1925 West Charleston, SUP 55244, as much as I like you. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Okay, please vote, noting that a vote for yes is for denial. And that motion carries, denying item 19.
Mr. Vice Chairman, that item is anticipated to be heard at the October 28th Special City Council meeting unless otherwise properly noticed.
Thank you. Moving on to item 20, SUP 55249. This is a special use permit. The applicant is Premium Produce City, LLC, and the owner is BF Trust for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 3,000 square foot medical marijuana dispensary at 215 North 3rd Street in Ward 5. Councilman Barlow, staff recommends approval. Will we please hear the staff report?
Mr. Vice Chairman, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 1912, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and the future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. If denied, no medical marijuana establishment may be established at this site. Please note we have received additional comments after posting.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, I'm going to abstain on this item as much as I represented this client on this location and do have a vested interest in their success, so I will abstain.
Thank you. The applicant, please state your name and address.
Yes, Mr. Vice Chairman and Commissioners, Greg Borgel, 300 South 4th Street, here representing the applicant on this property. We certainly appreciate the favorable recommendation of the staff and, of course, of the Downtown Design Committee in the matter. This is an older property currently used for a pawn shop. That'll be entirely replaced with the medical marijuana, and we think it'll be an enhancement to the area in its entirety and provide service in an area where you haven't heard anyone else suggesting they would provide service.
Thank you very much. Anyone else with the applicant? Do any members of the public wish to be heard on this item? Come on up. Please state your name and address.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeff Victor. I reside at the Ogden Tower at 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard. However, today I'm here as a professional in my capacity as the president and CEO of the Fremont Street Experience, LLC. Commissioners, of all the applications that are in front of you today, I would suggest that this is the most unique of the bunch. As you look at this footprint on the screen, this address sits in the exact dead middle center of the full unrestricted gaming license resort of the Downtown Grand. It sits equidistant between their east tower and their west tower, which combined comprise about 650 rooms. It sits about 80 feet from the entrance to the casino doors. So where you sit right now, if you look over my shoulder to the doors in the back of the room, that approximates the distance between the dispensary and the casino doors. It sits about 350 feet from the next closest gaming license at Boyd's Fremont Casino and about 400 feet from the next closest gaming license at Binion's. It sits about 200 feet from a museum, and it sits about 500 feet from the highest density tourist corridor in the Las Vegas Valley, the Fremont Street Experience. We oppose this application as an anomaly. The strip, I believe, on Las Vegas Boulevard put in protections to restrict applications along Las Vegas Boulevard in some fashion to avoid a conflict between these applications and the distance separation that would be implied between gaming licenses and tourist corridors, and it doesn't
I'm going to have to
exist.
stop you there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please state your name and address.
Michelle Del Ramsey. I live at 2913 Mason Avenue. I'm here not as a resident. I happen to own Hogs and Heifer Saloon, which is the business that would be immediately abutted to the dispensary. I'm here to speak in favor of this application. The surrounding area is a mixed-use area. There is a lot of lower-income residential as well as a lot of higher-income, high-rise residential that's come into the neighborhood. It is being developed as a walk and live pedestrian neighborhood. As such, I feel like several of the parking issues don't necessarily apply as much in this area because it is an area where is being developed as a walking pedestrian district. As well, it has a high concentration of residents of Las Vegas that work in that area. And if any of those residents are medical marijuana licensed patients, they are readily able to walk to the dispensary to get their prescriptions filled. And the only other thing I would say about that is it being a tourist area, we also, as Nevada, will be recognizing medical marijuana cards from California and Arizona. And as such, those tourists who have medical marijuana licenses also do have the right to purchase medical marijuana when they are visiting a city.
Thank you very much. Any other members of the public wish to be heard on this item? And again, if you wish to speak, we'd encourage you to come up to the microphone. Save us some time tonight.
Sean Spanier, 1330 Cashman Drive. You know, the gaming, if this in fact is the downtown gaming corridor, you know, our strip gaming corridor was given the pleasure of not having to deal with dispensaries in their corridor for a reason. I don't know if it was money or they just don't want to deal with the booze and the marijuana together. But I think we have the same situation in the downtown areas as well. It is a gaming corridor. I don't know who dropped the ball in the downtown area for that to get them removed from having the dispensaries in their gaming area. But I would certainly hope that all of you would consider that it is a gaming corridor, and that if it's good enough for the Strip to not have them there, it should very well be good enough for downtown to not have them as well. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm going to close the public comment portion and open this up for discussion with the planning commissioners. Commissioner Schlotman.
Yes, I think just want to put a comment. I just wanted to point something out, that this actually says that there's 0 parking spaces, and we're in the downtown Centennial Plan, so the automatic application of parking standards don't apply. However, I was down there this past weekend, and that pawn shop does actually have 4 parking spaces, and I think when I met with Mr. Borgell, and I think he said that he would be willing to keep those 4 parking spaces in front of his building. Is that correct?
We're happy to keep the parking spaces there, and in addition, we would contemplate converting one of those to the handicapped accessible, which doesn't now exist anywhere on that street.
Could we make that a conditional approval to whoever?
Can I, through you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, clarify? Those parking spaces are provided to the pawn shop as part of when 3rd Street was vacated by the Grand, by the owners of the Grand, and that was one of the conditions placed on the vacation. I don't know if those parking spaces are actually owned by the pawn shop or if they're part of that vacation through that. So I'm not sure how to address that. Unfortunately, Public Works isn't here tonight to address that issue, but it's a little wonky as far as that vacation went through. Because he had on-street parking prior to that. They weren't his parking spaces per se, but he had on-street parking for, that site, how long it had been built. When it was vacated, he got the reserve, the city reserved those spaces for his use, that they wouldn't go away, so that he could still enjoy those spaces as part of the vacation. But I don't know if you can.
I'm sorry.
Dictate those spaces to be changed in any way, shape, or form as part of this action.
I can help a little.
I'd like to ask
if
Mr.
the
Borgel if
commission's
he could
inclined.
shed some light on that.
Yeah, I happen to have processed the vacation and abandonment for 3rd Street for the prior property owner, which was Lady Luck. And it's my understanding, and by a review of the record today, all of the property lines as a result of the vacation moved out basically to the center of the street. So the Grand now controls the east half of the street, and the property owners on the west control their part. The young lady who spoke in behalf of the tavern there controls her spaces, and she's converted them into motorcycle spaces consistent with the concept of hogs and heifers. That leaves the pawn shop with some spaces that are on their land because it reverted to them by operation of statute when the street was vacated. I do not know for a fact that all the spots you saw there, all the spots you saw there are within that area. What I'm saying is we have room to provide parking. There is parking there now. We're not going to lose any parking that we don't have to lose, and we will, we believe, can provide at least one handicap accessible space, which would be the only one on the street.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, through you. And each of those 4 parking spaces did say Ace Pawn Loan or whatever that pawn shop was, so there was 4 dedicated just to that place. So I would like to see, because if you go down to Triple George and you want to get something to eat, now that they've taken away the valet, you're parking somewhere blocks away trying to get in there. And if we're talking about a medical marijuana facility where there's going to be possible handicapped people and others coming in, it'd be nice to be able to see you preserve those, and maybe a condition to preserve those with making one of them a handicap.
Well, we would agree to a condition that we preserve all that we can. We are, of course, in the downtown area where the standard is still 0. So all I can tell you is it's our intention to provide all that we legitimately can, whether where they are now or by expanding to a handicap accessible space or providing otherwise.
Mr. Chairman, I'll say this. I don't care about the rest of the parking. Would you at least be able to commit to being able to keep a handicap parking space?
Yes. It isn't a case of keep. We'll have to create it, but yes.
Sure. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Bonar.
Yeah, I actually believe in the walkability of the downtown, but I've never totally agreed with the giving up all the parking that every Tom, Dick, and Harry developer comes to get town for. Because I think we're all going to pay the price of a lack of parking space when we want one. But my issue is not with parking on this. My issue is with the quality of life when you put this kind of facility that close to the Fremont experience. I think we've got enough trouble right now with drinking and taking care of glass containers and stuff like that. The entertainment alone that's downtown, thank goodness it's there, is a catalyst for breaking rules, quite frankly. And I think the quality of the environment of that Fremont experience is something that definitely will be degraded. And if I can refer back to my comments, if there was ever a place for recreational marijuana, this might fit, but it does not fit for medical marijuana. So I'm not going to support this application.
Commissioner Goins.
Good, thank you. Well, when you look at it on its merits, there's no residential around it. Looking at the back up here, over 31 neighborhood associations notified, and about 161 notices went out. We have no protest, except a couple of gentlemen that are, one gentleman that came up here today. So Typically, this use was a pawn shop, and a pawn shop was open for people to come and go, bring goods in. They're trading them out for money. This is going to be a different product, so it's a medical use. I understand the Fremont Street experience in close proximity. However, I just don't see a bunch of opposition to this. And I think I can go ahead and support it on its merit at this point in the process, although this will be vetted up through the city council. So with that.
Let me just say before you make your vote.
Mr. Chairman.
This looked like an easy call to me tonight before I heard from Mr. Victor. And this is a unique area, and I think there are arguments that weigh for and against. I understand the comments about making medical marijuana available for people who work in this area, but I also think that there are some drawbacks from making it available to all of the tourists. It looks to me like it's focused too much on the tourist crowd, and this is a close one for me. I'm still not sure how I'm going to vote. We'll see what Commissioner Goins' motion is.
Commissioner Moody, through you, sir.
Commissioner Quinn?
I was thinking the exact same thing as you for a while, but then I was thinking if we don't put one down there, they're going to be coming through all of our neighborhoods to go to them. So it's kind of a catch-22. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, if it's not down there, they're going to go flying through Ward 1, Ward 3 and looking for them. So that's another flip side of it, just from my opinion. Thank you.
Commissioner Goins, your motion, please.
Mr. Chairman, on item 20, SUP 55249, I'll follow staff's recommendation for approval. And also subject to, I'd like to add a condition on there that one handicap space will be added. I know Public Work is not here, but out of the 4 spaces in front, once we determine who they are, and I think what Mr. Borgell portrayed is through that the middle of the street is owned by those folks on the west side. So I would like to add a motion to put a handicap space in one of those 3.
Staff.
That would be my motion.
Mr. Vice Chairman, if I could recommend a condition read, one handicap space shall be provided on parcel 13934510014.
And that would be my motion.
And that's the specific parcel for the pawn
And
shop,
does
which
the
does
applicant
extend to
agree
the
to that
center of
condition?
3rd Street.
Yes, sir, we would accept that condition.
Okay.
Thank you.
Please cast your vote. That motion carries, noting the abstention of Commissioner Truesdale. Director?
Mr. Vice Chairman, item 20 is anticipated to be heard at the October 28th special city council meeting unless otherwise properly noticed.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to take the next item out of turn. We're going to pull item 33 forward. The reason we're doing this, I understand we have a doctor who's on call tonight, and we appreciate that. And for those reasons, we're going to hear item 33. The applicant is Diversified Modalities Retail Limited. The owner is DN Charleston, LLC. This is for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 6,020 square foot medical marijuana dispensary at 5350 West Charleston Boulevard in Ward 1. Councilwoman Tarkanian. We please hear from the, staff, please.
Mr. Chairman, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 1912, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. If denied, no medical marijuana establishment would be permitted to be established at this site. Please note that additional letters of protest and support have been received after the publishing. Thank you.
Okay, and before we hear from the applicant, an attorney at my firm, which employs me, represents and go in a legal matter, and because that individual is a partner in the entity that is the applicant here, which is seeking to operate a medical marijuana facility. Although not a client of mine, and I have not spoken to the attorney in my firm working on the case, I don't believe it's a conflict of interest, but out of an abundance of caution, I'm going to abstain on this and ask Commissioner Goins if he will chair the discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It has been read into the record. We'll hear from the applicant.
Yeah, thank you very much. James Dean Levitt on behalf of the applicant Diversified Modalities. Just for some clarification, I'm not sure who it is you're referencing. The owners of this property are Diversified Modalities, which is my client. So,
Does the name ANHNGO, is that a principal?
I'm sorry, that is one of the investors in this group. Thank you for that clarification.
Then I will abstain. Thank you.
And real quickly, just for the record, again, James Dean Levitt on behalf of Diversified Modalities. I'm here in my individual capacity. I'm not here as an elected member of the Nevada Board of Regents or as chairman of the Health Science Committee for the Nevada Board of Regents, because we've had questions here and comments about the Board of Regents tonight. Real quick, this is an absolutely great location. It is on West Charleston. It is just to the west of Decatur. It is accessible to thousands of residents. The frontage of this is on Charleston as well. There are two existing dilapidated structures. This project is representing completely new construction, so we believe that this will enhance the community, and we would recommend approval.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. I'm going to open the public hearing now. Those that are for or against this item, please come forward. As mentioned by the chairman, you'll have 1 minute. If you applicants could stand to the side and let the public have both mics or 3 mics if necessary. You have 1 minute. Go ahead, sir. Start with your name and
John Weber,
address.
800 Mohawk. I'm only 2 blocks from this place, and our neighborhood consists of seniors and couples with children that walk to school and everything else. We live 2 blocks, there are at least 2, if not 3 schools. There's churches, parks, and a medical center a block away from there, right on Charleston, that you guys should know about too. And it butts right up. Their property, right across the street, starts the residential property, and it goes from there. Thank you.
Could you say your first name again, please?
John Weber.
Thank you.
Sean Spanier, 1330 Cashman Drive. I'm starting to feel like the guy you guys say, oh, that guy again, right? Yeah. This particular property abuts one of the larger residential areas than the rest of them have. And this is a egress right into that neighborhood. It sits on a corner. I agree with the applicant that there are a couple of dilapidated buildings on there, and they should come down. But, you know, for the fact that it abuts that neighborhood, and it is a very large neighborhood, I would hope that you guys would deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Teresita Carmack, 1001 Essex West. I'm opposed to this site. This site does abut a large neighborhood with children. I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned that Charleston is just being inundated. I'm about to call it Marijuana Avenue instead of Charleston Boulevard. We're inundated with indigents from UMC already and indigents coming from the mental health district. To add this will decrease the quality of life of our neighbors in that neighborhood. You need to consider that, the quality of life for the children that play in the adjoining neighborhood. Yes, this is a good location for a business, but not this particular business. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tammy with 1113 Payhor again. I wasn't going to speak on any of our other address, but I just realized that there are 3 facilities going up Charleston. I agree with the Marijuana Boulevard. The 2 addresses, Valley View and this one, but huge neighborhoods, families literally crossing the street with their kids in strollers, kids in hand, walking to and from school and to the stores. Not good. Thanks.
Thank you. Would there anybody else like to speak for or against this item? Please come forward.
Chris Chibaglia, 2612 Calanthe Avenue. I'm the president of McNeil Estates. I also am opposed to all the proposals on Charleston, this one in particular because it abuts residential
Thank you. Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing at this time. We will not have any rebuttal. So now I will look to my commissioners for any comments or questions.
Commissioner Goins, if I could raise one more issue. There was a denial.
Mr. Levitt?
I was asked by Mr. Scott to address this to the commission.
Mr. Chairman, this concerns a sign issue. At the DDRC, and Doug can probably confirm this, at the DDRC, the sign was actually denied. So he was given a letter by planning that this would be the night that portion would be heard as well.
Okay, thank you. And I'll be very, very brief.
welcome.
Mr. Snipper, who is the point of contact for diversified modalities, was not noticed as to the DDRC meeting. We found out about it the day after. I immediately filed a notice of appeal. We withdrew that after speaking with Councilwoman Tarkanian and Mr. Jurabek. They indicated that it would be heard today. Staff at the DDRC recommended full approval.
Okay.
And again, I will represent that my client wasn't noticed, and once we were notified, we made
Very good.
measures to have this heard. Thank you.
That is on the record. Thank you for clarifying that. Comments or questions from the commissioners?
Yes.
Commissioner Truesdale?
And I saved this because I was going to bring it up at the, the DDRC. I have no problem with your name. Quite honestly, I have a little politically correctness problem with the logos that are part of the name. And, if we can beat up on a football team, I feel I can beat up on the medical marijuana dispensary a little bit, but... And I don't know if it offends anybody or not, but I think in a matter, it should be discussed. And like I say, your sign is appropriate size, all the other things, that was an item that came up. But since, we missed you at the DDRC, I'll bring this up now. Your building is incredibly well designed. It looks great. I do have a little bit of concern, not that I wouldn't support your application for this, is the city's going to get 12 applications, one way or the other, or whatever they get from the state. Projects have to be built from the ground up, create a risk to the city in meeting its desired goals of filling those 12 applications, because there may be a financing issue, there may be a construction delay issue, there may be a bonding issue, or various and sundry things that we wouldn't experience in an existing structure. So that's a concern, somewhat of a concern, when we layer that in with the neighborhood issues and something else. So I will rely on the rest of the commissioners to bring their comments to the table.
Thank you. Commissioner Bonar?
Yeah, I'd like to ask staff, with the neighborhood touching this property on the north end, how it passed the distance standard.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, there is no distance restriction to residential properties.
There is none?
That is correct.
Well, I'm going to say then it's just real close to the neighborhood.
Commissioner Quinn?
Yes, Byron. Mr. Levitt, sometimes, as you know, in your profession, it's good to go, even though it's 300 feet, it's kind of nice to go that extra feet, because you might not be abutting a neighborhood, but you're certainly very, very close to one. And I know that this neighborhood is older, it's active, and they might not have been notified, and that could possibly be why they're here today. And my suggestion is going to be that I'm going to make now, first of all, let me tell you, I want to see this property revitalized. I think that it's been many, many things, and it looks terrible. Your building is magnificent. But I think when you're that close to a neighborhood, even though it's not the law, to be a good neighbor, which I think you are, because you're in the business every day of being good to people, it's my opinion that we should deny it here today, give you the time till it goes to City Council to meet with those neighbors back there, so when you come back to my councilwoman, you can say, you know what, we made them feel great. Right now, they might be farther away, but they're still your neighbors, and you're coming into their neighborhood. And to be a good neighbor, it's my opinion, you should reach out a little bit further, have a neighborhood meeting, and then when you come back to council, you can say, we've worked everything out, and they're happy with us. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, could I respond briefly, Commissioner?
Briefly.
Yeah, thank you very much. And if you look at the drawing, the building is going to be right adjacent to Charleston Boulevard.
I looked at it very closely,
Right.
Mr. Lovett.
The parking is going to be in the back of the facility and is nowhere near the residential
And
community.
there's a street
But
back there. I sat on the street as well, and the neighbors are to the north of that street.
Right.
So, well, does anybody else have anything to say?
Just one thing about the signage, we can't regulate the actual language of
Okay,
the sign.
I
so
wasn't, okay,
just in
that's
case.
fine. Well, here's my recommendation. My recommendation today will be to deny SUP 55297, to give you the opportunity to come back to City Council and make just a few things right, and I hope it works out for you. So there you go. Thank you.
Thank you. Without any further comments, there's a motion on the floor for denial of item 33 SUP 55297. Please cast your vote for the denial. That motion for denial has passed, showing Chairman Flangus and Moody abstaining.
Just-
Mr. Chairman.
Just Chairman, just Commissioner Moody.
Commissioner Moody abstaining.
Yes.
Commissioner Chairman excused. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, item 33 is anticipated to be heard at the October 28th special city council meeting, unless otherwise properly noticed.
And I just want for the, I didn't vote against your application because of the sign. I just.
Thank you.
Okay, we are on item 21, SUP 55254, for possible action on a request, the applicant is THC Nevada LLC and the owner is TNT Family Trust, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 3,240 square foot medical marijuana dispensary at 1800 Western Avenue in Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Will we please have the staff report?
Mr. Chairman, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 1912, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. If denied, no medical marijuana establishment would be permitted to be established at this site. Please note we have received additional comments since publication.
Mr. Chairman, before we begin, can I ask a question through you for Mr. Borgel? Since this THC Nevada LLC never showed up on our list with all the property owners and investors, I'd like for you just to let us know, just to make sure none of us have any conflicts.
Well, I can never say myself a list of total investors. I will tell you that the applicant is here, Mr. Alan Police, who can speak to it if there are other investors than him, and that is all I know.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, through you, I would appreciate it if he could bring him up and just tell us who all's involved, just to make sure none of us have a conflict.
I'll ask him to come forward, and to save time, I'll give my little speech while he does that.
Okay. Actually, before we hear anything, I think I'd rather know whether Commissioner Schlattman is going to abstain.
Okay.
So let's give him a chance to tell us who they are.
Commissioners, I'm Alan Pulis at 3205 Sonia Drive. The partners in this application are myself, Danny Thomas, David Thomas, Amy Sugden, and Steve Rosen are the 5 members of our application. The owners are TNT Family Trust, which is the O'Rourke Family Trust that own the building.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Schlattman?
Yes, thank you for that.
Okay, you're happy to continue?
Yes.
All right. Now your name and
Thank you.
address.
Greg Borgel, 300 South 4th Street, here representing the applicant in the matter. This is, if we could perhaps get it, the aerial or the display to go back to the picture of the building, I want to brag about that. One more would be even better. This is a very attractive, well-landscaped, adequately parked building, and it is essentially adjacent to a parcel you previously approved earlier today on Western, and so you've made the determination this is an appropriate site. It manifestly is a desirable attribute in this part of the community. We appreciate the favorable recommendation of the design committee and of staff, and hope that you will just vote for it.
Thank you very much. Do any members of the public wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment and invite the planning commissioners to speak.
I'd like to speak first. For many years, my husband developed the 4 buildings across the street from this building at 1821 Western Avenue. I believe that was the address. And the years that we were there, there was 0 crime. There was 0 problems. It was well lit. It was great. It was fine. Directly across the street at 1800, this building popped up, and they kind of matched the buildings that we sold across the street. So I'm in full support of this application. I like to see longtime Las Vegas residents prosper from this new business coming to our city. I like to see it in this industrial area because I'm standing firm on it butting into any of my neighborhoods or neighborhoods in any of the wards. And, you know, it's well landscaped, it's well lit, there's lots of parking, there's gates. In my opinion, this building would be ready to go. So you'll see my support, Mr. Borgel. Thank you.
Commissioner Schlotman.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, through you. Question for staff, maybe Doug Rankin. Could you explain to me about the loading spaces? Because we were seeing this on a lot of apps, and if they're not providing the required parking or loading spaces, if it's in the Centennial Plan, it's okay, but what's the planning department really wanting to see? Are they wanting to see an area right next to a door where when they're taking delivery, it can go straight in, or could you briefly comment on that?
Title 19.08 requires a loading space for any commercial project, any retail project. The loading space must be 15 by 20 feet in measurement, and the location is not necessarily relevant. Part of the license application, there are questions as part of that application as to how that loading space will function for the transfer of product and delivery of product to and from locations. But for us, it's a standard part of our code. The Downtown Centennial Plan, the automatic application of the parking standards is not applied, so we don't always recommend that a loading space is needed in the Downtown Centennial Plan. Other times we do. So you may see that condition come and go. Usually most sites, for instance, this is an industrial site. I'm sure there's a location on this site that can accommodate our loading zone. And there may be one on site that was just missed as part of that. And so we're using that as a condition on a lot of these that don't have a called out loading zone.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, can I ask Mr. Borgel to comment on that?
Thank you. I was anxious for the opportunity. This property has an internal loading space on the plans. So they have a controlled, closable, inside the building loading space. They may have confused the issue by getting a little fancy with their architectural nomenclature and calling that area a sally port. But regardless of the nomenclature, they have the ability to do the loading at an inside space, and they have the ability with all the parking spaces outside to do one outside if you preferred it. But their intention is to take their deliveries through a door in the building, inside with the door closed.
Okay, thank you. Ready for a motion?
I'm ready for a motion. I don't see anyone else that would like to speak. Please make your motion.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, item 21, SUP 55254, I'd move to approve, subject to all staff's conditions. That's it.
Please vote. That motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, item 21 is anticipated to be heard at the October 29th special city council meeting unless otherwise properly noticed.
Okay, thank you. I am going to abstain on the next 4 items, and I want to make a record regarding those abstentions. One of the attorneys at the firm I'm employed by represents a client that is adverse to Barbara Allen, who may be a partner or investor of the owner. This client is not a personal client of mine. I have not spoken with the attorney. I don't know anything about the matter. While I don't believe it's a direct conflict of interest, and I do not believe my independence of judgment is compromised, out of an abundance of caution, I will abstain for that or those reasons on both items 22 and 23. And so as to not have to come back and interject on items 24 and 25 for the same reasons. A client in my firm represents a client adverse to John Williams, who may be a partner or investor with the owner applicant on item 24 or 25. Again, I've not spoken with that attorney. I have not worked on the case. Again, I don't believe it's a direct conflict of interest. I don't believe my judgment would be compromised, but out of an abundance of caution, I will also abstain on items 24 and 25. So I'm going to ask Commissioner Goins if he will chair those.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item 22, I'll read into the record. Item 22 and 23 are related items. Item 22, SUP 55256, special use permit, public hearing. Applicant is Positive Space, Inc. Owner is the... Oh, these are not related. Oh, the MedMen of Nevada 2 LLC for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 16,450 square foot medical marijuana cultivation facility at 2908 Highland Drive, Ward 1, Tarkanian. Staff?
The subject site...
I'm sorry, before you start, Mr. Chairman, there is an error in the header. I'd like to read a correction into the record, if I might, please. Item 22, SUP 55256, should read applicant, the MedMen of Nevada 2 LLC, owner, Positive Space, Inc.
Gotcha. Staff?
The subject site complies with all minimum distance.
Companion item?
I think 23 is related also, is it? 22 and 23?
I was just told it was not a companion item.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
Commissioner Goins, through you.
Thank you.
Per the zoning code, medical marijuana establishments are standalone facilities, and even though they may be working together, they need to have a separation. You could approve one and deny the other, therefore they're not related. As you know, in a zoning item, if they're related, one is reliant upon the other. In this case, these are standalone items and do not rely on each other to function. You can approve one of the items. They're located in the same building, but they do not have interior access to each other, and they should be separately considered for zoning issues.
So let the record show that staff has clarified that item 22 and 23 are separate items. 23 has been read into the record. I'll now defer to staff for a report. Thank you. 22.
The subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 1912, and therefore can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing and surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. If denied, no medical marijuana establishment would be permitted to be established at this site. Please note that additional letters of protest and support have been received after the publishing. Furthermore, staff would like to amend condition number 6 to reflect the site plan as having a date stamp of August 20th, 2014, as submitted to the clerk. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll defer to the applicant.
Thank you.
Could you please state your name and address for the record?
Kathy Gillespie, 18 Starbrook Drive, Henderson, Nevada.
Thank you.
89052. And for the sake of time, 22 and 23 are both our applications for MedMen. We have one 3-minute presentation. We're not going to make you listen to it twice, okay? So, good evening. My name is Kathy Gillespie, and we are MedMen of Nevada. Several of my team members are present with me today. MedMen's facility is located on .96 acres in Ward 1 of the City of Las Vegas, 2908 Highland Drive. The property is currently zoned M Industrial. The building is currently occupied with an existing business for the last 8 years. The building is 100% owned by one of our members, MedMen. Access to the property is off Highland Drive, which is 80 feet wide with 4 traffic lanes and 2 parking lanes, providing easy access to Desert Inn, Spring Mountain, and Sahara. The building is 1/2 mile to I-15. No additional traffic is expected over the current building use. The facility is vertically integrated, containing a 3,550 square foot dispensary and a 16,450 square foot cultivation, but they will be walled off and separated. The building is 100% ADA compliant, and we are zoned for RTC's paratransit route. We have the required number of parking spaces on the property once the 2 daily shade facilities at the edge of the building, which you saw earlier, are removed. That opens up an additional 10 parking spots. The building will be repainted to a tan color to blend more in with the Las Vegas landscape. The property is secured by an existing chain link fence with barbed wire and 26 existing outside high-pressure sodium lights. The current security system in the building contains cameras, motion detectors, and glass breaks, and will be expanded to include roof lasers. Armed security officers will be present inside and out 24/7. In addition, the main Metro Police Station is located 2 miles away on MLK. Many people feel medical marijuana facilities increase crime in the area, but this is false. Our presence in the area will actually deter crime. Statistics in Colorado show that between 2008 and 2009, crime within a 100-feet area of dispensaries dropped 37.5%.
Mr. Gillespie, you're over your time, but I'm going to let you kind of wrap it up.
Okay. A 2014 study by the University of Texas at Dallas concluded medical marijuana facilities cause no increase in crime. Using state-of-the-art technology, we will cultivate medical marijuana with minimal odor by using a series of multiple carbon filters inside the building. After filtering the air, we will exhaust into the 26-foot ceiling area and then refilter before exhausting. In order to prevent mold, we will install dehumidifiers outside the growing rooms. All walls and floors will be painted and sealed with an epoxy paint which will prohibit porous material from absorbing water. Walls and ceilings will then be covered with a substance called SkinTech, manufactured in Germany, again a non-porous, non-absorbent material. The signage on the front of the building is 12.5 square feet, non-illuminated wall mount. As locals and local business owners, we contribute to the infrastructure of the Las Vegas economy daily. Las Vegas is our home. We request your approval on our special use permit and forward to the City Council for further review. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there anybody for or against this item? Please come forward. I'm going to call a second time. Anybody for or against this item, please come forward. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. I'll defer to the commissioners. Commissioner Truesdale.
Yes, Commissioner Goins. You're going to have a production, cultivation, and dispensary?
No production.
No
just
production.
a cultivation and a dispensary.
All right. The plan that's in our backup here, shows really no exterior delivery or pickup area. It just has man doors, and those man doors go from the dispensary into some office space into the growing facility, or I guess the office space is part of the growing facility. Is
Can
that,
we turn
you're envisioning this to be strictly, we're supposed to have 2 walled-off facilities, but what's submitted shows actually a fully integrated facility.
It is walled off except for the man-trap doors that are in the back to the office area. The office area is going to be shared by both the dispensary and the cultivation.
So I could take product from a grow facility to a dispensary through the offices, right?
You will be able to use through this man-trap door located in the upper back area, once the product, of course, is placed through the ID system, you will be able to walk product from the cultivation into the dispensary. Now, as far as the overhead door, I don't know if we can see this. The overhead door is also on your unit there, and you can back in an entire vehicle into the overhead door, close the overhead door so you have 100% security and safety, unload the truck, and then the truck can be pulled out.
Ms. Gillespie, can you point that out? We now see that on our, can you move to that center mic and point that out?
The overhead door, sir?
Yeah, is it on that rendering?
Right
that
here.
There we go, perfect.
Yeah, that's the overhead door.
Do you have
On
a
the
copy of the
far left, where the person is kind of through the glass, that would be your single entrance into the dispensary. And then the service door to the left of the handicap parking would be the sole service door or person door into the cultivation. So that door would be used for employees and vendors and the like, repair people. And then the dispensary, of course, would be used for only patients. And they would be going in, if we can have the overhead, the flat plan again on our monitors, the site plan. Thank you. Which is in the lower left-hand corner. You will see that you would walk into the door and go into the lobby in the secured area, have your patient IDs checked through the computer system, and then go into the dispensing area.
Thank you, I'm listening.
This building was initially, if you can visualize this, four 5,000 square foot bays. So basically what will happen is, for the existing print shop that myself and my partner Barbara own, we have removed the walls along with approval from the city and opened it up to a 20,000 square foot print shop. What we are now requesting from the city again is to replace the walls so they become existing units as they once were prior to our purchasing the building some 10 years ago,
Okay.
8 years ago.
What I was getting at is, and this gets to where you have a gaming property, and we say these are separate buildings with 4 walls. A dispensary is supposed to be a 4-walled building with an exterior entrance and a rear entrance. What you're showing us is a front entrance and an entrance to an adjoining business space. That's what I'm having a problem with. And that gets to my next point is, we blur how we control this business when it's the quote seed to sale, where everything's under one roof, and a lot of things can happen under one roof. But we don't have your operational plan. I don't know how you get stuff to the lab to be tested, but it seems that a lot of stuff can happen in your office area that isn't your growing facility or isn't your dispensary facility, and that's where I'm trying to get kind of straight with this. I think your growth facility's fine. I think I have no problem with it. It's just how that relates to the dispensary when it's being presented like this.
Well, obviously, we feel security is of the utmost importance here. And anytime you put a product into a vehicle and you start driving it around, you are increasing the risk of security. By having a vertically integrated facility such as this, where you don't have to transport your material, your medicine in this case, from your cultivation area on your right over to your left area where you are going to be dispensing it, it gives you 100% control and 100% safety and security for that product.
But that's not the way it was presented to us, is a matter of reviewing this. Dispensaries have to be a standalone, which is 4 walls. They can't have, like we did with one applicant earlier, saying the doorways had to be sealed up between an adjacent space.
All right, again, if you will look a little closer, it is totally shut off. If you look at, can we put
Ms.
this
Gillespie,
on here?
yeah, it's difficult for us to see what you're pointing to on the monitor. If you have any
Exactly. So
renderings,
can
you
we
can
put it
put
here
them
where-
down there.
I don't have this.
I don't know.
Can we put this somewhere where I can point to it, please?
While staff is doing that, we made reference to the dispensary, which is item 23. I'm going to go ahead and open item 23 and read it in, but we'll take a separate vote on it. So item 23 is SUP 55263, special use permit. Applicant, Positive Space, Inc., owner, the MedMen of Nevada 2 LLC, for possible action and a request for special use permit for a proposed 3,550 square foot medical marijuana dispensary at 2908 Highland, Ward 1, Tarkanian, and I'll defer to the planning director for a correction.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. There is an error in the header, and I would like to enter a correction into the record, please. The applicant is the MedMen of Nevada 2 LLC, owner, Positive Space, Inc.
Thank you. I'll defer to staff.
The staff would also like to do amend condition number 6 to reflect the site plan as having a date stamp of August 20th, 2014, as submitted to the clerk.
Thank you. We're now back to item 22. Ms. Gillespie?
Yes. If you look at this area right here, this is totally walled off. There are no doors back here going into this area, which is designated as the cultivation. So you would enter in here through the dispensary, and then this very dark line, and perhaps we should have made this back wall a darker line. You can see the separate bathrooms. There is no way of entering the cultivation through that wall right there. So that is your 4 walls for the dispensary and the balance of the cultivation.
So your dispensary has 1 door only, right? At least what the plan is that you're presenting us.
It has 1 entrance.
1
Correct.
entrance? So your product comes through your front entrance, right?
Product would come through the front entrance.
So it'd be hand trucked from the grow facility to the dispensary?
I can't tell you whether it would be hand trucked or not. Again, we may choose, depending on what the supply or what the need is on any given day, just like any other dispensary. This is a very identical building that you just approved a few minutes ago for Planet Properties. They share this 4 acres with us. We each own 0.96 acres. So, you know, we can back the delivery truck into the loading dock, we can load it, and then we can bring it to the front of the dispensary and unload it. Whether we use a hand truck, whether we use a delivery truck, whether we use 2 armed guards with plastic containers that you can buy from the storage people. As yet, we don't know how we will get it from point A from point B, but we will be like any other dispensary in the city of Las Vegas. You will have to take your product from the cultivation, whoever you're buying it from, or if you're growing it yourself, and get it into your dispensary. That's 101.
Thank you, Commissioner Truesdale.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Bonar?
Yeah, I have a question. I must have missed something. I see the grow facility and I see dispensary, but I see no production, no testing. What did I miss?
Okay, testing labs are separate. I am not allowed to test my own product or it'd be probably the best medical marijuana money could buy. So testing labs are separate. We're not allowed to test our own medical marijuana in the state.
Then enlighten me. Do you send little batches of something you've grown for testing?
That is correct.
Then you can move it if it's okayed.
That is correct.
Okay, thank
Okay? And as far as a production facility, there is no production facility located here, okay? Production being in the way of either generating oils or turning those oils into butter or something like that. Commercial kitchen, no. Beyond the realms of this facility. Okay.
Got it, Commissioner Molnar? Thank you. Commissioners on this end?
No, just repeat what I said earlier, appropriate area. I don't think anybody's going to complain about it being in any of these facilities being on Highland, Industrial, Western, perfect place for cultivation plant, keeping it out of the neighborhood where it's not needed in the neighborhood. So I support both of these items. On the other one, I know that the second one we didn't open up for public discussion. I don't know if you need to do that.
We read it into the record. We haven't opened it yet.
Okay.
Okay. Commissioner Quinn?
Thank you. Good evening, Mrs. Gillespie. A couple things. First of all, I just want to make it perfectly clear and understandable that any applicant that comes in front of this commission, or me especially, you can never compare the crime to Oregon or California or anywhere else in the United States, because we are a 24-hour town and we are a reciprocal state of 4 other states' cards. So when you tell me about Oregon and California and every other place, you know what it means to me? Absolutely nothing, because we don't know. We, as we sit here today, have no idea what's coming down the pike with people on the Strip, whether they have 1,000 cards that week or 5,000 cards that week. So for us to imply that we're not going to have crime because Oregon doesn't or all these other places doesn't means absolutely nothing to me, because we don't know, okay? Number one. Number two, we have a staff for a reason. And Mr. Rankin said to us a few minutes ago that we have to look at this as 2 uses, that we have to look at them, am I correct in saying, Mr. Rankin, that one can be approved and one can't or one can be? This is what you do all day long. Could you repeat for me, please, what you said about them being under the same roof?
Pursuant to Title 19, they are separate uses to be considered as not related. It means something to planning staff when we relate items, and the fact that one item is relying upon the other. We apologize for the backup material you had the wrong floor plan in it. There was an amended floor plan that did show the separation. That's the one that was shown on the dais that is part of your backup material. The one on our display was incorrect. We had received a revised one. But you can consider each application on its own merits and make a recommendation pursuant to that.
Under its roof.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. With that, I'm ready for a motion.
Commissioner Quinn, can I address your
No,
crime?
I'm ready for a motion.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
You ready?
Yep.
Thank you. Regarding SUP 55256, I'm going to follow staff's recommendation this evening for approval. Thank you.
There's a motion on the floor for item 22. A yes vote is for approval. Please cast your vote.
Excuse me, Commissioner. Is that as amended, condition?
As amended.
numbers?
Ms.
Thank you.
Clerk, thank you. Oh. Okay.
Item 22 has passed.
Commissioner Quinn, before you make a motion on the next item,
Yes.
the applicant referred back to the exact same operation that Planet Properties was doing, and that's what I was trying to get at. Theirs is a cultivation and production facility in that building. I just have a problem with cultivation and dispensaries being linked directly, and we have a couple more of those items on it that are in here, and I probably won't support those. I will not support your dispensary in that regard.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 22 has passed. Item 23 has been read into the record and is open. I'm going to open a public hearing on that. So is there anybody who wants to speak for or against item 23? Please come forward at this time. There is one gentleman. Would you please allow him to come to the mic? Please state your name and address for the record.
It's that guy again. Sean Spanier, 1330 Cashman Drive. I agree with all of you up there that there needs to be a separation between cultivation and actually getting it to the general public. They shouldn't be in the same building. They should be separate, even if it's four-walled, because there's always that opportunity where there's just a lot more opportunity for graft and corruption and things of that nature. Not saying that these folks would do that, but in order for us to keep our community safe and to keep people going there that know that maybe they're doing things they shouldn't be doing, I agree with each of you that it should be separated. Thank you.
Thank you. Name and address for the record, sir.
Commissioners, my name is Dan Rush. I'm the National Director for the Medical Cannabis and Hemp Division of the United Food and Commercial Workers International Union. My address is 1775 K Street, Washington, D.C. We are a 1.3 million member union that deals in retail, agriculture, food processing, pharmacies, dispensaries, hemp, textiles, and alternative fuels.
Let me ask you, are you here?
We have met with the applicants here.
Let me explain something to you. Are you here to speak about land use? Because you're making a great introduction, but are you going towards land use? Or
yes,
are you going to give us
what
a
I'm trying to
union
say,
speech?
Commissioner, is that we have met with this applicant. We're confident that they're going to be union, and we are going to offer all of our services and all of our experience.
I think you're in the wrong theater to offer that. Sir, you can't overtalk me. Now, you can sit here and come down from Washington and try that.
I'm trying to answer your question,
I'll cut
Commissioner.
your mic off. So if you're not here to speak about land use, we don't want a speech about what the workforce is going to do. I've given you 1 minute, and I'm allowing you that time. Are you for or against this?
We're for it, and we're going to offer our
Thank you very
experience in
much,
these
sir. Have a
industries.
seat, please.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Have a seat, please.
Thank you.
Have a seat. Sir?
Yay.
Good afternoon. Kurt Dukach, 7915 Cadenza Lane, Las Vegas, Nevada, 22-year resident. I am for this application. This is exactly what the state was looking for, is vertical integration. They want as many of these facilities that have, if you're opening more than one, to be in the same building as long as they're walled off, and that's exactly what this application does. This is what the state intended, and this is an excellent application. I stand behind it 100%.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. I'll open any comments or questions from the board. Commissioner Truesdale.
Oh, no, I was going to make a motion.
Go for it.
I'm still unsure what the state really meant to the previous applicant, because I've heard 3 different scenarios from the state with regard to vertical integration. I've heard 3 different items in the county where they turned down most of the seed to sale applicants. So I'm going to make a motion to deny the dispensary at this location.
There's a motion on the floor for denial of item 23, SUP 55263. A yes vote will be for denial. Please cast your votes.
Commissioner Goins? Commissioner Goins, your vote. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm trying to decide whether to puff, pass. And that motion for denial has passed.
Mr. Chairman, items 22 and 23 are anticipated to be heard at the October 28th special city council meeting unless otherwise properly noticed.
Thank you, Thank you. Items 24 and item 25 are related items. I'll read item 24 into the record. SUP 55271, special use permit, public hearing. Applicant Red Rock Wellness, LLC, owner Smady, LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 6,222 square foot medical marijuana dispensary at the northeast corner of Bonanza Road and Main Street in Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Item 25, SDR 55270, Site Development Plan Review related to SUP 55271, public hearing, applicant Red Rock Wellness LLC, owner Smady LLC, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 6,222 square foot medical marijuana dispensary on 1.37 acres at the northeast corner of Bonanza Road and Main Street. That's in Ward 5, Barlow. Staff?
Mr. Chairman, before we start, I just want to go ahead and disclose that I worked on a project. Kerry Simon's a partner on this project. Just reading through my backup and considering that I just built a restaurant, Carson Kitchen, for him, in which we haven't settled up 100%, and considering they still owe me money, I will be abstaining on this item.
Let the record reflect that abstention. You get them a number 1 off the menu or something, I don't know. Staff?
The site plan conforms to the commercial development standards for the C1 Limited Commercial Zoning District. No waivers or variances are requested as part of this project. The proposed landscaping is appropriate at the perimeter and within the parking lot, as well as the site is in compliance with all Title 19 commercial development standards. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the site development plan review with conditions. Regarding the special use permit, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth in Title 1912, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. If denied, no medical marijuana establishment would be permitted to be established at this site. Please note that additional letters of protest have been received after the publishing. Thank you.
Thank you, staff. Mr. Higgins?
Thank you, Commissioner. Good evening. Sean Higgins from the firm of Porter Gordon Silver, 3960 Howard Hughes Parkway. I'm here today on behalf of the applicant, Red Rock Wellness. Also in the audience is one of the owners, Mr. Cyrus Ferruti, if there are questions. I'll just give a short presentation. As staff mentioned, this location meets and or exceeds all city and state requirements as well as setbacks. The applicant, my client, Red Rock, has chosen to build a purpose-built building rather than go into an existing building and try to retrofit. They are building a 6,200 square foot purpose-built building for the sole purpose of dispensing medical marijuana to patients. It sits on 1.37 acres, which a related party to the operator are the owners. They have purchased that property. And the fact is this applicant is participating in the city's green building program, and this building will be LEED certified. It has solar panels on the building, along with other renewable aspects of the construction. It is more than fully parked and has more handicap spots than are required. It is located at the corner of Main and Bonanza, as we said, and has easy access from US 95 from 2 different directions. This will be the first new building on this section of Main Street in many, many years. And we believe it will be the start of a larger set of development there, and we think we can be the first foot into that door. That's my presentation. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Is everybody in the audience for or against this item? Please come forward. Please state your name and address for the record. We'll give you about 1 minute to make your presentation.
Kenneth Williams, 130 Palm Lane. Let's see, can you see this?
Can we zoom? Yes, sir, we can.
Okay. These are the houses in this area. They are all, virtually all single-story houses. This is the spot for the material to be sold. I object to the, on the grounds that the estimate of traffic from the proposed sale of pot in this area has been underestimated. I call it pot, you may call it medical marijuana. It will be much greater than the city can judge because they have not had one of these areas yet.
Mr. Williams, your time is up, but I'm going to indulge you another minute and a half, sir.
All right. Well, these are two items, yes.
Very good.
This fine old area of houses deserves more consideration. They were made in 1940 and 41. Please do not just grant this permit and then see what its effect will be. This fine old area of houses deserves more consideration. I've reviewed the plan submitted, to which the applicant will be bound at the present. I note the building will be for a single story, that's good. Traffic will open onto Bonanza and Main Street, that's good. But why does this construction require a two-story white thing on the top? And I will show you what I'm talking about right here. Come on now. Well,
I think I know what you're talking about, and I'm going to get you an answer to that. So,
yeah, there it is.
yes, I'll have Mr. Higgins explain that to you thoroughly.
This is to house these things on top of the roof, right there.
Yep.
And they don't need this tall a thing. The only reason this white thing is put on top of this building is to build their sign so it can be seen, strictly for their sign. You should cut this thing down and tell them not to paint it white, but to paint it so it blends in.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Williams, thank you.
Thank you.
They call it medical marijuana, you call it pot?
Yes.
Some may call you Dad, I'm going to call you Pops. Thank you, sir. Next,
However,
please.
What is the difference between medical marijuana and pot?
It probably depends on how you feel. Yes, sir, go right ahead.
Yes, my name is Leo Bash. I reside at 5137 North Tioga Way. I have 3 homes in the area, and I'm actually thinking of this is kind of like a double-edged sword here. You like it, but yet you don't. I think that on Main Street, the gentleman here is correct, that this is the first development on this area of Main Street in many, many years. I can see that from my drives into the neighborhood. I go there about 3 times a week to check on my properties. And I'm actually in favor of this building because we need some more development and new growth in this area. There's a lot of foot traffic, a lot of indigent population. There's even a homeless person that lives at the corner of Bonanza and Veterans Memorial Parkway. She's there daily and nightly. So just to say that I am in favor of this, and I hope that it would be a great project to help spur growth in the area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Charmaine Lai, and I have a property on 604 North 1st Street. I own a property that is directly adjacent to this property, just across the street. 1st Street is a small side street, and my property is basically just across the road from that. This neighborhood that I'm in is basically a single-family neighborhood with a lot of families with young children, and I feel that having this marijuana facility is not conducive to the area. There's also a public swimming pool close by that the young children or the youth frequent, and I just feel that this would degrade the quality of the area, and I respectfully request that you oppose this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
My name is Rafael Leo Reguero, and I live at 615 Biltmore, and I'm opposed to the project. First of all, there's a white elephant already in the property that was built several years back, and it was abandoned, so that property is now used for shelters for homeless as they want to traffic through there and use their drugs. Next is First Street is going to be right behind it, so it will butt against our neighborhood. Commissioner Wynn, which you're passionate about butting against our neighborhood, it will butt against it, and it will create a major traffic problem in that area. The streets are very, very tiny in that area because it was built in 1941. It's not an affluent. It's not an affluent, and it's mostly Hispanic area. And we're going to get a lot more traffic coming in from the homeless, which are already living in our corners, and we can't get anybody to help us out. So I'm opposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to speak? I'll go ahead and close the public comment. We're not going to have any rebuttal, but I am going to ask Mr. Higgins to please indulge Mr. Williams and speak to the reason why you went to a two-story building. Second, we'd like to know whether the 3 items that he depicted on the building and what are they for. And the third question would be, why'd you pick those colors?
I'm going to let the owner, Mr. Ferruti, take those answers if you could. But I think when I've got the layout of the building here, if we can.
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay. And I'm not sure if he was simply talking about the white on top of the building or the functioning windmill, which I'll let Mr. Ferruti discuss with you.
Mr. Ferruti, your name and address, but I would like to speak to that on top of the building, because I think he has the notion that you're going to use that for erecting signs.
Sure. Cyrus Ferruti, 4895 6th Street, Boulder, Colorado. The story is not 2 structures. The white part that he's referring to is actually purely aesthetics to hide the air conditioning units that sit on top of the building. We took aesthetics very seriously when looking at this building, when designing this building. And so if you look at it as a single-story unit, and those elevations are simply there to hide those things. The color scheme, I think it's a matter of preference. You know, we tried to design what we thought was a good-looking building, and
Thank you. I'm glad that's not a big marijuana leaf sign blowing on top of the building. Thank you. Public hearing is closed. I'll now ask the commissioners for comments and questions. Commissioner Truesdale?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Higgins, as we talked about a building earlier tonight that was to be constructed, can you address the concerns that would be raised by a project that didn't go to fruition? Like I say, the city has limited dispensary licenses to hand out or recommend, if you will. And having the most successful of those, I think, is not our call, but it's a business decision that should be addressed in any municipality. So how can we support this and assure that if it is approved at the end of the day, it will be constructed in a time frame that is successful?
Certainly, Commissioner Truesdale. I guess I'll point to 2 things. One is my clients have purchased this property. They didn't just put an option on it. They haven't done other things. Mr. Ferruti, his brothers, and their partners purchased this property, own the property today, and all the adjacent property, which they are not developing yet at this time. So they've committed, 7 figures to this project as is. They have committed in their application to fund construction, and obviously you guys aren't seeing their financial portion, but they have committed with their financial background and obviously with all their financial statements that they've given in both the state and the city application, that they have the financial wherewithal to construct the building. So now I would say the question I would ask is, why wouldn't you want a building that is function built, that is built for this specific purpose, rather than having a building in a strip mall that is being retrofitted? I mean, obviously some of those are going to happen and some of those are okay, but when you have a building of this quality, LEED certified, the city's green building program, all of those things that the city's trying to promote, and especially in a neighborhood like this where it can help lift the neighborhood, why wouldn't you support a new build when people come up with ideas like this, solar panels and the other type of quality items my client is doing?
I'm not saying I don't. I like the building. I like what you've presented, and I think that area, what is virtually a 1-story building with a parapet, is far less invasive on the neighborhood than the 5-story townhome or condo project that was slated for years. But it's still, this is going to be built from funds and debt of the applicant. This isn't going to get stuck on hold waiting for the city to give redevelopment dollars, is it?
No, Commissioner, it is not.
Okay. I mean, those are the kind of things that we have so many applications or applicants before the city with willing to spend money on buildings and do the things. I think the last thing we want to do is be subsidizing this new business in the world. At least that's my personal feeling. But I like your building. I think it's appropriate. I think it's laid out well on the site. It circulates. I don't believe it will impact the neighbors as much as what was approved there for a long time. Now that your client owns the property, hopefully they'll find something to do with the other building, which has become an eyesore, and
They are still negotiating on that parcel. That is not part of this parcel. That is a separate parcel, unfortunately, but they are in talks with the owner of that parcel presently. They bought everything up to and but not including that parcel.
Thank you.
Through you, Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Quinn?
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, so if this special use permit is put on this property, can it in fact, in 18 months, if it's not built on the SUP, be lifted off the property? So something else isn't built, that is not what's presented in front of us?
Yeah, I believe it expires in 18 months, doesn't it? If they don't actually build,
So
or the 2 years or the 18 months?
The actual, if an applicant is granted both a special use permit and the city business license, I'm sorry, all three, and a state permit, it's good for 2 years. And then after that, they have to recertify or it goes away. So it would behoove anybody who was building the building to probably get open as quickly as possible.
Right.
In order to enjoy those 2 years versus our standard development, which has 2 years and you see it an extension of time, and it can go on for quite some time, as we know. In this case, I think a successful applicant would want to build as quickly as possible to get their open and their business running.
Well, I agree with you, Mr. Higgins. I think it's time to see new development on that corridor and on that street. And I also think that anybody that comes from Boulder, Colorado that wants to invest over there is my hero. But, so you'll see my support on this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Quinn, that's my ward. Now, I'll go back to that Denver, Colorado study to tell you, but I do concur. 21 neighborhood associations notified on this, and almost about 233 mailers went out on this. There were no approvals or no protests. So, Mr. Gallego, I know he referenced First Street as a highly residential street. However, we don't see an overwhelming opposition from the neighbors. So that tells me one or two things is happening here. They want something to come here, which, because this area hasn't been developed in a long time, I think this will help even mitigate some of the homeless issues they're having. It'll probably even push some of that crime further away from this area. So this is my ward. I am sitting as chairman right now, so I will not be able to make a vote. But if there's not any more comments or questions from my commissioners, I will entertain a vote or a motion on item 24.
I'll be happy to make the motion for you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Quinn, please cast.
Thank you. On number 24, Mr. Higgins, SUP 55271, I make the motion to follow staff's recommendations this evening for approval.
There's been a motion for approval of item 24, SUP 55271. A yes vote is for an approval. Please cast your vote. And that motion has passed.
And thank you. And following with item number 25, SDR. I'm sorry. Did we read it?
No, go right ahead, yes.
I'm so sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, following staff's recommendation for approval, I'll make the approval on number 25, SDR 55270.
Item 25, there's a motion for approval on the floor. A yes vote is for the approval. Please cast your vote. And that motion has passed.
And Mr. Chairman, items 24 and 25 are anticipated to be heard at the October 28th special city council meeting unless otherwise properly noticed.
Thank you, and I'll turn the meeting back over to Chairman Moody.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Higgins.
Okay, let's hear one item, and then how about we take another short break?
Good idea.
Item 26, SUP 55276. The applicant is Compassionate Care of Las Vegas LLC. The owner is Highland by the Highway LLC. This is for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 3,004 square foot medical marijuana dispensary at 2601 Highland Drive in Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Can we have the staff's report, please?
Mr. Chairman, although not related, this is another dispensary cultivation under the same roof. You might want to open both items, but just for our purposes, they're not related. It means something not yet to staff, but very few other people.
And they are two entities as well, two separate entities as well, so. Yes, two separate entities.
Well, let's take them separate then. The applicant indicates they're two different separate entities altogether.
Are you here on both?
I'll be here on both,
I'll
yes.
tell you what, then we'll do 26 and 27 before we take a break, but we will hear them separately.
Appreciate it.
Go ahead and state your name and address, please. Oh,
My name-
sorry, Mr. Rank.
A quick staff report here. The subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 1912, and therefore can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner. Staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. If denied, no medical marijuana establishment would be permitted to be established at this site.
Thank you very much. Now your name and address, please.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Brian Hardy. I'm with the law firm of Marquis Arbach Coughing, located at 10,001 Park Run Drive in Las Vegas. I have with me Paul Mashouf, who is the owner of the applicant and one of the managers. We've reviewed the staff report. You'll find this location to be in an industrial area. It's not surrounded by any neighborhoods, and the staff recommends approval of this, and we'd ask that we've reviewed the conditions, we found all the conditions acceptable, and we ask for your approval on this particular dispensary. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on behalf of the applicant? Any members of the public wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'll close the, yes. Just made it.
Kurt Dukoch, 7915 Cadenza Lane, Las Vegas, Nevada. This appears to be exactly the same as the last application, which you denied the dispensary because they were in the same building with a separating wall. So I don't see why this would be okay if the last one wasn't okay.
Thank you. I'll close the public comment and open this up for a discussion with the Planning Commission. Seeing none, is someone?
Question.
Mr. Truesdale?
Can you show us on your site plan, there is no connection between the two businesses?
Absolutely. If you look to the, there's a site plan. It's on page, it's going to be where the floor plans are. If you can go a few more on, or we can go to the overhead, either way. There it is, right. Let's see, that's the first floor plan. There should be a floor plan that has both the second and first floor plans that are associated with this item. Let's see. It just has the first floor plan. I've got it right here on an overhead. I've got the.
Go ahead and put it on the overhead,
Why don't we go
please.
ahead and do that right here? See if you can see that. I can zoom in on that. These are from the materials that are provided and pulled off the website. You'll see that there's two floors here. On the first floor and the second floor, much like when you have a strip mall or any other units, you have multi-tenant buildings. And here we have two tenants in this building, two separate entities. And you'll see here that
Can you make sure you're close to that mic so we can get you on the record? Thank you.
Apologize. We have two separate entities, each having a different leasehold interest in this particular property. We have the separation that you can see here from the first floor. The first floor presides onto the second floor. It's completely separated from the bottom floor, which the bottom half of the bottom floor. There's a building wall that goes all the way through. The only connection where the two connect at all, if you want to call it a connection, is here in the Sally Port. If you see the Sally Port here, there is an entrance into the cultivation facility from the Sally Port. There's also an entrance into the dispensary from the Sally Port. It's just a secured Sally Port. It's no different than a loading zone that you'd have at any other facility. So that's the only place where the two can connect. Other than that is a completely separate unit.
Other than the elevator lobby, right?
The elevator is not for the cultivation facility. The cultivation facility does not go to the second floor. The cultivation facility is only on the first floor. The lobby and the second floor are connected, and they are completely separate units from the cultivation facility.
Just, the reason I say that is the plan I'm looking at, I'm seeing doorways go everywhere, and I don't see solid walls.
Yeah, there's a solid wall that comes all the way, if you can see right here, this wall comes all the way across here and comes all the way through here, with the only entrance being right here through the sally port of where it says secured vehicle.
So if you have those entrances, that's not a solid wall.
What's that?
If you have those entrances, they share a common functioning space, and that makes them co-tenants rather than standalone.
The only thing that they're sharing is the sally port in this particular matter.
But they're sharing something. That's what I'm getting at. And that's what happens when we talk about these seed to sale. They're in the same building. They're going to bleed into each other no matter how well they're regulated. So, I mean, I'll support one of these items, but I'm not going to support the dispensary and the cultivation and this. So I'm just telling you that up front. So.
Commissioner, I appreciate that, but there's a differentiation that I'd like to make between this and the last application.
I'll give you 30 seconds.
We have two separate entities that have separate books, that have separate maintenance, that have separate licenses. And because of that, we can completely keep these two entities separate.
But that doesn't make them separate spaces. State law says standalone facility. And the only way you can have a standalone facility is have it isolated from the one next to it.
And there are multiple units that have been approved today that are in multi-tenant buildings.
Right, but they all have solid walls between the other use.
And these have solid walls.
No, you have
between them as well.
doorways. You have a doorway through the sally port. Somebody could take product downstairs into the sally port and then get it right into the dispensary without any other process. And that's where, not you, I'm not saying this against you or anything else, but in my belief is, while these businesses are running well, it'll never be an issue. When it's an issue is when somebody's not performing well, business doesn't make, no one going through this process can tell me that 40 businesses in this valley and all of the related with it, that not one is going to fail. I mean, we're not that good in this community.
I wouldn't tell you that either.
Okay. So what I'm trying to say is, when something happens that a part of this becomes more of a problem, then as these units blend together is where I believe bad things can happen. That's why I believe standalone means standalone. And cultivation and production, we already know those typically will go together. Cultivation and dispensary is where it just, I can't support that.
Commissioner Schlotman.
Yes, just a few comments. I think in just my own opinion, the standalone facilities were created as a control mechanism to see where the product was going. There's like regulations that the product has to stay for a 24-hour period and forms to be submitted, and then it gets transferred to the next location. And so, I mean, just from my perspective, what I see is if it's going from one facility to a totally different facility, then, you know, you need that control mechanism. You'll still have to follow those same rules and regulations going from one portion of a building to a different portion. I think the main reason why it had to be held for a day is in case of business license and wanted to come out and count. And then it has to go to the dispensary and business license and has to count before they can break that down and start selling that product. And that way, a certain amount of the product won't come out, end up into somebody's car, and then only a portion get to the dispensary. So I don't have any personal issues with having the cultivation and the dispensary in one location. Even if there is an issue and the product gets over to the dispensary a little bit quicker, as long as it's not just going out the back door. That's just my 2 cents on it.
Any other commissioners wish to be heard? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion. on item 26.
Thank you. I'm ready to make a motion on item number 26, the SUP 55276, which is the medical marijuana dispensary at 2601 Highland. I make the motion for approval on the dispensary.
Please vote. Motion carries and item 26 is approved.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman,
Going-
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Mr. Paragon. Oh, go? Me? Go. Regarding item number 27, the SUP 55290, which is the cultivation portion of this facility.
Commissioner Quinn?
Yes?
I don't think we've had any discussion on item 27, and they're not related.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm trying to get out of here quicker.
Mr. Chairman, regarding item 26, it's anticipated that this will go to the October 28th special city council meeting unless otherwise properly noticed.
Thank you. Item 27, SUP 55290. The applicant is Compassionate Team of Las Vegas, LLC. The owner is Highland by the Highway, LLC. This is for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 6,600 square foot medical marijuana cultivation facility at 2601 Highland Drive in Ward 1. Councilwoman Tarkanian. Staff recommends approval. Would we please hear from staff?
Mr. Vice Chairman, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 1912, and therefore can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. If denied, no medical marijuana will be permitted on site. Please note we have received additional comments after publication.
Thank you. The applicant, name and address, please.
Brian Hardy with the law firm of Marquis Arbach Coughing, 10,001 Park Run Drive. On behalf of the applicant in this particular item number is the Compassionate Team of Las Vegas, and I have with me also one of the members of the manager of the applicant, Paul Mashuv. As a courtesy to Commissioner Quinn, she's heard what we've had to say up to this point in time, and maybe we can get done at this even quicker. I would submit that staff has submitted their recommendation for approval. We've had discussions about how we believe this to be a separate location, and as such, we'd seek approval from the Planning Commission as well, affirming the staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to speak for the applicant? Seeing none, do any members of the public wish to be heard either for or against this item? There being none, there being one.
I don't think they've shown us how they're going to wall it off or completely separate it. I think you're all aware of that. So I would hope that you would deny the cultivation part. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment portion and open this up for discussion with the commissioners. Commissioner Quinn.
I don't have any discussion. I'm just ready to make a motion after Commissioner Truesdale makes his nice comment.
I contend that there is a flaw with your plan. I don't see it as walled off in two separate locations. I think that makes it almost impossible for us to support the second use at the site, the way it's submitted. And I'm, not here to talk about how we design it or change it or whatever. So I would either make a motion for denial or recommend, hopefully, Commissioner Quinn would consider that.
Thank you, Commissioner Truesdale. Item number 27, SUP 55290. I'm going to go against staff's recommendation for approval and follow my feeling and deny this portion of the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Quinn. Please vote, remembering that a yes vote is for denial. Item 27, the motion carries. That item is denied.
Mr. Chairman, item 27 is anticipated to be heard at the October 28th special city council meeting unless otherwise properly noticed.
Thank you for your time today, Commissioners.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we understand there may be a lot of people here with regard to item 29 tonight. If you're here planning to speak on behalf of item 29, will you raise your hand? So more than a third of you, almost half. Unless my fellow commissioners object strongly, I'd like to go ahead and hear 2 more items so that we can get through 29. It's getting late. That will allow some of our audience to finish up with us. Is that okay? All right. Then let's move on to item 28, SUP 55278. The applicant is Natural Medicine, LLC. The owner is the Jewelers Incorporated 401k Profit Sharing Plan and Trust. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 3,414 square foot medical marijuana dispensary at 2411 Western Avenue Suites A, B, and C in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Staff recommends approval of this item. Can we please hear the report?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to abstain on this item in as much as an agent in my office is representing this particular client in a transaction in North Las Vegas, so it'd be inappropriate for me to vote. Thank you.
Thank you. We note your abstention. Staff?
Mr. Chairman, this subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 1912, and therefore can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with existing and surrounding land uses and future land uses. As such, staff recommends approval with conditions. If denied, no medical marijuana establishment would be permitted to establish at the site. Please note we've received additional comments after publication.
Thank you very much. Applicant, name and address, please.
Mr. Chairman and members, Greg Borgel, 300 South 4th Street, here representing the applicant. He accepts the conditions suggested by staff. The applicant is present if you have questions appropriate for his consideration. In view of the staff recommendation here and that of the design committee, and in view of the fact this is another one of the facilities on Western Avenue where we think it's a settled issue that it's appropriate, we would ask for your favorable action.
Thank you very much. Do any members of the public wish to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment and open this for discussion with the commissioners. Commissioner Schlotman.
Yes, I mean, I think the area is perfect. It's in an area that I've been saying is perfect all evening, and, you know, I support this item.
Okay, you prepared to make motion?
Yes. So on item number 28, SUP 55278, I'd move to approve following staff's recommendation for approval.
Thank you. Please cast your votes. With the abstention of Commissioner Truesdale, that motion carries and item 28 is approved.
Mr. Chairman, item 28 is anticipated to be heard at the October 29th special city council meeting unless otherwise properly noticed.
Thank you, and good evening.
Thank you. Good evening. Item 29, SUP 55286. The applicant is Top Harm LLC. The owner is DeLuca Building LLC. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 3,478 square foot medical marijuana dispensary at 7580 West Sahara Avenue in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Staff recommends approval. Can we hear staff's report, please?
Mr. Vice Chairman, the site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 1912, and as such, the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with existing and surrounding land uses and future land uses. Staff recommends approval of the proposal with all conditions. If denied, no medical marijuana establishment would be permitted at this location. Please note we've received additional comments after publication.
Thank you. Applicant, name and address, please.
Anthony DeLuca up here on behalf of Top Farm, 4095 Abernathy Forest Place, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89141.
Thank you very much. And I apologize for mispronouncing Top Farm.
Okay. The building's located on, has frontage on Sahara. To the immediate west of the building is a dirt lot with commercial beyond that. To the north of the property is parking lot, followed by commercial buildings. To the east is commercial buildings. In fact, my building is situated directly in the middle of the parking lot. So everything immediately adjacent is parking lot, and there's commercial all around it. Frontage on Sahara with across the street being additional commercial building. The security in the facility, it was a prior bank building. Surprised at how many of these buildings were previously bank buildings, but this is also one. In addition to the security offered by the typical bank scenario, we also have roll-it-in shutters that cover every window and every opening on the facility. The areas are segregated, prevent for clients or patients not to be going in and out of the same entrances as the employees. We have additional security features in terms of 35 security cameras, 27 security cameras inside, 8 security cameras on the outside, 2 armed security guards. Our intention is to have a live video feed to Metro Police Department so they can have access to any and all of our cameras. And the security is top-notch.
Thank you very much. Anyone else speaking on behalf of the applicant or with the applicant? Okay, let's open this for public comment. Come on up to the dais. Are we making any deals about spokespersons tonight? I guess not.
Good evening.
So you each have 1 minute. There's a lot of you. Forgive me if I hold you right to your 1 minute. It starts as soon as you tell us your name and address.
Good evening, John Bertoldo, 1504 Angelberry.
Mr. Chairman, through you, excuse me, there are 2 microphones there, so Mr. DeLuca, can you move out and then let them actually have 3 if we divide up the lines evenly and you can all speak? So you guys,
I'm sorry. I'd just like to say that I think we might have 5 to 6 people speaking, and so we'd ask that maybe they get to go a little bit longer, and maybe some will just defer to them. So
That's why I asked about the deal. If someone wants to defer their time to someone else, raise your hand. So 1. I count 13. Okay. So who will be taking the time, and how are we going to split that up?
for most of this group over here, it'll be Kevin Christensen speaking for us, and then myself. And I believe there are 3 other folks here who will each be speaking on their own. And we'd ask if they could get some of our time to make their points.
So, Mr. Bertoldo, how long are you going to take?
Maybe a minute and a half, but you know how lawyers talk.
All right,
so.
we'll subtract 1 from 13, and that gives them 12. We'll give you 2 minutes.
Okay, all right.
Commissioner, is it possible, I have no objection to that, could they all put their names and their addresses on the
Yeah,
record?
that's part of what we do. That's part of the rules. Okay, so
I mean, not just the speakers, everyone who's appearing, I'd like to...
everyone will do that.
Thank you.
Oh, you're saying everyone, even if they defer their time?
Yes, I'd like to know who it is who's opposing. I think I have a right to know.
All
Can we
right.
get all this testimony on the record, or on, at least on the mic? If you
Mr.
can speak?
DeLuca, will you
Thanks.
come up to the mic, please? So
Yeah, just
you've
things
asked that everyone, whether they speak or not, if they're deferring their time, that they give their name and address. Is that correct?
Yes, I'd like to know that they actually live in the vicinity and that they have a reasonable standing to
Okay.
be here and object.
I think that's fair.
Thank
So we'll ask everyone who's speaking, even if you're deferring, first approach the mic, tell us your name and address, and then you can defer your time. So,
I'll start, Dr. Kathleen Olander. I'm a business owner adjacent
are
to
you
the...
just speaking on behalf of yourself or some other people?
I could take a few deferred minutes. I'm not an
right,
attorney,
so
but I'll try and keep it brief. But
I need
do
to
have a
know
few
up
major
front
points.
so I can keep some order to this meeting to know how long you're going to take.
Dr. Brent Miller will refer me some of his time as well.
Okay, so you have 2 minutes.
Okay. I just want to say there's 2 main reasons this land use is not appropriate. One is for the lack of parking, and the other one is for the poor traffic flow. The site map that was submitted is not accurate. There is not a lane here for Pioneer. What you're seeing is half of a lane, and Mr. DeLuca does not have control over the other half. So we only have one lane for ingress and egress on the west side of the building. The traffic approaching from the west will not have safe ingress, especially if a delivery truck is trying to exit the property, which is how he changed the traffic flow on this diagram. So there's only one lane in here, and the current constructs for that
I'm sorry,
drive-through has it go this way.
If you'd like to show us on the overhead when you're talking about here, are you pointing to something?
Yeah, is this not showing up on the?
It is now.
It is now.
Oh, okay.
We can see it.
Okay, so there's only one lane here, this is showing two. And so he has people, the current flow of traffic goes out of this way, so he's changing the constructs of the parking lot. But nonetheless, you wouldn't be able to have a delivery truck go out, no less have parked cars here pull out. Right now, these spots are never utilized because you cannot safely pull out of those spots when you have cars, you know, leaving, exiting, and entering the whole complex. And the other thing that is not on the other diagram, he shows that, is this showing?
Yes, yes.
Okay, that all these parking spaces are for that 7,000 square foot building. These three adjacent buildings each have over 3,000 square feet. So by code, we were supposed to have a 5-to-1 ratio. Now, 10 years ago, before Mr. DeLuca owned that building, they got a variance because this complex did not have enough parking. And a bank owned it, and they got their variance from the city because they gave the city assurances that the second floor, because it was only supposed to be a one-story building that was 3,000 square feet, was going to be used for storage. And now, here we are, fast forward 10 years, and now he wants to use high retail traffic flow, which is not.
Let me cut you off, and I don't think you stated your address. Will you state that, and then the gentleman that deferred?
7520 West Sahara. I'm
All
the
right,
adjacent building owner.
And whoever deferred time to you, will you please state your name and address?
Are you in the office building?
Yes.
Brent Miller, 7670 West Sahara.
Thank you. All right. You speaking on behalf of just yourself, sir? Who's next?
Yes, my name is David Arpin, and I'm at 7520 West Sahara. I'm a property owner, and I'm also the Sterling Park treasurer, and I'm a doctor in the neighborhood, and I strongly object to it on the grounds that there is a lack of parking. We have a multiple medical and dental office use, which treats children, the elderly, and we're within the 300-foot effective radius, and we have to have a 5-to-1 parking ratio, which a lot of it is actually granted to us in the parking lot. And what's going to happen is that if we have a group of people that are actually coming in, it's going to create a hardship on the existing businesses, which is already a problem. And as they mentioned, the ingress and egress to the Sterling Park West from the eastbound of Sahara has to come through the west side of DeLuca's building, which is a one-lane, low traffic, which is going to be a two-lane, which is impossible to make to get the ingress and egress out of there. That's an accident waiting to happen. And
Thank
also,
you. Can I have everybody deferring time now step up to one of the mics, tell us your name and address, and to whom you're deferring your time?
Bill Harrington, I'm a homeowner in the area, 2020 Homeview Court. I'm deferring to Mr. Christensen and Mr. Bertolo.
You can only defer to one. I need you to tell me who you're deferring to.
Michael Lance.
Hang on.
Mr. Bertolo and Mr. Christensen, they're attorneys in our neighborhood.
30 seconds each. Michael Lance, I'm a homeowner at 1425 Belcastro, and I'll defer half of my time to each Mr. Christensen and Mr. Bertoldo.
I'm Heather Bertoldo, 1504 Angelberry, and I will defer half of my time, or all of my time, to either Mr. Bertoldo or Mr. Christensen.
better give it to your husband.
Smart woman.
Anyone else deferring? Please step up. We need you right behind the mics if you'll be ready for us.
Nedra Hoagland, I'm a homeowner, and I'm deferring to my husband, Henry Hoagland.
Diane Harrington.
Your address, please.
7195 Del Rey Avenue.
Diane Harrington, 2020 Homeview Court. I'm deferring to Mr. Christensen and Mr. Bertoldo.
Julia Stevens, I'm 2231 South Monte Cristo Way, 2 blocks right behind this proposed building, and I'm deferring to Heather, or not Heather, John Bertoldo.
Thank you.
Rita Hart, 1970 South Miller Lane. I am deferring to Kevin Christensen.
Scott Miller, 7480 West Sahara. I'll defer my time to Mr. Bertoldo.
Kyle Stevens, 2231 South Monte Cristo Way, 2 blocks away from the proposed facility, 89117. I defer my time to Mr. Christensen.
Julie Christensen, 2000 Homeview Court. I just live 2 blocks north of this area. I strongly oppose it, and I'm deferring to my husband, Kevin Christensen.
My name is Kirk Dugan, 2271 South Monte Cristo Way, and I'm deferring my time to Kevin Christensen.
Brenda Howie, 1325 South Teneo Way. I'm deferring my time to Christensen and Bertoldo.
Charlotte Dugan, 2271 South Monte Cristo Way, and I'm deferring to Kevin Christensen.
Ben Hart, 1970 South Miller Lane. Equal time to Bertoldo and Christensen.
Earl Olson, homeowner, 7130 Doe Avenue, deferring to Bertoldo and Christensen.
Okay, we've taken care of the deferrals. Thank you very much. Mr. Hoagland has an extra minute. Mr. Bertoldo has 5.5 minutes. Mr. Christensen has 6.5 minutes. Yeah. Okay. So, by the way, this does not eliminate anyone besides Mr. Christensen, Mr. Bertoldo, and Mr. Hoagland from speaking and taking your customary 1 minute. Name and address, please.
Dr. Ron Greenewald, 7500 West Sahara. I'm one of the business owners. I want to comment on this site plan. I see 3 handicap in front of his building. There's only 2. I see 2 in front of my building. There's only 1. Again, the major thing we have against this is the parking lot amount. If you really looked into the zoning, there's not nearly enough to cover the buildings we have here. The other thing I was concerned about, a patient brought to my attention, why is it that the federal law states if for whatever reason they find criminal activity going on, they can close that building down as well as everything within 500 feet? That includes our 3 offices. I don't feel like losing a business for a day or a month, whatever the federal government may do. I have an issue with that as a business owner. The other thing is we've been told our insurance is going to go up based upon the fact that this is the type of element that's coming into our business park. Why should I pay more insurance? I don't have anything to do with this, not my fault. I take care of kids, I take care of families. In the last 3 days, we had over 100 people send in, and you can look in there, of opposition to this because they don't want it in this way. And the parking and the egress and egress that Dr. Olander talked about, that's the major thing. There's also a children's autism center back there. They didn't talk about that. A lot of kids come through that area to go see them.
Thank you. Mr. Bertoldo, please give him 5.5 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. I'd like to have the record reflect that the Las Vegas Municipal Code plays a part in our opposition here, is the basis for our opposition. And it's important to note here that the laws of Nevada pertaining to the use of medical marijuana were enacted with the highest regard to, quote, the economic, social, physical, and moral well-being of the residents and taxpayers of the city. And this is Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.95.010 subparen B. Accordingly, similar to gaming, the cultivation, distribution, production, and sale of medical marijuana, pot, as somebody said here, is not a matter of right, but of privilege. As such, the privilege may be denied where it conflicts with the protection of the safety, welfare, health, peace, and morals of the residents and taxpayers of the city. And that's all under the code. And I think our objections can be summarized by saying that we feel this is a land use issue. We feel like this is an entirely inappropriate site for this kind of a special use application. You know, people have spoken to the parking. I can't emphasize that enough. My home is in the neighborhood adjacent, but my business is at 7408 West Sahara, and I can tell you what happens. We're one owners association of office space and professional businesses, and then Dr. Greenwald and Dr. Arpin are on the Eastern Owners Association. We're brother-sister owner associations, and we share water, we share a couple other issues. But I can tell you what's going to happen. When people come parading in here to get their, to pick up their medicine, they're just, if they don't see parking right in front of the dispensary, they're going to park in front of these doctors' offices, and they're also going to turn around and park in front of Dr. Miller, Scott Miller, who is here tonight. They're going to park in front of my office, and it's just going to cascade all through the development. And that, again, speaks to the protection of our rights as property owners, as taxpayers. And, you know, I just think that's totally inappropriate. The other thing is there's inappropriate parking, or there's inadequate parking right now because they're using the second story. And again, just because that was something the bank did and they got it to put storage in there doesn't mean that somebody else can come along now and use that whole facility for another purpose. And let me just say, this is a retail operation that they want to bring into a business park. We never contemplated that when we bought our properties. We never contemplated that. This is also a 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week cash business. Nobody else in there is using cash, or if they are, it's very minimal for professional services. That's usually done by check. This is going to be a cash business. There's nothing in the application that says they have a bank that's going to take this money, because it conflicts with federal law. And all of these dispensaries are going to be dealing with cash. And that's something that hasn't been brought out here. It's going to be a cash business. It's going to be 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And our property, our neighborhood, is not going to be protected according to Las Vegas Municipal Code, which we have a right to have protected. So again, this is a privilege that they're seeking, and it interferes with our rights. And so it should be denied. It's simply incompatible. I'd like to defer some of my time to Henry Hoagland, who's here tonight, who's a former commander of the Las Vegas Metro Detention Center.
All right, thank you. You have
2 minutes.
3.5 minutes.
All right, thank you. My name is Henry Hoagland. I live at 7195 Delray Avenue, in approximation to the property in question. After 31 years in law enforcement, I've been following this issue fairly closely between states in the country. And I stay in touch with other law enforcement and former law enforcement people, particularly in the states that have made the grave mistake of legalizing marijuana either for medicinal purposes or otherwise. And there is a significant amount of pot traffic from other states that is noticed on the highways and frequenting these facilities. And as has been said, if you consider any other business that deals in cash or in relatively liquid assets like this, they become easy prey to criminal activity. Not just the trafficking of it, but also those who prey on those opportunities. There's a reason why some of these places were touting that there were going to be 23 cameras and 15 armed guards and vicious dogs and a moat and all this other stuff. It's because it's a target. There's a reason for them to expend that kind of money for safety and security. Now, you superimpose that picture, that model, right next to a neighborhood, and we're going to have problems. Our kids are going to be in danger. Our homes are going to be devalued, and I'll give whatever time I have left over to Mr. Christensen.
Kevin Christensen. I have a couple of addresses.
Your address, please, Mr.
Yes,
Christensen.
two of them. 2000 Homeview Court, that's where I live, which is close to this proposed permit. And I have an office at 7440 West Sahara, which is part of the original park. What nobody
You have
realizes...
7 minutes, by the way. I just want,
Yes.
that's for the clerk.
Thank you. What nobody realizes here is that this park was originally developed as a single professional office park. It was Dean Crammet Bauer and Al Collins. Has two sides, but they're connected in the back. We have an association that we represent, our law firm. There are 11 owners. They all oppose this. They all own their buildings. They've all invested well in excess of $750,000 in those buildings. The value would be affected, there's no question. On the other side, there are a few less buildings, but no less investment in those buildings. We have independent, separate owned buildings by these owners. It's not an office park that rents to a variety of tenants. Everybody has their business owned and located there for a purpose. And the purpose is to be economically viable. Anything that comes into that area that would impinge upon that tendency to be a successful business, we oppose. Now, there's a certificate of covenants, conditions, and restrictions that were recorded against both sides of this property. In both of those documents, and they govern this property, they grant to the boards, and you've heard from both of them tonight, one through me and one through another presenter, they grant to them the right to regulate the use in their professional office park. They also grant to them the right to regulate parking and to allocate parking spots to those who have a right. You've heard from many who own and have a property right to their parking spaces and their use. Now, there is nothing in those CC&Rs that allow this kind of use. It would have to come to that board for approval. It's already come to our board, and we've disproved it on the west side. So if you expanded this, if you look here, this second part is the 11 owners that oppose it on the West Association group. And then on the left side, you've heard from several others. So our point is between the homeowners that are directly behind it and go all the way over to Oki, who have also invested, I should probably say, at least $500,000 in their homes, many multi-million dollars in their homes. This is simply disharmonious, incompatible, and of no benefit, absolutely no benefit to everyone that surrounds this location. For those reasons, we would respectfully ask you to deny it. Thank you.
Do any other members of the public wish to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment and open up for discussion with the Planning Commission, item 29.
Mr. DeLuca, how'd your neighborhood meeting go?
Well, with the number of commercial businesses in the area...
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Could you speak into the microphone?
Yes. There are no residents in the immediate vicinity of my building.
I know, but as a good neighbor, you didn't reach out to these people and have like a little nice little meeting at your office to tell them what you were going to do, or, you know, just, it's so new to everybody that I just would think that out of respect for these people who've had businesses here for 20 and 30 years, that you would have, you know, within 300 feet, which isn't that far, you could have gathered people together at your office, you know, and had a little neighborhood meeting. You did not do that?
No, I did not, Commissioner. These people are here because they're afraid their parking spaces are going to be taken.
I don't,
No
okay,
other reason.
excuse me, I'm not going to talk about why these people are here, but I'm going to wait and listen to my fellow commissioners. I put a lot of time in your item, and I'll be looking forward to making the motion. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Truesdale.
On the site plan, I see unless it was described earlier, a drive-through lane. Is that anticipated to provide drive-through
No,
pot
it's
sales?
not. No, it's not. This was actually a revised site plan. It was submitted at the, I believe the...
May I ask you to speak up, please? I'm a
Yes,
little
my
hard of
apologies.
hearing.
No, this is not. It was a drive-through when it was a bank building. The window for the drive-through is being sealed up. This is not the flow of traffic. The flow of traffic is over here. That's where everybody comes in and out. So the suggestion that... Yes.
Mr. DeLuca, we can't see what you're pointing to
Okay.
when you say
On the
over here.
west side of the building, they continually made references to a two-lane entrance and egress, and the actual entrance is on the east side of the building. That's where everybody comes in and out, is on the east side of the building. So there's no question with regard to this drive-through. The drive-through is actually covered. This is not a lane of traffic. This is a drive-through which has my building attached to it. So the references to this being some sort of flow of traffic is not accurate. The east side of the building is where everyone comes into that commercial park.
Does that answer your
And
question,
out.
No.
Commissioner Truesdale?
What I'm trying to get to is, you're well aware there is no drive-through business related
Correct.
to this industry in any way, shape, or form?
Yes, as I said, we are sealing up the window as part of our plan, and there is not going to be any drive-through. For security purposes, we're removing the window.
Okay. And with regards to, it's very difficult for us to address CC&Rs and how they, have you met with both the boards of these two developments? That
I'm
you're-
not.
Okay. All right. So you went through all of this investment and this time and put all this together and just figured you had the site and it was going to be a slam dunk approval?
No, absolutely not. Councilman, I own the largest consumer bankruptcy firm in the country. We have 25,000 clients. If that parking was sufficient for that type of business, how could it not be sufficient for a medical marijuana facility? I mean, my clientele for my bankruptcy firm, it would be 10 times what the clientele is likely to be for this medical marijuana facility, and we're just not at the peak anymore. Okay, in 2010, we did 3,000 clients just in that year, 20,000 clients total. And since I've been there, we've been able to manage, nobody's had any problem with parking. Now all of a sudden, a medical marijuana facility is proposed, and the 62 spaces there are not enough. They just don't want this dispensary in that location. There's nothing to do with parking.
And
as
quite
for
honestly,
Mr.
it's okay for them
Bertolo's-
to say they don't want it. It really is.
I think this is a rebuttal. I'm going to object to this.
Mr. Bertoldo, hang on.
Nobody's giving you the opportunity to speak.
No,
Hang on. I'm chairing. Mr. Truesdale, Commissioner Truesdale asked a question of the applicant. He went a little long, and I gave him some leeway, but I agree. It's getting close to the point of rebuttal, so I note your objection.
Not one application before us so far has had nearly the neighborhood and the area response in opposition to an item. And if I thought this was absolutely a perfect location and was willing to debate with the owners, or the property owners around here, that they didn't see it a certain way, I'd do that. But the fact is, this is a new use. There is some risk inherent with us approving these special use permits, because none of us here, unless you've been dealing drugs in another state, have any idea what this grand experiment is going to turn out to be. So I respect neighbors that have some legitimate concerns, even to the point that says, you know, it just doesn't work for me. Just like a property owner, if you approach them about the use and they say, philosophically, I don't want it. Okay? That's their right. And it's part of what we would consider as a special use permit. because it's their view of compatibility, just like your view of compatibility is different. Your view from an operator's point of view may be focused that there's no crime. Their understanding of the business is they see that there's a potential crime that may affect a autistic child care or child facility or Dr. Greenwald's practice. And so we've had a lot of items here tonight, and some of those had some opposition in the neighborhood, and we addressed some of it, and some of it we're never going to address. But do you understand, without a neighborhood meeting, you've had the largest opposition of any property owner before us yet. And that makes it very difficult for me to sit here and say, with all the options that are before this commission in this community, to say this business can locate as a dispensary. Why should we pick your location with the most opposition and say all of these property owners and business owners, their opinion doesn't matter as we go through this? Part of our job is to take your application and your desires and craft and take the code, staff's recommendation, and also take the input from the neighbors and come up with a combined recommendation that says this is the most appropriate we see here. Staff, from a technical point of view, I think put recommendations of approval on almost every application except one. I may not agree with that one, but you know, that's fine. Just joking. But perspective-wise, that's staff. Now it comes to us. And when I see Mr. Bartolo, Mr. Christensen here, and this number of neighbors plus the cards and stuff, I've got to ask, are you compatible with them? And that's a difficult question here.
Well, I think if there were accurate information, I mean.
But I'm sorry.
But we're not going to.
No more comment.
I thought that was a question you were
No,
asking.
no,
My
no.
apologies.
No, it wasn't a question. But I will let one of the other commissioners go forward.
Let me just say, before inviting the motion, unless there are any other comments, after hearing the testimony of the neighbors and discerning what the nature and type of business is going on here, I'm convinced that this use cannot be conducted in a harmonious manner and is not compatible with existing and future land uses. And I think it's too close to the residential that's nearby. So you won't see my support on this tonight. Any other comments before a motion is made? Commissioner Quinn?
Thank you. Item number 29 is SUP 55286 at 7380 West Sahara. I am going to offer the application a denial this evening, and there you go.
Okay, please vote, noting that a yes vote is for denial. The motion carries, and item 29 is denied.
And Mr. Chairman, item 29 is anticipated to be heard at the October 28th City Council meeting unless otherwise properly noticed.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to take a 10-minute recess. You never heard me say that.
I still remember. No, you jumped right into that. I'm sorry I kind of mixed you up and I said.
So what's the doc say? How's the health? Keep moving, I guess, huh? So movement keeps the pressure off there, huh?
My goodness.
Say get in the swimming pool and move. Moving around. Yep, yep, definitely. Well, let us know, because I shot you an email the other day checking on you. I didn't hear from you. I started told Quinn, I said, let's go to his house. We were gonna come to your house. We were gonna come. Yes, sir. Wonderful. He just texted me, he's watching on TV. I'm gonna go text him right now. B-U-R-K-E? I will let him, I'm gonna text him right now.
Everybody ready? Okay, we're ready to begin again. Recess is over. We're back on the record. We'll pick up with item 30, SUP 55289. The applicant is New Leaf CLV Dispensary, LLC. The owner is Michael and Catherine F. Hood. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 3,600 square foot medical marijuana dispensary at 4500 West Charleston Boulevard in Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Can we please hear staff's report?
Thank you. The subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 1912, and therefore the use can be conducted in compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. If denied, no medical marijuana establishment would be permitted to be established at this site. Please note that additional letters of protest and support have been received after the publishing. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we please hear from the applicant? Name and address, please.
Mr. Chairman, before we begin, I just wanted to say I'll be abstaining on this item as Kenny Kuendall. I probably messed up his last name, but close enough. He's a contractor. I'm a contractor. We're working on an independent project together, Bocho, down the street, and considering that the business relationship's ongoing for the next month or so, I'll be abstaining on this matter.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else? All right, name and address, please.
Thank you for the record. John Sandy, 6077 Fort Apache. I'm here today on behalf of the applicant New Leaf, which I think that even though we're here for land use, it's important to recognize kind of who the individuals are comprised of. We have local investors who many of you know, as well as very respected operators who have been operating a medical marijuana dispensary in Berkeley, California for over the past 15 years. Within our application, we have letters of support from the mayor, the city council, the chief of police, and even our neighbors that are located next to us. And in addition, we actually had our own Congresswoman Dina Titus make a special trip to tour our facility, and she was left with the impression that these guys know how to do things right. And we want to carry that tradition over to Las Vegas and making sure that we do things right. And in that light, we wanted to make sure that we got the best security that we could find. Not because we need it, but because we recognize that this is a new industry and people are apprehensive. We sought out Sergeant Chris Curtis, who is the captain of the Downtown Rangers and was handpicked by the Downtown Project to handle all of its security. Although most of our security documents are confidential, there are some features in the building that you can see, such as our vehicular sally port, which is a secure garage where we can do all our loading and unloading of all our product, and if there is cash. It also adds extra garage space for parking, and also ensures that we meet all the parking codes. However, we feel that there will be a minimum of cash moving hands because Berkeley Patients Group has actually found a way to maintain merchant services in Berkeley, California, something that's a little unique in this industry. And we are hopeful and pretty confident that we'll be able to find banks and merchant services that will work with us in the future while we're here. Now, turning to the land use, the City Council considered restricting dispensaries from adjacent residential properties, but they ultimately reconsidered doing this because it would force clustering, and we feel that that's really an issue here, and that the city wanted to ensure that local medical marijuana patients have safe and convenient access to their medicine. So the question is not, does the property abut residential? The question is the use compatible with the neighborhood? And I suggest to you that it would. And in that vein of doing things right, instead of holding a neighborhood meeting, we actually went door to door to all the houses that were in a 300-foot barrier radius of us. And Mr. Mayor is here to tell you about the conversations he's had and the support that we have from those adjoining neighbors. I'd also like to allow, in my remaining time, Ms. Premsrit to comment.
Good evening, Commissioners, Mr. Commissioner, Chairman. Pui Premsrit, address 520 South 4th Street. I represent New Leaf Capital Investment Group. That's the Nevada constituency. And I just want to emphasize in response to two very fundamental concerns that Commissioner Truesdale and Commissioner Quinn raised in the previous hot, contentious item. The Berkeley Patients Group, they have that experience that will take that guesswork out of this new purpose that you're bringing to Las Vegas. And more importantly, will they be good neighbors? They've already vetted all of their neighbors, which have supported this, this use. So we hope that you vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. The applicant's time is up, but you can certainly each take the 1 minute that's up for the public hearing if you'd like to. So this is now open for the public hearing. Anyone who wishes to speak for or against, please approach the mic. We have three
Hi,
of
I'm
them.
Teresita Carmack, 1001 Essex West. They are absolutely not welcome into our neighborhood. Yes, a gentleman did come around. He did not speak to all of our neighbors. Many of our neighbors that I spoke to yesterday that I had to have people translate because they do not speak English was unaware. As a matter of fact, when you show the picture of their facility, you will see that their back wall abouts with several of my neighbors with small children. There's another house on the side that abouts with an elderly gentleman that we often have to well check. They are not good neighbors. They have not had a neighborhood meeting. We also have a middle school that is down the street. As the statistics show, that when children experiment with drugs, their first experiment is usually with marijuana, and it's in middle school. Yes, it may be 1,000 feet away, but all those middle school children walk over to the Walmart shopping plaza. They ride their bikes, they skateboard. I have 4 of them at home with me, ranging from age 3 to 11. I will always be opposed.
Your time's up. Thank you. Name and address, please.
Pam Webb, my address is 713 Shooting Star Street, Las Vegas, Nevada, where I've lived for the past 25 years. The proposed dispensary directly abuts a very large neighborhood of family homes. 2 parks are behind the proposed site. Large number of families walk back and forth in front of this store to get from their home to Walmart. And this neighborhood is also inundated with middle schoolers every day as they use the neighborhood to walk directly into Hyde Park Middle School and the Hyde Park ballpark and playground. The middle schoolers are the most vulnerable in society to the presence of marijuana dispensary, and I also have an 8th grader that goes to Hyde Park Middle School.
Thank you.
Yeah, my name's Sam Bakke, 4307 Dover Place. And from here today, there's a lot of pot smokers and a lot of pain. And we don't want them in our neighborhood. And I live right there in the neighborhood, and if nothing abuts anything, that's this place here. It's right next door. These houses, this business used to be a house in the neighborhood. They were converted. All those houses on Charleston have been converted into businesses. So this is part of the housing area. There's people that go to the Jewish synagogue walking down that street during the Sabbath, okay, and they have to walk right by that building. There's kids in school that walk down Charleston, going to walk right by that building every day. I see them walking back and forth. Nobody's mentioned the home values in that area. 89107 plummeted the most during the last housing market crash, and this isn't going to help. They're just trying to come back right now. This isn't going to help. People aren't going to want to move there when there's a dispensary right there selling pot. All right? So I recommend deny it, please.
Mara Maservi, 2718 Mason Avenue. I live in McNeil Estates, and I highly, highly oppose this, and I want to defer my minute to Teresita.
Again, speaking for my neighborhood, we oppose it. We have a park 5 doors down from me. As I walk out my door and down my driveway and look to the left, I will see the building. I have been in the building because I've shopped for gowns for my daughter. I believe that the building is not big enough to hold a dispensary. That parking lot is not conducive to the traffic on Charleston in front of the Walmart shopping center. There's a CC Pizzas where families go to eat. This is a family community. We're a hard-working community. We do not want this in our community.
Dennis Maservi, 2718 Mason Avenue. This is an area where there's just a bunch of housing area, and there's a lot of struggling young families. I think you'll find most people aren't here tonight because they have young children in that area, and they have a lot that have language barriers and some of those. So I think they're so busy working, trying to survive in that area that they're not here. But I think there's some parking issues with that. They're going to create traffic problems because this is a congested area. It's also across from Walmart where there's just a family area, that we don't need any more of a lot of this type of traffic in there. And then I can tell you it's just not good for the neighborhood. I could say a lot more, but that's my time.
Thank you. My name is William Maservi. I'm at 1330 Darmac Drive. I'm just a young father that's in the neighborhood. My wife would be here too, but our daughter's asleep tonight. I'm concerned about any medical marijuana dispensary nearby in this area. We already have enough problems in Vegas, especially on the weekends, with 2 in every 10 drivers being under the influence. It's concerning to me that there's going to be medical marijuana so nearby, because I'm a college student. I'm aware of how common this is used recreationally. It's abused terribly. I have infinite number of friends who do that. It seems the case, but there's a lot of new college students in this area who are moving into these houses now and renting from them. And it's a concern for me as somebody who's riding up and down the street commonly, who's biking up and down it, just to have this in the neighborhood. It's worrisome. So, thank you.
Sean Spanier, 1330 Cashman Drive. I've heard a lot tonight about, we got the best security system. And I think you guys, you're all pretty smart folks. And there's security systems to keep people out of their place, not to secure our neighborhoods. And again, this is a classic building that backs up to a residential neighborhood. And the only thing separating them from houses is a block wall. I've been there. I go through there every day. And it's a beautiful building. And if you're going to have a spot, that'd be a great spot to have one, other than the fact that it abuts to a residential neighborhood. They're going to push anybody that comes onto the facility that's not supposed to be. They're going to push them to the east, to the west, or up into the neighborhood. That's where they're going to go. They're going to call Metro. Metro's not going to come out. They're busy doing other things. So when they talk about security, just if you don't know, and I'm sure you do, it's to secure them, not us. Okay? I oppose it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bradley Mayer, 6077 South Fort Apache. Can we draw attention to the overhead here real quick?
Yes.
I just wanted to talk about the neighborhood outreach component of this. This map, sorry, is this on? This map right here displays the neighborhood outreach that we did. So I personally actually knocked on all of these doors that you see here within a 300-foot radius. That included 8 businesses and 26 residences. And so this map here just shows, red were people who were opposed, yellow were people that are not home, green actually signed in support of our land use, and yellow were actually neutral. They acknowledged it, but they didn't have an opinion one way or another. And so, of course, the 3 most important, I would say, are clearly the people who share a wall with us, and it's these 3 residents here. I actually was able to talk to everybody who can look directly at our site, and of course, this kind of shows the signatures of the neighbors around us who were supportive of the use. I didn't run into any language barriers. I was able to talk to everybody who who answered here, of course. And like I said, I want to also just point out there's a stoplight right here, which really helps with coming in and out. But in terms of the people who can visibly see this location, like I said, 4 signed in support right there, 1 over on this street, and these 3 neighbors here were just, neutral. And of course, we're outside of the 300-foot barrier to parks and outside of the 1,000-foot barrier to schools. So thank you.
Sean Luce, 6138 Shattuck Avenue, Oakland, California. I just want to speak a little bit about our site and our outreach. We chose this site because we wanted to, of course, be on a commercial corridor. We wanted to be very accessible to our patients, and we wanted to be near where they lived. So we tried to find a main thoroughfare that was going to be good for transportation, but we did have residential neighbors near it, but to us, we feel like there's a benefit to that also. It's a very similar situation to what we have in our dispensary in Berkeley. We have residential neighbors right behind us. When we moved in there, there was some.
This isn't rebuttal. This is part of his 1 minute. They can all speak for 1 minute. For or in support. You're not at the mic.
No, I'm not, but he shouldn't be doing what he's doing either.
Yeah, sir, I'm going to ask you not to speak from the audience. You know the rules. Go ahead, continue.
So as I was saying, we had some initial hesitation from our residential neighbors, but we've worked with them over the past couple of years. We've done what they've asked to us to improve the neighborhood, and they've actually come back to me after a year in our new site and said, you know what, you guys weren't as bad as we thought. You've been good neighbors. And so we just like to think that with the proper operation, that having residential neighbors does not have to be a hindrance, but can work just fine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The gentleman that spoke just before you referred to a map. Would you mind submitting that as part of our record? And you also referred to a signature page?
Yes.
Yeah,
both are right here.
Will you give those both to the clerk, please?
Sure.
Ms. City Clerk, may I see the signature page, please? Thank you.
Anyone else wish to be heard for or against this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment and open this for discussion among the planning commissioners. Commissioner Quinn.
Mr. Sandy?
Yes.
Sir. Could you put out for me the map of the property exactly and show me where your truck is going to come in, how he's going to back out, and how he's going to deliver your product, please?
Yes, actually, and is
put it
there a
in the
way I
center.
can point to this here?
Yeah.
So off of...
Excuse me, no, put it in the
The
center of the
center.
dais, and we have a camera that'll zoom down on you.
Yeah.
Just set that right there on that white square. He's going to pull the plan for you. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr.
And you can
Rankin.
use that middle microphone, it will come on as well. Thank you.
While we're looking for that, how many parking spaces do you have?
We'll have 21 parking spaces,
And your hours of operation will be
9 to 9.
7 days a week?
Yes.
Thank you. For those of my commissioners that don't live in this ward, this is a very, very busy corner, and it does abut to a neighborhood, an older neighborhood. There are many children that pass by here, and my concern really is about the way that your product is going to come into the property and leave the truck is going to leave the property safely. I'd like to see the route.
Absolutely, and I think that's an important piece of it. So when we do have deliveries, they will come in on Essex, heading north here, and enter this ingress from Essex. And then you'll see right here is actually what we're going to construct as a secured parking facility, which will have doors that will open and shut in tandem. So when they're shut, there will be zero access to the garage. And then from there, our vault is going to be located right around here. So we will be able to securely load and unload any products or any cash that we need to take to the bank or any of that. And then once it has been secured, the doors will open and it will go right here. As Mr. Mayor mentioned, there's a stoplight right here so we can ensure safe egress from the property, and that's how we anticipate the flow of traffic will work for our deliveries.
Is there a median on Essex Road that the truck would have to go around and kind of flip a U-turn to come back to?
There's not.
There's not. Excuse me, I was asking you,
I'm
sir.
sorry,
I just live in this area,
Yes.
so these are, I go to every one of Councilwoman's applications, and these are my concerns. My concerns is that this truck's going to make the right down Essex or the left, either way that it's coming, and it's going to have to flip a U-turn, am I correct?
Yes.
To go back into that drive approach.
That sounds correct, yes.
So in other words, you didn't kind of tell me
Well,
that. Okay. Well, that's
Well,
okay.
I think it's going to be a manageable turn. Unlike, I think, what probably people have a conception of is that the product is actually relatively small and will be locked in nondescript cars. So it won't be big trucks that we're trying to, 52 footers that we're trying to move in there. It will be a relatively small, undescript vehicle that will be able to make that turn.
Commissioner Quinn, does that answer your question?
It does, thank you. I'm going to wait to hear my other commissioners' comments before I make a motion.
Thank you. Commissioner Bonar.
I'm having a little trouble getting up to 21 spaces when I look at the secured delivery. Looks like you're counting the spaces in the secured delivery as spaces open to the public, which obviously isn't the case. And then if you're using them for delivery, the 2 spaces that you're counting on the Essex side, I don't see them either. I see a reference to 2 spaces, but I don't see 2 spaces. And then look at the first space or the last space, any way you want to look at it, against Charleston, not the handicap, but the other side. I don't see any landscaping, but I sure see a space as close to the sidewalk as possible. I have trouble getting to 21, and you may only need 18 if I'm calculating right. But we don't want you to be shy either.
I don't think there's a question. Do you have a
I
question?
was just bringing facts out.
Pardon?
I was just trying to bring out some facts.
Okay, thank you. Any other commissioners wish to be heard?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. When this came before the Downtown Design Review Committee, I made the disclosure and abstained on this item because they're represented by a law firm that is also representing an application for my client, which I actually dictate who gets paid. So I will abstain on this item.
Okay, seeing no further comments. Commissioner Goins?
Just a quick question. I'm looking at the signatures, 1, 2, 3, 4. I only see 5, so depicted on there's only 5 houses walked to ask for their opinion?
There were, excuse me, John Sandy for the record, there were 5 that were, you want to take that?
Yeah, we actually knocked on a total of 34 doors. 8 of those were businesses in the 300-foot area, and the other 26 were residents in that area. And so the way the map is depicted, it shows the yellow showing not homes, and I actually made 2 attempts. And then the green showing people signed, the white showing people that answered that were just neutral. They were not opposed, they were not for it, they just kind of said whatever. And then there was a blue thing that showed kind of vacant residences, and then of course the red in the ones who were opposed. And I should also mention that I also knocked on the doors. There were 4 comment cards sent in. One of those is depicted on the map as it is. I actually knocked on the doors of the other 3 comment cards, and all 3 of those residences just refused to discuss the matter with me. They just politely said no thanks and slammed the door in my face, and my feelings
What times did you go over there?
Afternoons. So Friday afternoon, Monday afternoon.
Any evenings?
Yep.
After 5?
Yep. I was there last night till 7 p.m. Knocking on doors. My wife yelled at me. So.
Thank you.
Commissioner Quinn?
Thank you. I'm sure you've sat here most of the afternoon and the evening, and I think you've seen that in Ward 1, I have set a precedent about these businesses encroaching into people's neighborhoods. And the reason I've done that is because we don't know enough about what's coming our way. And I I have to stick to my philosophy on this, and my philosophy is that this is not the right location. So with that, I'm going to...
Commissioner Quinn,
What?
just before you make your vote, I want to make a statement.
Okay.
You know, having looked at this and heard the testimony, I have concerns about the adequacy of the parking, and my primary concern is, if you've been here very long tonight, is about how close this is to the residential neighborhood. It doesn't just feel close to me, it feels like it's actually in the neighborhood, and I think one of the neighbors testified about that tonight. So unfortunately, you won't see my support tonight on this item. Commissioner Quinn.
Thank you, Commissioner Moody. So with that, I'm going to, with SUP 55289, number 30, I'm going to offer the recommendation tonight for denial. Thank you.
Please vote, noting that a yes vote is for denial. Noting the abstentions of Commissioners Schlotman and Truesdale, the motion carries and item 30 is denied.
Mr. Chairman, item 30 is anticipated to be heard at the October 28th special city council meeting unless otherwise properly noticed.
Thank you. Moving on to item 31, SUP 55291. The applicant is Greenleaf Medical, LLC. The owner is Sahara West Executive Park, LLC. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 4,363 square foot medical marijuana dispensary at 3190 West Sahara Avenue in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Thank you. The subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 1912, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. If denied, no medical marijuana establishment would be permitted to be established at this site. Please note that additional letters of protest and support have been received after the publishing. Thank you.
Thank you. May we please hear from the applicant? Name and address first.
Thank you. Kevin Reich, Miller Architecture, 1771 East Flamingo in Las Vegas. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. I'll kind of try to keep this
Excuse me, sir, what was your name? I'm sorry.
Kevin Reich.
Kevin
Sorry,
Wright?
This is not fair for me. Kevin
Yeah.
Reich.
Reich. I'm sorry, sir.
Yeah,
Thank you.
it's R-E-I-S-C-H. To try to keep this kind of simple, I have two things I'd like to start a statement. First of all, we missed our DDRC meeting, and that's purely my fault. I received the notification, and I just missed the meeting. So I think we had the same as a similar applicant, had a letter to request an appeal, and were asked to remove that. So I don't know if we need to deal with that now. Secondly, I'd like to say that we are now on the agenda to be on for the Spanish Oaks Homeowners Association meeting on October 8th. And currently, my understanding is Councilwoman Tarkanian and Senator Tick Sigerblum are planning on being there at this meeting as well. And I know there's some members of the Spanish Oaks here, so I don't want to speak on their behalf. Normally, we try to involve the homeowners with this prior to our meetings. We'd like to include their comments. So I would like to say, based upon those little originally here, Greenleaf Medical, where it tried to approach this, is approaching the dispensary location to the dispensary and the location is to provide a destination dispensary and wellness center focused on the health and living and education, all presented in a discreet and secure environment. We understand, we've heard the security concerns, as everybody else has, securing the property, but we have a great opportunity here to work with our adjacent neighbors in Spanish Oaks with security together to not just secure our facility, but work hand in hand. If things are going to happen outside the facility, the reality is our security people are here to take care of ourselves, but I would submit that we have a chance to do stuff right, not just to try to fight our neighborhood. And I'll only just go through a few things to highlight this a little bit. In our approach to this is the old Port Tack building, which a lot of the old people here probably remember in the old days. We're taking a portion of that dispensary. We're trying to address, we definitely have our parking. You'll see on our parking, we're over-parked by 41 spaces according to our planning code. We're trying to address the issue of, we do see this as a medicinal, not necessarily recreational use, and we're trying to treat that. We also feel that there's a certain, we don't want to take patients and make them go to industrial areas to get their prescribed medications. So with that, we're trying to improve our site. We're moving accessible stalls. We're going to do some regrading to bring proper accessibility to the site. Inside of that, as we're showing on this slide, if it can hold a minute, our dispensary is to the left-hand side of that. We have a common entry to the rest of the building that's separated completely from the rest. But we've also brought some indoor seating for those that won't go into the dispensary that aren't licensed to get in there. There's going to be caregivers that won't be able to attend in the dispensary. We don't want people loitering outside the building. So we've also, this is allowing us as well to have some sort of valet parking. The parking does come out to Sahara. There's have to be an egress only, but it allows us some opportunities to get the loiterers and the people around the outside into the building and not disturbing the neighborhood.
Thank you. You're over time.
Okay, excuse me.
All right. Anyone else here with the applicant? Any members of the public wish to speak for or against this item? You'll all please come up and line up behind one of the 3 microphones. Name and address, please.
Ray Burke, 3224 Calais de El Cortez. I'm one of the board of directors on the HOA board of directors, and not like SUP 54969, this is adjacent to our property. In fact, their north property line is our property line. Not only are we still concerned about the safety, as I stated in the previous comments, we're also concerned about the traffic. We have a big problem of cut-through traffic that come down El Camino from Valley View that cuts through this parking lot. The cut-through got so bad that the owners of that property put ballards on the north side of those buildings so the cars wouldn't cut through. So now what they're doing is they're cutting through the main part of their parking lot. So not only are you dealing with people coming in, you're dealing with the cut-through traffic.
Thank you. Next.
I'm Cayman Sung, 125 Plaza del Dios in Spanish Oaks. I'm a doctor. I understand the importance of medical marijuana, but this location just does not make sense. It's right at the entrance to Spanish Oaks. It's very densely populated. Might as well put it right at the entrance of City Hall. It just doesn't make sense. We already have a severe security problem at Spanish Oaks. There's been numerous recent break-ins and robberies, and this will only make it worse. People just need to jump over that wall that's right next to it, and they'll be in the community. As Commissioner Quinn stated earlier, we don't know for sure what it's going to do to the crime rates, but we don't want to find out the hard way. This is not the right place to be taking a risk and making an experiment, so I strongly oppose this.
Thank you. Next.
Okay, so my name is Lauren Zung.
Thank you.
Every day when I exit
go ahead and finish your name and your address, please.
Okay, my name is Lauren Zung, and that's my dad, 2125 Plaza del Dios. Every day when I exit this community to go to ballet and soccer, I will be passing this dispensary, and I don't want to do that. So.
Thank you. Great job.
Is your homework done?
My name is Susan Young, 2125 Plaza del Dios, also in Spanish Oaks. I had spoken to you earlier about item number 6. As a medical physician, internal medicine, I understand the importance of medical marijuana. I spoke to somebody earlier who said that it is his constitutional right to have pot, and I don't disagree. However, having this right in my backyard as a mother, and you'll have to pardon my emotional outburst, but I'm a little bit disgusted and very much frightened about what will happen to my neighborhood. My mother lives in there. My mother-in-law lives in there. They've been there for decades now, and they moved in there without having this in their area and in their neighborhood. And now we're about to move in as well. And we have to decide, is this the appropriate location for us? I highly recommend, please don't let this happen, please.
Thank you.
Helen Simmons, 2200 Plaza del Porto in Spanish Oaks.
This proposed facility is at the entrance of Spanish Oaks Complex at Sahara and Spanish Oaks Drive near our front gate. Spanish Oaks has 385 homes, the majority of which are occupied by senior citizens, so they're a vulnerable community. You just approved number 54969 in the Pioneer Bank Building in front of CVS. It is precisely 2 blocks from this facility that you're proposing at Sahara and Spanish Oaks Drive. We don't need 2 dispensaries 2 blocks apart. There are 20 applications here in Ward 1 in Lower Arcanian's district. I would respectfully request you consider denying this one.
Thank you.
I'm Dr. Lewis Mitchell, 3417 Calle del Torre in Spanish Oaks. As the other presenters have commented, the community is a largely retired, elderly, frail group of homeowners whose largest asset is probably their home in Spanish Oaks. We've had a spate of robberies, home invasions, people entering their homes when they were home. A pregnant lady who was here this afternoon commented that her home was invaded. She was held at gunpoint. She managed to talk the intruder into leaving. We don't need people going over the wall into Spanish Oaks. We have 24-hour guard-gated security. It's not enough. We don't need the element of additional risk. Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Mark Bradley, 5243 Sunny Beach Lane, and I'm one of the applicants for this property here. One of the reasons why we picked it is anyone that's familiar with the old building, it was always a bar restaurant that had those 24 hours a day, that had a lot of people drinking and being rowdy and music. This is a whole different vibe of being responsible during normal business hours and bringing a medical facility. The building's been empty for 5 years. It's in a redevelopment zone. We're planning on redeveloping and making it look beautiful. And right now it's a haven to homeless shelters. I mean, any given night, go there and there's anywhere between 6 and 12 people sleeping in different parts of the building. So I actually think what we're bringing is going to help beautify it and lessen the crime and help bring something really nice to the neighborhood. And I think if people read our business plan, they'll agree. And I think after our meeting with the community of Spanish Oaks on the 8th, I think a lot of them will embrace what we're doing. So I hope that works out.
Thank you.
My name is Stephen Rybar. I'm a resident of Spanish Oaks, 2016 Calle de España. And as far as disclosure, I'm also providing security consulting services to the applicant. I agree with what Mark's comments are. 2 observations I have as being a multi-year resident at Spanish Oaks has been the deterioration of the complex that used to be a class complex, housing Port Tack and other businesses. Now we can see that these buildings are see-through, many, many vacancies, and I've seen what I believe to be criminal activity in that area that we didn't see before. And the second observation is you can be prepared for possibly a nightclub or 24-hour, as Mark said, operation, and more risk and exposure than you would have with a medical marijuana operation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Danny Temple, 2104 Plaza del Cerro, I guess one of the younger residents in Spanish Oaks. Thank you, commissioners, for staying up so late with us. A little jealous that so many of you are familiar with the Scotch 80s. We're kind of the baby brother to the Scotch 80s. We've been around a long time. We're 1 year away from being designated a historical neighborhood for Las Vegas, which makes all of us proud. I think the biggest testament to what we're objecting to tonight is right there on the monitor right now. The red line you can see touches the border of our property, and Commissioner Goins and Quinn have both spoken to that sense of neighborhood. I have no doubt they've done due diligence, and there's 300 feet and things like that, although I think it would be really close on that backside there. But it does touch our property, and as Ms. Simmons already pointed out, the item 6 is right here on this monitor, if you look at the largest outline, the largest circle on the left, that was item 6, which was already approved this evening, and here we are just in the middle of the circle now with the second dispensary, Ward 1, 20 proposals. So we're asking you please to deny the one here that's at our front door. And literally, it's named Spanish Oaks Drive because it was designed to be our driveway and ends at our gate.
Thank you.
My name is Norma Boyette. I live at 2001 Plaza de Santa Fe in Spanish Oaks. I have owned a house in there for about 12 years. Our security has become more and more difficult. I do think if you've been in Spanish Oaks, we do a very good job of maintaining a wonderful landscape, wonderful homes for single families, and I would like to see the area stay as it is. And we're doing the best we can. We pay a lot of money to security, but our security has gotten worse, and I'm home alone a lot, and it's very concerning to me. I don't want any other projects going on in there. I'd like to see it stay the same. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Jennifer Solis. My address is 7915 Cadenza. I'm here speaking on behalf of Greenleaf Farms for approval. I've seen this building go through a couple of different changes, the port tack, and then some other type of bar, which were open 24/7 with gaming. There was never really an issue with bars and gaming at the entrance to Spanish Oaks, and this property and this business is proposing to stay open only until 10 p.m. at night. The other thing about that is if you go to this property at any time after about 9 p.m., you see vagrants there, and likely that's what's causing a lot of the break-ins and people jumping the fence. With a new business there, I think that it would benefit the community, and it would actually protect some of that vagrancy that's going on right now and some of these break-ins. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kurt Dukoch, 7915 Cadenza Lane, Las Vegas, Nevada. I'd like to address a few things that they brought out. Spanish Oaks is a generally older population, and that is the clientele that most of the medical marijuana patients in the state of Nevada are. They are over the age of 40, so these are the people that will be using this dispensary. Also, as for the drive-through problem that they're having, the reason they're having drive-through problems and people using that lot to cut through is because there is no business there. There's nobody monitoring that lot. There's nobody keeping people out from cutting through there. There's security issues. I mean, I would much rather have a operating business that's a legitimate business next to my property than a dilapidated, falling apart haven for vagrants to live in. That's what creates crime, not legitimate businesses. So I stand behind this application, and I believe it's a good use of the property, and instead of a vagrant home for people to live in, I think we can make a business that helps people.
Thank you very much. Does anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment, open this up for discussion with the commission.
May I just ask a question, please?
Commissioner Quinn?
I just want to ask a question before I hear my fellow commissioners speak. Kevin, is
Yes.
it, sir? Your last name is Reich?
Reich, yes.
I was told there's 4 uses going into this building. Could you tell me what they are?
Well, currently, the plan is an entire wellness center. And I guess to further describe that, they haven't been fully completed. The building would have the dispensary, which is separate. The idea is then have basically a health, food, and health awareness section of that would prepare food that's non-hemp laden. And then the lower floor is a television and production facility used for education as well. And I think I would let Mark, if he could explain a little further on that with further detail.
No, that's okay. Was there one more? Yoga?
I believe that's only 3, just the 3.
And yoga?
Yeah, just those 3.
Okay.
Well, the
4.
yoga may be a part of the wellness, but that honestly hasn't been addressed yet.
Oh, because I met with someone that told me that there was going to be 4 things going on in there, and I think it's important that this commission hears about all 4 of them, not just that it's going to be this big, huge dispensary.
Yeah, and it is. That's a proper way to say it, but I just cannot say with conviction we know exactly what the rest of it is.
Well,
But maybe let
No.
Mark be able to do that. He would-
don't you? Oh, no. But anyway, I'm going to listen to my other commissioners. I just wanted to put that on the record because I think it's important that they know that it's just not going to be a huge dispensary, that there's other things going on in that building.
Thank you.
Commissioner Schlotman.
Yes, I just wanted to make a comment. I love Spanish Oaks just as much as Scott 80s.
Commissioner Goins, did you have a comment?
Yeah, just real quick. I heard the gentleman come up and say most of this use is going to be for the older population, and I just couldn't help but see the young kids standing up there going, me, 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 and it's like the future is telling us something, and we're just saying, to heck with the future. We can't overlook that, and when we begin to start to put uses in neighborhoods, when we hear parents come up and say, my mom lives there, I would like to live there and raise my family, but this is going to cause me not to do that. And we know from statistics that people generally, when kids grow up and leave and come back home, they generally move close to the neighborhood that they grew up in. And we're eradicating that by putting those there, and that really disturbs me, especially when I see young kids, young families come out, and for her future's sake, I will not support that there. I want to make sure she gets to live by grandma and gets to see her family.
Commissioner Bonar.
Just like to point out, we've had a lot of applications on major road frontage that back up to a street that goes back toward residential areas. In this case, that residential area all uses this one single road, and it's funneled right past this building. So it's not just one subdivision, it's a major development that is potentially impacted by this. I have a lot of friends that I've visited over and over in Spanish Trail, and that traffic light is abysmal. So when you're caught going out, you better plan on spending a lot of time there. If you bring any amount of traffic, thank God the bar that I used to frequent there was off hours, but this is during the day, and it's going to be added at the wrong time in terms of peak hours and using that traffic signal. So I disapprove this based on this traffic flow.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonar. I too have some traffic concerns, but as I've stated so many times tonight, my primary concern is that this is too close to the residential property. We've heard from the neighbors, and I will not support this application. So, Commissioner Quinn, would you like to make a motion?
Did you want to say something, Commissioner Truesdale?
No, I'm good.
Okay, sorry. Okay, regarding item number 31 at 3190 West Sahara, I am going to offer a denial on this project of SUP 55291 tonight. Thank you.
Please vote. Yes vote is to deny. That motion carries, and item 31 is denied.
Mr. Chairman, it's anticipated that item 31 will be heard at the October 28th Special City Council meeting unless otherwise properly noticed.
Okay, thank you. Our next item is item 32, SUP 55295. The applicant is M-Life Wellness, LLC. The owner is Nevada Space Incorporated. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 4,000 square foot medical marijuana dispensary at 2800 Highland Drive in Ward 1. Staff recommends approval, and before I ask for staff's report, an attorney in the firm that I work with represents Pascual Laredo in a legal matter, who I believe has an interest in this application. I have not spoken to the attorney to the client. I don't know anything about that representation. I don't believe that I have a direct conflict of interest, but once again, out of an abundance of caution and to avoid any appearance of impropriety, I'm going to abstain on this and ask that after staff gives its report that Commissioner Goins act as chair.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Staff?
The subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 1912, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. If denied, no medical marijuana establishment will be permitted to be established at this site. Please note that additional letters of protest have been received after the publishing. Furthermore, staff would like to amend condition number 4 to reflect the site plan and floor plan as having a date stamp of July 23rd, 2014, as submitted to the clerk. Thank you.
Thank you, staff. Applicant?
My name is Dan Lutz, L-U-T-Z. I live at 63 Contrada Fiore in Lake Las Vegas. I'm a co-owner of M-Life Wellness. It's my partner, Darvin Gomez.
Darvin Gomez. I live at 10759 Crown Court, Las Vegas, Nevada.
I've been involved in medical marijuana since my father had throat cancer back in 99-2000. My background is in high tech. I developed lots of hardware, software solutions, and over the years I got drawn into it more and more to the point where I started to participate in starting to work in with the city of Los Angeles to help create sensible regulation. Didn't go so well there, but I've always had an interest to try and work with the community to make things work well. When we came out to Vegas, I found it very wonderful to be able to work with the city and the state on a legitimate industry that is developing. We came to this area on 2800 Highland because there was an advocacy group that's been operating there for the last 2 years, doing teaching of people on how to use cannabis, community outreach, being compliant with the law. And we've decided to work with them on education. We've moved the educational facility to another location in the city, and we're making this location only into a dispensary.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Anybody in the audience for or against this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Any comments or questions from the board? Commissioner Truesdale?
In the backup materials here, I just want to reiterate that you show on an elevation of your building a large green cross, which is not approved under your sign item and will not be there, right?
Okay, if it's not approved, we actually had changed our design after the design review committee, and the architect came up with this, but we can remove it.
Well, and I guess that's what I want to bring out. That's how we get, a nice way of saying, played up here, is people submit things afterwards, oh, I changed that just a little, and then suddenly it becomes an item that keeps going down the road, and you'll open up, that green cross will be there, and we'll be the bad guys. So I'm making it very clear that we haven't approved that sign, and it doesn't meet the code in any way, shape, or form, and shame on your architect for designing it that way. Okay. I guess I'm not a big believer that every dispensary should be in an industrial corridor. So, but that's not totally mine. There's no opposition here, so I'll support your application.
Thank you.
Any more questions or comments? I also see your sign that it says "Have some compassion, Nevada." Is that a dig, too?
That was part of the educational process of the previous tenants that were there.
Okay. Commissioner Schlotzman.
Yes, one last question, or just one last comment. Every one of these special use permits that we see alcohol-related that comes before us over the past 2 years has been extremely frustrating because they get the conditions of approval, and then within a year, they don't feel that some of these conditions of approval apply. So, especially with temporary signs and 30-foot gorillas up in front of their shops and things like that. So it's going to be kind of hard to blow smoke and say you didn't know this. So just keep in mind that this is something that's going to be looked at a lot closer than a convenience store with 12 foot of hard liquor. So just encourage everybody who actually gets a license to take it seriously, because I'm sure that City Council will yank these just as quick as they give them out.
Right.
Thank you. Any more comments from the board? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion on item 32.
Item number 32, SUP 55295, special use permit. I'm making the motion to follow staff's recommendation for approval this evening.
Motion on the floor on item 32 is for approval.
As
Cast your-
amended, Commissioner? As amended?
As amended.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A yes vote will be for approval. Please cast your vote. Okay. And that motion has passed.
Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, item 32 is anticipated to be heard at the October 28th City Council meeting unless otherwise properly noticed.
Thank you. I'll turn it back over to Chairman Moody.
Thank you, Commissioner Goenz. We are on item 34, SUP 55299. The applicant is Herbal Choice Incorporated, and the owner is NVDD Holdings RP5 LLC. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 1,360 square foot medical marijuana dispensary at 800 West Mesquite Avenue in Ward 5. Councilman Barlow. Staff recommends approval of this item. Can we please hear the report?
Mr. Vice Chairman, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 19.12, and therefore can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with the standard conditions. If denied, no medical marijuana establishment would be permitted at this location. Please note we've received additional comments since publication.
Name and address of the applicant, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Seth Floyd with the law firm of McDonald Corona Wilson, 2300 West Sahara Avenue in Las Vegas. And I should mention, you know, I've had the benefit here of listening for a few hours. I think I can anticipate what some of the concerns might be. We actually have a cultivation facility that's also proposed on the same parcel. It's a separate building, but it's on the same parcel. And I know that there have been some concerns about vertical integration and dispensaries and cultivation facilities in the same building. That's not what we have here, so I just wanted to allay that concern. And that's item number 37 coming up on the agenda. Some other issues that I've heard tonight, one of them is the adjacency to residential uses. This is in an industrial area. We don't have residential that's directly adjacent to this property, but I think it's important to note that that doesn't mean we don't have access. This is easily accessible to the Symphony Park area through City Parkway. There is a rapid transit bus stop at the corner of Grand Central Parkway and City Parkway that's about a quarter mile from the site. And that bus actually services downtown and eventually gets you to the Strip. And other than that, we would support staff's recommendation and ask for your approval.
Thank you. This is now open for public hearing. Does anyone wish to be heard? Please state your name and address.
Arena Jamian, 738 St. Aidan Street. I have a question for the applicant.
If you'll ask it through me.
Yes, absolutely. I was wondering if number 34 and number 35 were related, since the applicant is both Herbal Choice Incorporated, yet the owner is shown as a different LLC. Are the actual owners the same people?
I'll ask the director to answer that. How about that?
I'll defer. We don't know. Sorry, Chairman. I think Mr. Floyd, are you representing item number 35 also?
Yes, I'm here for 35.
Is it the same applicant?
It is the same applicant. It is different property owners.
Different property owners, so
Correct.
Herbal Choice is the same company.
Okay, thank you very much. Does anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. Do any of the commissioners have any comments? Commissioner Truesdale.
I'm curious who you plan to serve on a dispensary basis here, because there's really no direct access to anybody. I mean, this is in the basically pie of the freeway, and half the people in town here don't even know there's real estate back there that's accessible, so that's a concern. But Mr. Goins knows where it's at, though. I had a problem in it, and I'm consistent about this. I mean, this is a very small, again, it's a 1,350 square foot building. I just don't think going into this business, the investments that are being made, it justifies, I mean, we should let you sell it out of a tent. I mean, it just doesn't rise to what I would say a institutionally medical or professional building would look like. And in that regard, I won't support your item.
Commissioner Schlattman.
Yes, Chairman, a question for the app. Is this where the Steel Engineers was located, and are they still in operation on this site?
Commissioner, or Chairman, through you, Steel Engineers is no longer on the site. The site was actually part of a bigger development when Steel Engineers owned it. Steel Edge, I just drove by there yesterday. They own a portion of the site, but on this particular parcel, it is the old Steel Engineers building, and the larger warehouse facility is actually where the cultivation center is proposed.
Okay. I mean, I don't understand this application, where it's going, how your customers are going to get there, but that's not any of my concern, you know. It just seems like you found a very challenging place for your customers to find, but if that's where you want to put it, then it's away from residential and away from everything else, and it's not really going to affect anybody but your own business, so no further comments.
Commissioner Goins.
I'll concur with Commissioner Schlattman said. He took the words right out of my mouth. I'm ready for a motion.
Does anyone else wish to be heard? All right, who would like to make the motion?
Seeing none, on item 34, I'll follow staff's recommendation on SUP 55299 for approval, subject to all recommendation and conditions.
Please vote. That item carries, and item 34 is approved.
Mr. Chairman, item 34 is anticipated to be heard at the October 28th special City Council meeting unless otherwise properly noticed.
Item 35 is SUP 55301. Herbal Choice Incorporated is the applicant, and Wilshire Plaza LLC is the owner. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 1,789 square foot medical marijuana dispensary, at 5243 West Charleston Boulevard, Suite Number 1, in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Vice Chairman, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 1912, and therefore, the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. If denied, no medical marijuana establishment may be established at this location. Please note we've received additional comments after publication.
Thank you, Mr. Floyd. Your name and address, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, Seth Floyd on behalf of, with the law firm of McDonald Cronin Wilson on behalf of the applicant, located at 2300 West Sahara Avenue in Las Vegas. I think there have been a couple of applications in this area, so I can anticipate what some of the concerns will be. It is adjacent to residential. It abuts residential on the south side. What I think distinguishes this particular property from a couple of other applications where there were concerns is that this is not a converted former residential use like you see generally on the north side of Charleston. This is an existing, well-developed commercial center with ample parking, appropriate ingress and egress, so I don't think you have the same issues. I would also point out that the protests that we received in advance, there actually were two in support. One of those was actually directly adjacent to our back wall. And another important point about the fact that this is a developed shopping center is there were some concerns before about trucks getting in and out. We're on the corner, and there is an alleyway in the back for deliveries. There's actually a pharmacy in the same shopping center. As you know, these dispensaries operate similar to pharmacies, and so I think it's appropriate for the area and will serve the needs of the community. And with that, we would ask for your approval.
Thank you. Will those members of the public that wish to be heard approach the microphones? State your name and address.
Thank you, Commissioner. My name is Craig Lyman, 3930 Swenson Street. And with your permission, I'll also speak on behalf of Marlene Sipili. She's at 5951 Pillar Rock Avenue.
Absolutely.
I don't think I'll take the full 2 minutes, but
So who is it that's given their time to you?
She's giving her time to
Okay.
so.
He stated your name and address. Just want to make sure we have a live body here. Go ahead.
And I'm going to give the commission a few specific reasons on why we think this application should be denied. Our first concern is the proximity of the Gracie Jiu-Jitsu Academy. The academy has over 100 active children as students, and the youth competition team has been the top Las Vegas competition team 8 years in a row. We've used the word abut often tonight and probably fairly loosely, but this property clearly abuts the jiu-jitsu facility. The location is not a standalone location. It shares an interior wall with the academy. It shares a sidewalk with the academy. And on that front sidewalk, about 20 feet apart, are the two doors into the academy and the dispensary. So the location, and I've got a picture here if you want to cue the overhead later in the presentation. The second concern is the proximity to the neighborhood. I'm not going to beat a dead horse right on this. You guys have clearly spoken about this issue. Oh, okay. Yeah, you can see, I can't see the thing, but you can see on the overhead here it's about 20 feet from their doors to the doors of the academy. The second issue is the proximity to the neighborhood. You guys have already spoken to this. The location across the street, number 33, that was denied is actually further from the neighborhood than this location is. It sits at the back of the property. It's off of Charleston, and this building sits at the very back of the property, right against the residential neighborhood there. The size is a concern of ours. The square footage is approximately 1/2 the size originally recommended in the Uniform Development Code. And then we've got security concerns. And to the Commissioner's point, to Commissioner Quinn's point, we don't know what those security concerns are. But Willie Sutton famously said, "I robbed banks because that's where the money was." Chris Hagerseth, who owns 2 dispensaries in Denver, said his stores have been burglarized a few times. Notoriety, as well as a lack of access to banking, many dispensaries operate cash only, make the stores target for thieves. Hagerseth said, but he thinks crime at dispensaries is no worse than crime at banks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did I have my 2 minutes?
Yeah.
That went quick.
Gave you a little more.
Hey, thank you,
actually.
sir.
You're welcome.
Yep.
Raina Jamian, 738 St. Aidan Street. everybody you see up here is somehow connected to this academy. This academy, what it does is, if you've ever heard of the theme, Pillars of Society, we build pillars of society. Honor, discipline, that we have an anti-bullying program, and we have a lot of things there that attract a lot of children. And we teach these children good values, good ethics, things that are going to help them in the future. The state of Nevada and Clark County takes the protection of children seriously, both in your SB 374 and in your NRS 453A 328. We protect centers that as a primary purpose, which is to provide recreational opportunities and services to children or adolescents. I would say a jiu-jitsu academy would be something that has a primary purpose in providing these type of activities to these children.
Thank you.
And implore you to deny this application. Thank you.
My name is Amilcar Cipilli. I'm the owner of the Grace Academy Martial Arts School for 15 years here in Nevada. My job is to develop high principles with our children and change lives. We're opposed to this item 35 because we share wall with this building, like 20 feet from door to door, as you see on the picture. We have children from 5 years old to 13 from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. at the school. Over 100 kids active and many others that come for tournaments, belt tests, and other activities. And over 350 families that use the facility. We share the same vent system as the building, the whole building. The neighborhood is right behind the academy. I have a petition here with over 150 signatures, and I collect them in 3 days, just for the members of the school and for the people that own the business around. They all oppose. And we work with various schools around the area. There's many schools. I also help the North Las Vegas Police Department. I help some people of the SWAT team. They also train in my facility, and everybody opposed of that. And
Thank you.
I think it's just a matter of principle.
Will you please hand that signature sheet to the clerk?
I have one more. If you can have a copy, I appreciate it.
We need.
I didn't know, I never participated in this before. I didn't know what the procedure is. I could bring 200 people here if I want today, but I chose to choose signatures.
Yeah, you'll have another meeting.
I will bring in the next meeting.
Okay. Name and address, please.
Name is James Nival, live at 3150 South Decatur Boulevard. I am a student as well as an instructor, also a father of a child that attends the academy. It does abut a community right behind. The alleyway is very small, so even if it's a truck or small car, it would have trouble. We all know it's Charleston, between Decatur, Jones. It's not a great neighborhood, but it's a neighborhood where we all live. I've been in that neighborhood since 1991. I grew up there. I grew up around this area. I know the area very well. I just would not like to see something where kids are trying to better themselves and have principles for their lives, to see something like that. And we all know there will be trouble. There will be certain types of incidences. We've already had incidents without that. People have already tried to break in our academy just for a computer or something so simple, where a place where they would try to break into. The door systems, even if they fortified the walls of the doors, it's still a weak area. It's a weak wall. It's plaster. The vent system, it's a false ceiling, so they'll try to break in one side or another. That street back there is a backside street, so we know that it's very dark at night, very easy for anyone to mess around in that area. And then, like he said, certain times of the day, there are children there, and people in the parking lot and things like that, armed security, just things that I would not want my child to be a part of. And if it was your children, thank you. I would hope that you deny this. Thank you.
Brian Glenn, 9013 Barnwell Avenue. I'm also an instructor at the academy. There are children there day in, day out. On an average day, 30 kids are in a class in the afternoon. Saturday mornings, average class, 20 to 30 kids in there. Not only is the kids, the parents are part of this organization. A lot of you guys don't know what jiu-jitsu is. It doesn't really matter. Anything that occupies a kid's time and focuses them on anything positive is better than anything else that we can do. Whether it's baseball, whether it's football, whether it's jiu-jitsu, it doesn't matter. The idea is we have a business here, and it will do irreparable damage to his business if you place this next to it. It doesn't matter what your opinion is about drugs or anything. What's the matter is this guy has a business whose main function is to better youth. And I'm just totally against it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Austin Lloyd, I live at 228 Star Cluster Circle. I'm a student and a kids instructor of judo at this academy. And a big concern is parents bring their kids here because they know it's a safe place where the kids are going to learn and grow. And with this next door, it's not going to attract the right kind of crowd for the parents feeling to be strong that they're in a safe environment, because they have armed guards for a reason that they're going to need armed guards. So would you want to drop your kids off next to a place where it has a high potential of being robbed and a very bad environment for kids? That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Hello, Cornelia Sipili, 5951 Pillar Rock Avenue. I'm a student in the academy as well as my 8 nieces and nephews between ages of 5 and 13 years old. And this place is like a Bible for kids. Everything they take along with their lives. And I don't think the smell of pot would be one of these things. Also, about the street Wilshire, which is to the east side of the building, has no crosswalk, no spotlight, no stoplights for pedestrians, and it connects the 2 busy streets, which is Charleston and Sahara. And all the traffic flow is going to go from there, from the parking lot. And it's very unsafe for pedestrians. Thank you, that will be it.
Thank you.
Tarek Schoner, 228 Star Cluster Circle. We've heard a lot of things tonight, concerns, no crosswalk, no stoplights, small square footage, block wall to the residential, no safe delivery door, parking, kids on the property. All of these concerns we have in our one spot in 35. The other concerns we have is armed guards. If they're required by the state, it's because they're needed. If they're needed, then they're going to be used. When these armed guards are used, we're not talking about them being in the same neighborhood as our kids. We're sharing a wall. So when everything goes crazy, in the next wall, in the next room over, are families and students and kids right next door, in the same building. This is unacceptable. The other thing, our kids are not stupid. Kids see, they observe, they know. When they are going to see the people going in and out of this dispensary, they're not going to see glaucoma, they're not going to see all the joint problems or anything else that is coming. They are going to see healthy adults going in and out of this building, and we teach our kids drugs are bad, but what are they going to see? Thank you.
Teresita Carmack at 1001 Essex West. I oppose. This is not a standalone building. The Chitsu area right there, a lot of our children in my neighborhood attend that facility. My son, as a matter of fact, has been working very hard, so I will enroll him into that facility. When you go down Wilshire and there's that little driveway in the back, I have an SUV. I got stuck in the back of there before. So I can't imagine a truck going back there. It gets dark, it's very dark on Wilshire as well. So that's a very big concern of mine. If it's not accessible for that. And also with it not being a standalone building. It's not a standalone facility. They share that facility with other businesses. And that is not fair to those other businesses to have this type of business next to them with armed security guards. We live in a high crime neighborhood. The criminals in our neighborhood are very brazen. If they're brazen enough to rob a Walmart and run across the street through the neighborhood, if they're brazen enough to grab cash out of the 99-cent store that's just down the street, this cash-only facility is not welcome into this neighborhood either. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Eric Sexton. I live at 5600 Boulder Highway. I hereby respectfully ask that this application be denied. In support of that, if you look at statute 453.3345, historically there's been a penalty for certain violations of marijuana within 1,000 feet of a school or a recreational facility. Moreover, if you look at the statute 3B, you'll notice that recreational center for use means a recreational facility or gymnasium which regularly provides athletic, civic, or cultural activities for persons under the age of 18. Okay, this can be kind of analogized to our Title 1912. So, you know, again, I don't think this is a good idea, and I hear, respectfully ask that this be dismissed. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Christy Sapilli, 2739 Briarcliff Avenue. What I've heard tonight is almost like a commercial that tells you something is good, and then they give you all the side effects that can practically kill you. It just seems to me that a bad idea in any scenario, in any location where there's children, where there's a business, where there's any type of public interest whatsoever going into this business of the medical marijuana. I understand there may be some type of things that may be good for you, but in all sides, it's all bad. I also concur with Commissioner Goins about the future. I have 6 children. 5 of them attend the Jiu-Jitsu Academy from the age of 16 to 3. My 3-year-old asks questions every day. She walks around all the time looking at everything, and she's very curious. Why wouldn't she walk over there and go, "Hey, Mom, what's this? What's going on here? What's happening around me?" It's very important that I teach my children the discipline, the respect, the loyalty, and everything that they would learn at the Jiu-Jitsu Academy that they have learned throughout their lives, that we should all be learning here today, of what is right and what is wrong. And I specifically strongly oppose this application for this motion.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment and open this for discussion among the commissioners.
May I ask the attorney a question? I'm sorry, I didn't hear your name. It was
Seth Floyd.
Mr. Floyd. What were you thinking? We fought really hard here. Well, I did, and we went back and forth, but, we really wanted the 1,000 feet. I mean, like a bar, right? So we got it, unfortunately, we're at 300 feet. I don't understand what you were thinking, trying to put a place 10 feet away from children. I don't get it. Can you explain this to me?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, through you to the Commissioner. What we did when we were doing our due diligence at not just this site, but at a number of sites, is for every business that we found in the area, we went to their website to see what they were all about, and then we compared that to the definitions in the NRS, the applicable statutes, and in the analogous Title 19. What we found was that, of course, the Title 19 version, as I understand what a community facility is something that provides services primarily to kids. And when we did our due diligence and looked at the Gracie Jiu-Jitsu school, it doesn't provide, its primary function is not for kids. Its primary programming is for adults. They do provide programming for kids.
Right.
But its primary function is
Okay, that's okay. And here's the other thing. I'm looking at this notification area, and let's put the jiu-jitsu school aside, and it's something that I support greatly because I have my own personal interest in what these people do with young people. But here's the deal. You have hundreds of neighbors back here. How did your neighborhood meeting go? Within these, I've never seen more neighbors within 300 feet all day today. So how did your neighborhood meeting go with the neighbors? Forget the jiu-jitsu. How did this neighborhood meeting go?
Sure. Mr. Chairman, through you to the Commissioner, we did not have a neighborhood meeting. Admittedly, I could see obviously that would have been a wise thing for us to do. I would like to point out, though, that there's a reason why there's no distance separation to residential. And part of that reason is because one component of these dispensaries is much like a pharmacy. You want them to be accessible by the people.
But we have a 300-foot mandated by the state, approved by the city council, not to be near children and to go to your neighbors and have a communication or a meeting. And you didn't do none of your due diligence, in my opinion. You will not see my support. I'll let all my other commissioners speak, but this one really took the cake tonight.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Commissioner Truesdale?
I agree with Commissioner Quinn. This has amazed me. This whole process has amazed me. All the applications that we have tonight and the ones we have next week. For 35 years, I do site selection for major corporations, identifying what the corporate requirements are, what municipal requirements are, and putting the right tenant with the right location. And I've never seen so many people hit it wrong for just, and I'm not saying you, but in generally, laziness on checking what's adjacent. A yoga studio is like having a tap studio. It's young, there are a proportionate share of young kids, and if you representing or your applicant says putting this business next to young kids is appropriate, then I'm not so sure they should be an applicant, to be honest with you, and we don't make that decision. But if you can't get the real estate right, how the hell are you going to get the business right? And, you know, and I don't even know who all the members are of your group, but you got a 1,500-foot shack over near a steel yard that has no access and is dark and dingy, and I can't imagine anybody feeling safe going to buy medicine there, and this is a medical use, or we can put it next to a child's facility out here. I would venture to say you guys will probably be a great cultivation, but I don't see how these two locations make any sense. One, you might get approved, but you might go broke because no one will go there unless it's just the people working in the cultivation. But we've gone through, and this has taken a lot of hours, and we knew it would, and the next meeting will take a lot of hours. But anybody that's going to present something else before this committee, at least watch what we've done so far and realize that it just isn't going to work to come up here and say, we thought, we think, we tried. You need to know what you're doing, and I'm really concerned that some of the applicants haven't a clue what they're up to. There's a arrogance with some of these applications that we know better than the world because we're selling pot. I got to be honest with you. I've never found a pot dealer on the corner that was the genius that I wanted to do business with. So I'm not going to support this, and I may have taken it out on you, but it's been a long evening, and you know, at least give us the best intelligence that we can expect here. When I see all these people from the academy come up here, I think the applicant would have done a better job to withdraw it rather than push it forward. Just my thoughts.
Commissioner Quinn, would you like to make a motion?
Yeah, I would like to make a motion on this item. This item is number SUP 55301. I'm going to make a motion for denial of this application.
Please vote. Note that a yes vote is for denial.
I'm sorry. To the next.
That motion carries, and item 35 is denied.
Mr. Chairman, item 35 is anticipated to be heard at the October 28th special city council meeting unless otherwise properly noticed.
Item 36, SUP 55302, Silver Sage Wellness LLC is the applicant, and Schweimer Properties LLC is the owner. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 1,800 square foot medical marijuana dispensary at 4626 West Charleston Boulevard in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Staff recommends approval of this item. Can we please hear the report?
Mr. Chairman, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements set forth by Title 1912, and therefore can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. If denied, no medical marijuana establishment will be permitted at this location. Please note we have received additional letters of support and protest since publication.
Please state your name and address.
Thank you. David Figler, 615 South 6th Street, also a lifelong resident of Las Vegas. Chairman Goins, member of the commission, and especially citizen participants from nearby neighborhoods and my neighbors in downtown. I represent James and Pam Blasco, Jim and Pam Blasco, and Chris Surratt. They are 100% the owners of this facility, and between the three of them have approximately 150 years in the community. The Blasco family and the Surratt family are very well known for building our community from the ground up. Many of the buildings that people go to and utilize, businesses throughout the valley, some that are well-known like Spanish Trails, and some that we've actually seen today in presentations from some of the other applicants are all tied to the Blasco family and Granite World and all the other provisions that they've made. I'm going to cut to the chase. We're compliant as far as staff is concerned, and it's proved. But what I'm hearing from everybody, what I'm hearing from Commissioner Truesdale is, who do you plan on serving? What I hear from Commissioner Quinn is, we have these uncertainties about who is going to be there and what the security needs are going to be. What I hear from all of my fellow citizens is that we have this uncertainty of who the clientele is going to be and what they're going to bring onto our streets, even though they are designed as C1 commercial zones and have been for many, many years. A wise man came up to the commission today and said, can you tell me what the difference between pot and medical marijuana is? And I hear that from some of the commissioners as well. I don't know that I have an answer to that question, but I can certainly tell you the difference between pot and what the Blascos are doing with this proposal. I'm going to draw very heavily from the justification letter and from the state application. The Blascos have a different plan than all your other applicants because the Blascos are presenting a product in their cultivation center granted in the county that has no other place but for, hopefully, the dispensary that you will grant today. This is, and I don't know how informed you've been, I've watched much of the presentation, is the high CBD, low THC strains of marijuana, of cannabis, that are designed specifically for the special needs community. Jim and Pam are parents. They've raised their kids here in Las Vegas, and like all parents, they are devoted to their children forever. That's sometimes figuratively. Literally, however, in the case of the Blascos, because they're now adult children, 2 of them are special needs. They are affiliated with the New Vista program, and Jim and Pam are affiliated with the New Vista program, which is located about a quarter mile west of the proposed location, which is why they selected this location. Years ago, when the Blasco family was doing their diagnostic center, the Mary and Joseph Diagnostic Center at Southern Nevada Mental Health, to serve that community, and if I could just have just a moment more, there were similar complaints. There were prejudices, there was lacks of tolerance, there was a desire to not have those kind of people in our neighborhood because of what they are. Well, the tolerance and the understanding for people with mental disabilities, with physical disabilities, has changed because of efforts like people like the Blascos. They were the first to bring holistic medicine and support holistic medicine in the Vegas community decades ago. Same sort of concerns. So in conclusion, if I might, this location is designed specifically for special needs. It will be people who go there solely with companions. It can be scheduled. There are not going to be the traffic concerns. There's not going to be concerns of who is going to come because
Mr.
we know
Figler,
who's going to come.
I'm going to have to cut you off.
That's fine. And,
All right.
and if there's any questions, because this is a unique endeavor, and the business model, Commissioner Truesdale, is one that
Mr.
is
Figler?
wholly unique.
Thank you. Do any members of the public wish to be heard on this item?
Hi, I'm Teresita Carmack at 1001 Essex West. I myself qualify as a medical marijuana patient. I have lupus. I'm in constant pain. I do not want to go across the street from my house to get marijuana. I do not want it in my neighborhood. Adjacent to the facility, there's a wig shop. When it opened, it was robbed. The person who robbed it ran through our neighborhood and hid in my neighbor's backyard. On the corner is a gas station where they lease out a taco stand at night, where families go and eat and enjoy themselves. Children skateboard up and down in this particular plaza. I live right behind there. Right behind there is Alpine Street. That's a residential street. We do not want it in our neighborhood. That's nice. That's nice that they advocate for the mentally ill. My mom does that as well, nationwide. But not here, not on Charleston, and not in this location. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pam Webb, 713 Shooting Star Street. I am opposed to this location. This is an experiment that I'm not comfortable with in my neighborhood. And this is an area where my children and granddaughter travel daily.
Thank you.
Dennis Maservi, 2718 Mason Avenue. Again, this is right next to where we had another one up by Essex, that it's an area where there's a bunch of people in the neighborhood right behind it. And again, there's people that walk in those areas, and it's not far from places where a lot of families gather for shopping. Again, not far from the Walmart, not far from the Lowe's and some of these other areas in that area. But I also am concerned again on traffic, because there are some issues on how trucks can get in and out of there. It doesn't seem to me that like we've discussed that much.
Mr. Missouri, one quick question.
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Commissioner. In some of the applications we got, there were a couple applications that had a Missouri as an applicant. Is that any relation to you?
You know, I'm not closely related to any of them. It's probably a James or something, but they are not even, they're not even a second or third or fourth cousin.
I was just curious.
I wish I could be related to those guys, because I feel they're wealthier than I am, so that's...
No problem. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Your name and address, please.
Sean Spanier, 1330 Cashman Drive. I owe you an apology, Commissioner Moody, for my outburst. A lot of passion. This again butts up to a neighborhood, but as you look at the overhead, the parking situation, I drive by this particular facility every morning for the last 15 years on my way to my morning meetings, and there's a dance studio at the other end of this, I believe. Has always been there, and a friend of mine teaches kids there. He's there 2 or 3 days a week. The entrance and the exit on this particular facility is sketchy at best, and the only way they get their product in and out is through their front door. There's no secure way to get it in and out of there. So I would hope that you guys would recognize that and disapprove.
Thank you, and I accept your apology. You also said at the beginning of the meeting you expected us to approve everything, and I think you can see that hasn't happened tonight.
All righty.
Any-
You got me on that one. But I am that guy tonight, aren't I?
Your name and
Good
address,
evening.
please.
Jim Blasco, 8311 Plum Creek Court. My wife and I are involved in this medical marijuana as a possible revolutionary thing for special needs people. Our children have been subjected to psychotropics for the last 40 years, and that's the only way that the medical community deals with them. We have gotten involved in this whole process with our partner New Vista, who takes care of about 200 clients in the county on residential housing and about 400 on sheltered workshops. They came to us with the idea. We're looking to provide a product that is not total mainstream of the marijuana side, where it's low on THC, high CBDs. I've been sitting here since we started at 3 o'clock today, and I listened to all the concerns of the people. And I look at security and say, isn't security an issue of your business plan, of coordination with the police department and the people that work for you? I'm listening where all this riffraff's going to come into town. We chose our site because of the proximation to New Vista's home office, where a lot of the clients go through. We are planning on doing a lot of testing with them and get that part of the community to be involved.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I take your time? Okay, I'm going to take my wife's time.
Absolutely.
I have a real hard
Mr. Chairman,
time.
I think
Part
we
of
need to
this whole issue
stick
of
with the land use
marijuana
part of it.
is that it's supposed to be provided to everyone.
Did
I'm
you hear what the
questioning-
city attorney said?
Stick with the land use portions. I think we're going a little too far afield as to the qualifications of the actual applicants. We need to stick with the land use only.
There is no dance studio in this center, and if you look at it on the map, you will see it is a part of the community, but it's not in the subdivision. It's on a main thoroughfare. I'm looking and trying to say, why do my kids have to go to the worst part of Las Vegas to get their marijuana because nobody wants it in their neighborhood? What are we doing with this whole thing of restricting it into one area that doesn't service all the people? We have buses right there. It's not a heavily foot traffic area, it's car traffic. And I'm just trying to figure out where we're going as far as following what the state law is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
My name is Pamela Blasco. Oh, I'm
Hang-
sorry.
He took your time.
Oh, he took my time.
He did take your time,
Okay.
and one of our commissioners has a question for your husband.
Okay.
I keep hearing you mention New Vista. Are you referring to New Vista Ranch at 5220?
You bet. You bet.
Ms. Carlock? Okay.
Yep,
Mr. Chairman,
that's just a part of it. Their main offices are about a quarter of a mile up
That's
the road
correct.
to the Humorium.
I will be abstaining on that because I actually do all of the hiring for New Vista
There you go.
Ranch.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'll be abstaining.
We're very much in conjunction
Thank you.
with
Okay, thank you.
Operator.
Ma'am, did you wish to take a minute?
Christina Wildeveld, 1634 Valadez Street. I'm going to go ahead and give Mrs. Blasco my minute.
Okay.
Good evening again. Pamela Blasco, 8311 Plum Creek Court, Las Vegas. I just wanted to reiterate everything that has been said by my husband and our counsel and say it is not that we're being nice or that we're trying to pretend something. Our reality has been raising 2 children among 5 with special needs. We feel there's an opportunity with medical marijuana. We are, I think, poster children for medical marijuana. Maybe we won't be successful, but if we can help any part of our sons and everyone that we know and have been affiliated with that can make a difference in their quality of life by not being on psychotropics, by not being killed internally by the medications that are currently being administered, it would be a coup.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Looks like everyone that wished to take a minute has done so, and therefore I'll close the public comment and open this for discussion with the Planning Commission. Commissioner Bonar.
May I ask clarification, because the next item is, yes, to be held separately, but I think it has a bearing on the dispensary itself. You want to hear them both before making motions?
We're not the next applicant.
I think item 37 is not related.
Yeah.
So we're on item 36 right now. Item 37 is a different applicant and
Okay,
and
take
owner.
it back.
Okay. Does anyone else wish to be heard on this? My comment was this, I'm one of those that is not just opposed to medical marijuana per se. There are definitely needs for it, and it sounds like the owners in this case realize that, but we're here to make decisions about land use. And for, the same reasons that you've heard me state tonight, this does not seem harmonious with the surrounding properties because it is too close to the residential properties. And therefore, I don't believe I'm going to be able to support this tonight.
Mr. Chairman, we've had a lot of interesting applications come here. One thing for this that makes this a little different for me is it's not on an arterial that enters the neighborhood. There's no direct access from this shopping center or any of the adjacent parcels into the neighborhood. It's a more controllable site. And it's right in, right out, only on the arterial. There's absolutely no reason for anybody to venture into the neighborhoods in any way, shape, or form to get to this site. There's no savings to go around the block, and it's well parked. Additionally, nothing more than I grew up here, and I've seen a lot of the developments that Blasco's have done, and I believe they really are well-being. They obviously don't need to do this to pay the light bill. And there are a few of these strains, when you listen to all the people that come before us and their applications, and all the people that have come to my office to talk about their applications, there are a few of these strains that are strictly so specific that some are very specific to small kids, and they really don't need high-profile locations, don't want them, don't want the biggest cultivation facility. And
The bad guys don't want it.
Yeah.
It's no good for them.
I mean, yeah, this isn't the kind of stuff that the guy buys here and sells down the block. So in that regard, I see this site differently than some of the others because it's truly not on an access point to the neighborhood. And in that regard, I've listened to everything the neighbors have said that off Essex and everything up and down Charleston. But I also understand that no matter what we do here tonight, we can't say there's going to be nothing on Charleston because there's 3 wards that don't have an application in them because of additional issues. Summerlin has restrictions that can't get passed and other such. So when you talk about how do we have them make this accessible to people, we can stick these all in an industrial zone, which I think for the dispensaries is a waste of time, and it doesn't, that's not a medical, that's just saying we're just planning for the ultimate of something else. But I truly believe this area, the bus traffic, the access points and other such, this isn't a smaller site than needs to be done. It's not at the gateway to any major neighborhood along West Charleston or West Sahara, like we've had a lot of the arguments this evening, and I agree with most of it. But I know the center very well, and I could support this item if depending on what the other commissioners plan to do.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Bonar.
Yeah, one of my fellow commissioners said they're not opposed to medical marijuana. I'm going to twist that a little bit and say the only thing I'm able to approve is medical marijuana. I'm not talking, nor would I support recreational when it does rear its head. I think the difference that I've seen between this application and virtually everyone that's been before us is your operating plan of how you're going to use the property. No one else mentioned that. They're just in it for the business, for the buck. And I appreciate that. Only thing, and I was trying to get, I was hoping you had a cultural or a cultivation facility as well.
We do.
Because the way you get to different strains of what you're looking for are by actually cultivating it yourself as well.
And we have that in the county, Commissioner. That's specifically for that
And we can't take anything to do with that now. But I want to commend you on the operational program.
Thank you.
Urge you to get into the cultural, or their cultivation, and you'll find my support on this,
And we have that. Thank you.
I was just going to ask a question about how you would actually regulate the variety of strains that this would operate at this location under the SUP. I don't know.
Well, on the SUP, I don't think.
I don't know. I don't think you can. So if that's what you're proposing to do, you could not place that as a condition.
If the city attorney Mr. Scott, if you had it, I have an answer for you if you're curious
No,
about it.
I don't need an answer from you. Thank you.
Commissioner Schlotman.
Yes, Chairman. We've heard a lot of applications tonight, and not necessarily specific about this one, but it did come up on this one as well. And, it keeps coming up that there's going to be increased crime with these medical marijuana dispensaries. And I can understand there's a big fear. I mean, it's something new. It's something that we've never approved here in Las Vegas, and all we have to go off of is Denver and California and other places. But I don't think we actually put armed guards on these sites to, as we feel that they're going to be, getting robbed more often. I think putting armed guards onto these facilities will discourage a lot of people from wanting to rob them. You'll see areas in worse parts of town with armed guards. You'll see other people with a lot of cash with armed guards and stuff like that. And I hadn't looked at any studies, so I can't tell you for sure one way or another. But I would assume that if somebody knows that there's an armed guard, they're less likely to want to go in and rob that place versus an unarmed guard. So I do hear everybody's concerns about this. I think there's going to be safety measures put in place for cash and keeping the product and, you know, in safes and just out of reach of people from being able to just run in, grab whatever they can, and run. And I understand that not everybody out here will agree with me. And, you know, there's no way that all of us can agree on everything. But that's my 2 cents. And we do have to look at some of the other uses that are next door on some of these cases. And, you know, if there's a place that teaches karate with a whole bunch of young kids, and what would happen if something bad was to happen. But at the end of the day, my personal opinion is we're not going to have the serious problems with these places being robbed as what a lot of people might have fears of. And 6 months ago, 8 months ago, I didn't know the first thing about medical marijuana. I didn't know the first thing about marijuana. I thought all marijuana was the same thing. So I've done a lot of research, and I feel more comfortable with approving more of these. And we'll see how City Council takes it from there, but I just kind of wanted to sum up with those couple of thoughts.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Quinn.
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Folger. Do you have a picture of the way the front of your store is going to look?
The projection is there.
Silver Sage. And could you tell me, please, where the product is going to be dropped off from your...
Absolutely. It's a different model because of the nature, because they're controlling seed to sale, because they do have the cultivation
Right.
and are looking for it. So it's not the big smokable product that they're going to be servicing there. This is a more controlled, the tinctures and creams and patches, things that the special needs community specifically wants. So it's going to be a far more discreet delivery than big trucks and things that people have been talking about. There's an area up, because we are on the corner lot, and we've negotiated now with the landlord. There's an area there where it says existing trash, et cetera, that is accessible directly to the ramp. That is going to be secured as a way for the vehicle, which is going to be discreet, to come, and it will go. There is the one door, and you're right about that, Commissioner, and it's going to go in during non-operational hours, but that'll be a dedicated docking area for that vehicle to go, and it will be in intervals that would be appropriate, but they're not moving large product in there. This is a completely different model.
Right.
And so it is sort of a different concern than I think most other dispensaries will obviously have
Right.
because of that need.
You know, there's a plus and there's a minus of living in Las Vegas for 55 years. And the
Right.
plus is that I've watched the Blasco family from afar for many years constantly give back to our community. And there are applicants that come in front of here that we've known for many years as well, and I think people should make money and they should make profit. But every once in a while, you come across what I call a jewel in the desert, and that would be this application. I have a special needs son. I have a paraplegic son, as Ms. Wilderwell knows, and I welcome you to our neighborhood. And with that, I'm going to make a motion for approval on item number 36 SUP 55302 this evening. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, before you take the vote, I do need to read an amended condition. I need to amend condition number 5 to reflect building and sign elevations, date stamped 8/4/14.
With the amended condition, I'll make the motion for
As submitted to
approval.
the clerk.
Okay.
That's only correct.
There's no reason to ask the applicant to agree to that.
I believe we submitted
Are
the
you
new,
okay?
we were in agreement, we submitted the updated one, so yes, of course, we agreed to that.
Okay, very good. Please vote. That motion carries. Item 36 is approved.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience, and thanks for being here this late for everybody.
Mr. Chairman, item 36 is anticipated to go to the October 28th special city council meeting unless otherwise properly noticed.
Item 37, SUP 55303, Herbal Choice Incorporated LLC is the applicant. NVDD Holdings RP5 is the owner. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 12,000 square foot medical marijuana cultivation facility at 800 West Mesquite Avenue in Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Vice Chairman, the site complies with all minimum distance requirements set forth by Title 19. Staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. If denied, the medical marijuana establishment would not be permitted at this location, and we did receive additional comments after publication.
Applicant, name and address.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Seth Floyd, although after my last application, I wish I could offer a different name. 2300 West Sahara Avenue. On behalf of the applicant, I think we've actually vetted most of the issues, and I think most of the problems that the commission had with our dispensary location are precisely why a cultivation facility is appropriate. Commissioner Truesdell alluded to as much. It's a secure location. It's a 12,000 square foot vacant building, the old steel engineer's warehouse at the end of Mesquite Avenue. Provides a discrete, secure location for transporting medical marijuana, and we would ask for your approval, and we would agree to all of staff's conditions.
Do any members of the public wish to speak for or against item 37? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. Do the commissioners have any comments?
If there are none, I'll make a motion for approval, subject to staff's conditions.
And what is that motion? Approval?
Approval, yeah.
Motion is for approval. Please vote. That motion carries, and item 37 is approved.
Mr. Chairman, item 37 is anticipated to go to the October 28th special city council meeting unless otherwise properly noticed.
Thank you. Item 38, SUP 55318. The applicant is Over the Rainbow LLC, and the owner is Rainbow Commercial LLC. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 5,039 square foot medical marijuana dispensary at 2300 North Rainbow Boulevard, Suites number 118 through 122 in Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
The subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 19, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. If denied, no medical marijuana establishment will be permitted to be established at this site. Please note that additional letters of protest have been received after the publishing. Thank you.
Good evening.
Name and address, please.
My name is Stephen Cooksey. I live at 3161 Hutchinson Avenue, Los Angeles, California. I'm here representing Over the Rainbow. Just a few things to say about this property. It's located in an existing retail facility. There's plenty of parking there. It's a space that would work for a pharmacy. There's hospitals nearby, and it does, if you look at the overhead, it's got homes directly behind it, but there's a tall concrete block wall in between, and there's no point of access. You have to go all the way down Rainbow to the next block and around, and I think it's a little bit over 1,700 feet to actually have access to the nearest home. So while it does look like it abuts the neighborhood, there's no access there. And then with that, I would just be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do any members of the public wish to be heard on this item?
I don't know what tape measure he's using, but there's houses right on the back side.
Name and address, please.
Sean Spanier, 1330 Cashman Drive. I mean, you guys have done an awesome job tonight listening to all this and tolerating me, but again, we have an applicant who decided to put this in a strip center against a residential neighborhood. It's like preaching to the choir, but it's not I don't know where he gets 1,700 feet. From the diagram, he's on the end of this, and there's a home right across, right behind, just a wall separates them. I would hope that you stay with the vein. I was a little surprised that you approved the last one with it being abutted right up against the homes like that, because there's not a separate license for a certain type of strain. If there were, it'd be wonderful, but there's not. But I would hope that you stay in the same vein, and this one abuts a residential neighborhood. I would hope that you disapprove it. Thank you.
I'm Ming Lin Zhang, I'm the property manager.
Will you state your address, please?
2230, the North Rainbow, Las Vegas. The neighborhood that, I think the too close, about 12 feet to the, the home, the yard for the residential, and, about 50 feet, just 12 feet from the home and yard, and the 50 feet about the woman gym, and the 70 feet of the same center is for the dancing, dancing schools and something dancing, the children dancing. I think they're too close for the young men, for the children.
Too close to the other businesses in this area?
Yes, yes, the home yard about just 12, about 10 feet, just. It's a big problem.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to be heard on this? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. Did you have? Go ahead.
Hi, Bill Mason, 9820 Glen Rock, Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm one of the owners of Over the Rainbow. Just wanted to point out that a couple of things regarding the location and the alleyway behind the space. There is no direct access, similar to the last applicant, in the sense the Blascos. There is no direct access from this strip mall to the neighborhood behind our facility. As well, please note that we're looking for the diversification in the city so that not all of it is on the industrial and or resort corridor off of Las Vegas Boulevard and Highland. That here we are in the northwest section. We're close to the hospital up there, and we're one of the only facilities that services the northwest corridor of the city.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I'll close the public comment and open this for discussion with the commissioners. Commissioner Schlotman.
Yes, Chairman. A question for staff on this particular building that has 4 doorways leading out of it. Is that, I mean, from my understanding, you're only supposed to have 1. Could you comment a little bit on doors?
Pursuant to Title VI, the requirement is to have only 1 ingress, egress for customers to service the building. You've got it? Okay.
Through you. On the submitted floor plan, there's only 1 entryway from the front of the building. Currently, the picture shown was at the current elevation, which is multiple tenant spaces prior to any tenant improvement. The rear is it's just emergency exit as well as potentially loading from the rear of the property.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, question for Peter. I'm looking at a floor plan that shows 3 regular doors and a double door.
On the waiting room, the north arrow, as it indicated that since the subject site runs north to south, this would, the bottom of your screen would be the front entry, and that's the primary entryway. And pursuant to, the rest would be back of house. It says the subject, the requirements of applicable building and fire codes, public access to the building shall be from 1 point entry and exit with no other access to interior of the building permitted. So the primary public access would be to the waiting area at the front.
Okay, so they could actually have more doors. It's just the public entrance and exit is just 1.
That is correct.
Okay. No further questions.
Anyone else? Commissioner Goins?
Just a quick same question we've asked. How'd your neighborhood meeting go?
We didn't have one, sir.
So you weren't able to ask about the kids that exit out of Cimarron Memorial High School a little bit more than 2 blocks to your west that actually inundate that intersection every day at 1:30, walking, going east down Smoke Ranch to the houses behind where you're located. They also use the alley to climb over the wall. At least I saw about 6 guys today. And so, I mean, we don't have a neighborhood meeting, but we want to bring this in the neighborhood. And I have one question on your floor plan. What's the sample room? What happens in the sample room?
We don't like to have anything accessible in bulk to anybody, so the sample room is just where they can kind of look at what they want to get. And then if you see the windows that are to the east of that, on the top, that's where they actually dispense the medication. So they're not going to be in a room where they could just reach under a counter and grab everything. It's just going to be very small amounts in that sample room, and then when they make their selection, they go to the bulletproof glass windows and pass their money through there, and it's just to make it a little bit more secure.
Well, to me, this is in too close a proximity to a neighborhood, too much activity with kids come through here each and every day. Up and down Rainbow is nothing but a proliferation of apartments, and those are, unlike Spanish Oaks, these are younger crowd in here, so a little bit too much family activity and kids around here for me to support that.
You ready to make a motion, Commissioner Goins?
I am.
Oh, Commissioner Bonar, I'm sorry.
Probably intending levity, at least this is near me.
All right, Commissioner Goins.
On item 38, SUP 55318, I'm going to move to deny the request.
Please vote noting that a yes is for denial. That motion carries. Item 38 is denied.
Mr. Chairman, item 38 is anticipated to be heard at the October 28th special City Council meeting unless otherwise properly noticed.
Item 39, SUP 55319. The applicant is Cannabis Renaissance Group, LLC, and the owner is Ada C. and Hiram H. Sedano. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 2,056 square foot medical marijuana dispensary at 2706 Highland Drive in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkadian. The staff recommends approval. Report, please.
The subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 1912, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing and surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. If denied, no medical marijuana establishment would be permitted to be established at this site. Please note that additional letters of protest have been received after the publishing. Thank you.
Please state your name and address.
Mohit Asnani, Tucson, Arizona, and I'm here with Cannabis Renaissance Group. Basically, what we're trying to do here, Honorable Chairman and Commissioners, is have a medical marijuana dispensary and a production facility at 2706 South Highland Drive, both items 39 and 40. The medical marijuana dispensary is 2,000 square feet, so it's a balance of being able to serve the right amount of patients, have an adequate waiting area, and also be in close proximity to the cultivation site, which is located at 2702 South Highland Drive. We have taken all the security measures, inventory controls, and things like that, which will make it a functional space, but at the same time, we have experience in other states implementing this. I myself operate 5 dispensaries in Arizona. So if you have any additional questions, I'd just like to ask for your approval.
Thank you. Do any members of the public wish to be heard, either for or against this item? Seeing none, I'll close. Seeing one? You got to be faster.
I don't know if we're going to have an opportunity to do anything at the end here. It says we are, but I think it's late, and I want to leave as well. On this particular application, what you decide to do is really where these facilities should be. I wouldn't be ashamed to say, hey, all of our medical marijuana facilities are in industrial areas, because that's where they really should be. People are getting marijuana now without a medical marijuana card, and they'll find their way to industrial areas to get it as well. What I would ask and submit to all of you is keep these out of our neighborhoods. They do attract an element that, granted, people need it for medical reasons, but it also attracts an element that they don't need it for medical reasons. They want it for other reasons, whatever they may be. So what I would submit to you today, and I would ask you that, keep them in industrial areas. Don't be afraid to put them there, because that's where they belong. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will close the public comments section and open this for discussion with the commissioners. Commissioner Truesdale, then Commissioner Bonar.
I think at the end of the day, if we put every one of these in an industrial area, as a lot of them have been there, cultivation, dispensaries, et cetera, we will miss, really the intent of state law was to make this accessible and available to the residents of Las Vegas. I mean, the item that just was voted down in the Northwest, there's two of them that weren't in the core of the city that would have had any remote access to any outlying area, and that's it. And I know what you guys will say, and everybody will say, well, we're going to deliver. I got to be honest with you. Talk about a flawed plan, is having people deliver marijuana to someone's home, not knowing who's going to be there when you get there, and pick up cash and not have bonded courier, not have, and you put a big sign on it, say, wellness pot here. I mean, there are some flaws to how this thing's evolved, and I just, it's a no-brainer to just say, let's put them all on Highland or Western or some of the other streets, but it'll be more convenient to buy it from the drug dealer on the corner. So they will be trying to figure out how to get a hold of this like they do in other municipalities, and then try to resell it or adjust prices accordingly. We've got to find a way to use our land use code and provide facilities in areas of this valley that services the residents. I just see some 70-year-old patient that is terminally ill. The medical marijuana is actually the ultimate medicine to solve a problem, and you're going to ask that person to schlep on a bus all the way across town, or we're going to deliver it to them. So I got no problem with your location. You do have everybody in a separate building, and if that's how this evolves, that's great. But we've set a lot of limitations on our code, and we wanted it in the medical, but we restricted the medical. We wanted it here, we restricted it here. So at the end of the day, we're not setting ourselves up for all the success that we should. So, but with that, I will support your application.
Commissioner Bonar.
Mr. Chairman, I too will support this application, and I especially look ahead of it, and I see that this is also going to be linked with a production facility. So for some reason, I do like the grouping instead of the separation, and actually I'll be supporting both of the applications one at a time, of course.
Anyone else? Commissioner Quinn? No?
Commissioner Quinn is up to bat. Yeah, here we go.
And don't forget, this is adjacent to one of the largest strip clubs in our valley, so it makes it a very accessible location.
Commissioner Quinn.
Good evening.
Evening.
I think our seventh planning commissioner out here, Mr. says it right, that we don't want them in neighborhoods, we don't want them here, there's all these places we don't want them. and they have to go somewhere. And I agree with Commissioner Truesdale as well. They should not all be stuck on Industrial Road, but when push comes to shove and we send these applications up to City Council, we have to remember that only 12 are going to move forward and only 12 are going to come back. So I'm going to make the motion tonight to approve this one, which is SUP 55319, following all staff's recommendations this evening.
Please vote. Motion carries. Item 39 is approved.
Mr. Chairman, item 39 is anticipated to go to the October 28th special city council meeting unless otherwise properly noticed.
Item 40 is SUP 55320. The applicant is Cannabis Renaissance Group, LLC, and the owner, Ada C. and Hiram H. Sedano, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 3,702 square foot medical marijuana production facility at 2706 Highland Drive in Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Your report, please.
Subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 1912, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. If denied, no medical marijuana establishment would be permitted to be established at this site. Please note that additional letters of protest have been received after the publishing. Thank you.
Thank you. Your name and address.
Mohit Asnani, 4222 East Deer Dancer Way, Tucson, Arizona, 85712. Commissioner and commissioners, we're basically saying that this production facility is going to have a CO2 extraction machine as well as a kitchen there to be able to provide edibles, tinctures, and other products that are not flower to patients through our dispensary or wholesale them to other dispensaries once they've been lab tested using a state certified lab. So given the hour, I would simply say, please recommend us for approval.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. Do the commissioners have any comments or questions? How about a motion, Commissioner Quinn?
I'm going to follow staff's recommendation and approve item SUP 55320 with a motion for approval. Thank you.
Please vote. Motion carries and item 40 is approved.
Mr. Chairman, item 40 is anticipated to go to the October 28th special city council meeting unless otherwise properly noticed.
Our final item, 41, SUP 55321. The applicant is Cannabis Renaissance Group, LLC, and the owner is Joseph and Nancy Jacobs Trust, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 10,353 square foot medical marijuana cultivation facility at 2702 Highland Drive in Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Your report, please.
The subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 1912, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. If denied, no medical marijuana establishment will be permitted to be established at this site. Please note that additional letters of protest have been received after the publishing. Thank you.
Thank you. Name and address, please.
Mohit Asnani, 4222 East Deer Dancer Way, Tucson, Arizona, 85712. Chairman and Commissioners, what we're proposing to do at this address, which is in the same complex as the two items before it, is to grow medical marijuana in a 10,000 square foot space, have it securely transported to either the production facility or to our dispensaries after it's been lab tested by a state certified lab. Given the hour, I'd like to move for approval. Hope that you give it to us.
Thank you very much. Do any members of the public wish to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. Do any of the commissioners wish to make a comment, or do they have any questions? Appears not. Commissioner Quinn.
I'm going to follow staff's recommendation for approval on SUP 55321 tonight. Thank you.
Please vote. And that motion carries. Item 41 is approved.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, item 41 is anticipated to be heard at the October 28th special city council meeting unless otherwise properly noticed.
We have reached the citizen participation portion of the agenda. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. No subject may be acted upon by the Planning Commission unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium and give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. Please state your name and address, please.
Thank you, Commissioner. Name is Timothy Eliotto, 4650 West Oakey Boulevard. I just wanted to say thank you for, thanks for staying, and glad to see everything moving forwards. And I also just wanted to say, give a special thank you to Governor Sandoval for basically proclaiming September as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month and also Chronic Pain Awareness Month. And I have been a long time advocate for cannabis and hemp as well. I was born with a rare genetic disease called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. And I would just also like to keep in mind that this is where it began. It wouldn't have, if it wasn't for us and for basically our work within the advocacy community, there wouldn't be no businesses coming in. And I would like for everyone to basically keep it that way. Let's give thanks for everything that's happening, but let's not forget about the patients that raised awareness to make this where it is today. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Sean Spanier, 1330 Cashman Drive. Just want to say thank you to each of you for your hard work, and I appreciate you. I know your job's tough, and hopefully you won't see me for a while. Next week, maybe, depends on what's on the agenda.
You're always welcome. Thank you.
Adam Sternberg, 5113 Burr Oak Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada. Again, I just want to reiterate what everyone said. I know this has been very challenging for all of you and for our communities. This is absolutely a necessity. It's long overdue that the patients receive safe access, as well as our neighborhoods receive safe protection from the black market and whatnot is what's happening. So thank you for taking your time to go through this diligently. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Does anyone else wish to be heard? Seeing none, let me just thank everybody for their hard work. This was a long record meeting for me, and the meeting is adjourned.